Yun Miao Immortal Sect, in the main hall of the sect. The errand disciples lined up in a long queue, one after another, raising their fists to hit the spiritisting tablet. This was an opportunity they had earned after 5 years of errands. The results of the spirit root test directly determined who could stay and continue cultivating immortals and who had to pack up and leave. Bang! A loud noise came. You little bastard, your hand is so strong that the spiritisting tablet has cracked. The sect deacon's scolding sounded in his ears, and Li Yin came back to his senses from his trance. Am I reborn? He stared blankly at everything around him, the arrogant elders and deacons, and the anxious errand disciples. Li Yin remembered this scene. In his previous life, he had detected the world's rare demon spirit roots here. Unlike ordinary cultivators who can improve their cultivation by directly absorbing spiritual energy, Li Yin, who has demon spirit roots, can only transform spiritual energy into unstable demon energy by nature, and then use the demon energy to cultivate. The two paths of immortals and demons are as far apart as a chasm, which means that Yun Miao, which considers itself an immortal sect, has no place for Li Yin. It should be like this. Li Yin retracted his fist and covered his aching heart. The pain of thousands of swords piercing his heart before his death in his previous life has not dissipated yet. He looked up at the high platform, where a beautiful woman in purple clothes, with willow eyebrows and phoenix eyes, was sitting on the seat of the sect leader with one hand supporting her fragrant cheek leisurely. She was one of the murderers who killed Li Yin in his previous life, and also Li Yan's master, Su Hanyue. The devil spirit root is a disaster, which is not tolerated by the righteous path. If it were someone else, I would probably avoid it. You must remember that only I will not abandon you, and only I can pull you back to the righteous path. Li Yin remembered what Su Hanyue said to him when the devil spirit root in his previous life was revealed. As a time traveler, Li Yin received 2 little kindness in Blue Star. At that time, he had not recovered from the panic of the spiritual root test results. He never expected that the sect master would be willing to accept him as a personal disciple, and immediately grasped this only chance to turn things around. Since then, Li Yin has obeyed Su Hanyue's words and has been loyal to Yun Miao Immortal Sect. If foreign enemies invade, fuck them. Senior sister breaks through the barriers and sacrifices her life to protect the law. Sect missions stay up all night and burn the liver. Even though the junior brother Xiao Chan had just tested out his immortal spiritual roots, the sect immediately allocated all the cultivation resources that should have belonged to Li Yin to him, and Li Yin did not complain at all. It's because the sect's kindness can never be repaid. Li Yin's talent for cultivation was indeed amazing. He practiced the Yun Miao Immortal Sect skills despite his demonic roots, and bite on the resources leaked from other people's teeth. He used 100 years to soar from the 1st realm to the 9th realm, and he seemed to be able to suppress an era. But just when he was about to attack the legendary true fairyland above the 9th realm, at the critical moment of life and death, Li Yin was stabbed in the back by his master and 5 senior sisters. At the last moment of his life, Li Yin was shocked to realize that his master and 5 senior sisters who had lived with him day and night hated him so much. Their reasons were different, but they all condensed into sharp blades, slicing his broken heart and soul. The cold sword cut through all the false appearances of tenderness. Li Yin clearly remembered how the blood drained drop by drop. His body became colder and colder, from trembling to numbness, until he could not even feel the pain in the end. He opened his eyes again and was reborn. Hey, are you stupid in front? Get out of here after the test. It's my turn. The servants in line behind him urged Li Yin back to reality. Stupid? I am indeed stupid. I didn't enjoy the splendor of the Marquis mansion, and stupidly came to Yun Miao to do chores for 5 years in vain, and was PUA by Su Hanyue for a lifetime. Looking back on the past, Li Yin wanted to give himself a big bag. I am such a big injustice. I originally wanted to turn my heart to the bright moon, but the bright moon shines on the ditch. Li Yin glanced coldly at Su Hanyue, who was the leader of the sect, stepped out of the line, turned around and left. Since in their eyes, I am just a piece of rag that is thrown away after use. Since in their eyes, I will always be evil and crooked, and I will never be able to show up. Then Li Yin has nothing to be attached to. What's wrong with the devil spirit root? The world is so big, and there should be a place for me. Li Yin. Yun Miao is just a mere figure, so why not stay here? But before leaving, Li Yin had to go back to his residence to pack up. After 5 years, all the valuable items on him had been stolen, leaving only two treasures. The first was a scroll that could predict disasters. In his previous life, Li Yin had relied on it to avoid many fatal disasters, which could be called a life-saving artifact. The second was a jade pendant, which he could sell for money. This was Li Yan's last thought, and he couldn't let these people get away with it. Fuck, why is the spiritisting tablet broken? Before Li Yin took a few steps, a pot of boiling water suddenly exploded behind him. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, and saw Aaron, disciple, trembling with his fist raised. Just now, the spiritisting tablet was still 3 fingers away from his fist, but it suddenly became pitch black and shattered into slag with a crash. It's really none of my business. I didn't do anything. The Aaron disciple suddenly reacted, raised his hand, and pointed at Li Yin, shouting at the top of his voice. It's all thanks to that bastard's punch. Just now, the spiritisting tablet was broken. This shout was so loud that it attracted the attention of everyone in the audience. When the sect steward saw this, he flew over to block Li Yin, who was about to leave. A spiritisting tablet costs at least 1,000 spirit stones, and you want to run away without even saying a word after it was broken? The spiritisting tablets used on Aaron disciples are second-hand goods left over by inner disciples, and they're not worth much in the first place. But it doesn't prevent the sect steward from using this as an excuse to blackmail people. Li Yin stared at the sect steward in front of him with a sly look in his eyes. For many years, they have been oppressing Aarons and exploiting the people, and it's not enough. Now, they even want to make some money from the disciples who have left the sect. From top to bottom, Yunmiao Immortal Sect is really rotten. Are you dumb? I'm asking you a question. The sect steward's eyes widened, and he stepped forward, shaking out an iron chain from his sleeve. This iron chain has whipped the skin and flesh of countless menial disciples. However, the menial disciples who have lived and eaten with Li Yin for 5 years are still stretching their necks to gloat and wait for his joke. The crisp sound of metal colliding rang out, and the sect steward skillfully raised the iron chain above his head and was about to throw it out. Unexpectedly, he ran into Li Yan's sharp and terrifying eyes, and his heart trembled immediately. This kid, when did he become so creepy? The sect steward's arm was frozen in midair. Although Li Yan's cultivation level dropped from the peak of the 9th realm to the 5th level of the 1st realm after rebirth. But the murderous aura that rolled out of the mountains of corpses and seas of blood in his previous life would not disappear. Being frightened to the point of being nailed to the spot by an Aaron disciple, the sect steward became more and more angry. Asshole, do you really think I can't deal with you? But before he could finish his words, the sect steward's eyes suddenly turned black, and he collapsed to the ground with a bang. The onlookers were shocked by this sudden change and talked a lot, but Li Yan's heart sank suddenly. I haven't even tried hard, and you fell down? This is not my fault. Li Yin realized something and looked up just in time to meet Su Hanyue's eyes on the position of the sect master. Su Hanyue's wide sleeves shrunk the ground into an inch, and the moment he stood up and moved, he was already beside Li Yin. It was that hypocritical, gentle smile again, holding the attitude of an immortal who was not stained by dust, and Li Yin felt nauseous at this moment. The sect master came in person, but Li Yin didn't even raise his eyelids, and Su Hanyue was not annoyed. Su Hanyue gently placed one hand on Li Yan's shoulder, feeling the surging demonic energy, and suddenly leaned in close, her warm breath brushing against Li Yan's skin until the moment when her noses were about to touch. The gentleness in her eyes suddenly turned into fierceness. So, you are back too. Chapter 2. Refusing the ethereal clouds, the dragon returns to the sea. Seeing the astonishment on Li Yan's face, Su Hanwei felt a sense of satisfaction. She circled around Li Yin, her voice soft as she spoke. Yin, you possess the demonic spiritual root, which is intolerable to the righteous path of the world. In your past life, I, as your master, took you on as my disciple despite numerous challenges, ultimately sacrificing you out of necessity. I understand your resentment. But have you ever considered the difficulties I faced? Li Yin was indeed a promising talent. Had it not been for his misguided thoughts, Su Hanwei would not have resorted to such drastic measures. Initially, he was merely a casual recruit, yet his cultivation escalated at an astonishing rate, eclipsing even her status as the sect leader. The world knew only the name Li Yin of Yunmiao, while my own name, Su Hanwei, faded into obscurity. This transgression must be punished. If there is blame, it lies with Li Yin for failing to find his rightful place. Others cannot be held accountable. Ultimately, The demonic nature is inescapable. For Li Yin, surviving as the sect's dark hand would be the best fate. Contemplating this, Su Hanyue's eyes clouded with sorrow as she strained to soften her tone. The demonic spiritual root is a calamity. Tell me, in this vast world, where can you find a place to belong? If you are willing to bind yourself with a restriction using your own heart's lake, and vow to remain as a compliant disciple of Yunmiao, then I assure you, I shall not deprive you of what you deserve. Upon hearing her words, Li Yan's pupils constricted, and anger surged within him, nearly causing the demonic energy inside him to spiral out of control. What do you mean by do not harbor ill thoughts? In my past life, I risked everything for the sect, sacrificing my very life time and again. Yet here, under Su Hanyue's authority, it is all dismissed as mere folly? As the perpetrator, how can she so calmly demand that the victim understand her predicament? Li Yin finally comprehended that the chasm between him and his master was not something that her grandiloquent justifications during her past cruelty could obscure. It was prejudice. The bias harbored by the sect was a formidable mountain, one that Li Yin could never hope to move, no matter his efforts. Noticing Li Yan's silence, Su Hanyue resolved to press further. She ascended into the air, enveloped in a celestial glow, extending her hand toward Li Yin as she proclaimed, Li Yin, I intend to accept you as my personal disciple. Will you kneel before me and inherit my legacy? As her voice fell, the crowd erupted in astonishment. A cacophony of gazes fixed upon Li Yin, some filled with confusion, others with envy, but most with jealousy. Su Hanwei cast a sidelong glance at her usually obedient disciple, a cold smirk gracing her lips. The path has been laid before you by your master. Why do you not hurry to kneel in gratitude? Li Yin stood firm, his gaze piercing through the clamorous throng. In a moment of reverie, he beheld his past self kneeling on the steps before the hall. The vows he had once made and the cherished bonds he had held dear now transformed into a serene smile upon his lips. Since the prejudice could not be shaken, he resolved not to indulge it any longer. Without hesitation, Li Yin retrieved an identity token from his robe and slowly extended it. Disciple has recently come to profound realizations. This vast world cannot be confined to a single place. I wish to depart from the Yunyo sect, and I hope sect leader Su can grant me this request. Li Yin raised his voice deliberately. As his words resonated, the surrounding area fell into an eerie silence, which was soon shattered by a resounding uproar. Sovereign Su has personally descended from the stage, yet still dares to refuse. Is this not a resounding slap to his own face? Who does he think he is? Grimacing like a bitter melon for all to see? Those unaware might assume that our Yunmiao Sin sect owes him something. Observing Li Yan's blatant disregard for courtesy, the onlookers erupted in scorn. Su Hanyue gracefully returned to stand before Li Yin, somewhat taken aback. Her obedient disciple was resolutely severing ties with Yunmiao Sin sect? How rebellious! Had their century-long relationship meant nothing to him? If it were not for the grievances of the past, they would not have been forced into such a predicament. The chapter has already turned. Why does he still dwell on it? Allow me to impart a piece of wisdom. In all matters, look forward. Su Hanwei could hardly bear to see Li Yan's extraordinary talent squandered. With a little refinement, he would undoubtedly become the strongest weapon of the Yunmiao Sin sect. After all, certain matters are not meant to be exposed. As the esteemed leader of a prestigious sect, she could not involve herself directly. I have made my decision. I hope Sovereign Su will acquiesce. Li Yan's stance was resolute. Impudent. Has 5 years of honing dulled your wits? It is a tremendous blessing that the master has taken you as a disciple, and yet you dare to refuse? Before Su Hanwei could respond, a sharp rebuke echoed from the elevated platform. The crowd looked up to see Lian Hongling, clad in a crimson robe, with fiery lips and eyes like cold blades piercing through Li Yan. If one were to consider whose backing among Li Yan's senior sisters was the most formidable, it would undoubtedly be fifth senior sister Lian Hongling. She was not only the direct disciple of the Yunmiao sect master, but also a princess of the great Xia divine dynasty, a convergence of two powerful factions catering to her every whim. In the sect, she strode with an air of supremacy, causing even the most seasoned elders to break into a cold sweat at the sound of her voice. To outsiders, Lian Hongling was an unattainable figure. However, for Li Yin, who hailed from the same great Xia divine dynasty, they were once childhood companions. Yet, that chapter of the past remained unspoken by Lian Hongling. Treated as her own dark history, the master has called your name. Do you truly believe yourself to be someone of significance? Do you think you can make a name for yourself outside of Yunmiao? Lian Hongling's reprimand surged like waves, and had it been in a previous life, Li Yin would have certainly retorted. Yet now, he found the situation rather absurd. This world has never been fair, Lian Hongling. with her two powerful backers showering her with resources, had developed the illusion of being a genius, now looking down upon Li Yin, who lacked even the means to cultivate. Moreover, Lian Hongling's grudge against Li Yin in their past life was equally ludicrous. In that life, after Li Yin had seen through the facade of her junior brother Xiao Chuan, she had earnestly advised Lian Hongling not to become too entangled. Yet, this love-struck individual firmly believed that Li Yin sought to interfere and become a third party, dismissing Li Yin's good intentions as mere noise. This led to the opportunity for Lian Hongling to turn against Li Yin, merely because Xiao Chun had casually mentioned a potent elixir in her presence, seizing the moment. She ruthlessly tore open Li Yin's chest to extract the spirit root when Li Yin was on the brink of death. The essence of spiritual roots can only be maximally preserved when extracted during life, recalling the excruciating agony of his chest being torn open just before death. A layer of frost suddenly enveloped Li Yin's gaze. Li Yin was not so magnanimous. The torment of being pierced by myriad swords in his past life was a pain no one else could bear for him. He vowed to grow stronger. Strong enough to obliterate the Yunmiao immortal sect and return this heart-wrenching anguish in full measure. Seeing Li Yin standing there like a statue, Lian Hongling's anger flared up explosively. Clearly, mere words would not suffice. Lian Hongling firmly believed that in order to tame demon beasts, one must first instill fear in their hearts, teaching them what it means to submit. This principle also applied to Li Yin, who had only just embarked on his journey into the Tao. With a swift motion, Lian Hongling produced the soul-refining whip. Whoosh! The whip transformed midair into a black serpent, slicing through the air with a sharp sound as it lunged directly toward Li Yan's face. Dust billowed as Li Yin slightly sidestepped, narrowly evading the strike. The whip missed its target, and Lian Hongling, both shocked and furious, couldn't comprehend why a mere servant disciple would dare to dodge instead of standing still to receive punishment. Had he grown tired of life? Today, she would ensure he learned a lesson, even if it meant shattering the whip in the process. Enough. The darkness in Su Hanyue's heart surged to her cheeks, and an overwhelming aura of the eighth realm erupted. Lian Hongling, struck as if by lightning, froze in place. Unable to move, her fiery gaze still locked onto Li Yin. Amidst this terrifying pressure, Li Yin felt a trickle of blood escape, his lips yet remained steadfast, unyielding. Think carefully. If you forfeit this opportunity, should any misfortune arise in the future, no one will protect you. Su Hanyue's words carried an implicit threat. Yet, Li Yin remained unmoved. Very well. With a grand sweep of her sleeve, her purple robe danced wildly in the wind. In that instant, the identity token in Li Yan's hand shattered into dust. The next moment, Su Hanwei returned to her position as the sect master and proclaimed loudly, "If you insist on leaving the sect, I shall not retain you against your will. In recognition of your 5 years within the sect, I shall grant you a boon." At these words, alarm bells rang in Li Yan's mind. Su Hanwei pointed a finger, and a blinding golden light swiftly penetrated the depths of Li Yan's heart lake, so fast he could barely react. This celestial energy was merely a fragment of the sect master's intent, while the opportunity bestowed by the sect master might provoke envy in others. Li Yin understood all too well that Su Hanyue's actions were far from benevolent. For ordinary cultivators, celestial energy was indeed a tremendous blessing, but for Li Yin, born with a demonic spiritual root, the demonic aura within him and the celestial energy were akin to fire and water, utterly incompatible. It was as if a spark were thrown into a miasmic swamp. Should he fail to refine the celestial energy in time, Li Yin would inevitably meet a catastrophic end. From the very beginning, Su Hanyue had no intention of sparing him. From this moment forth, the Yunmiao immortal sect shall sever ties with you, and you shall have no further association, Su Hanwei declared, no longer attempting to retain him. She was certain that within 3 days, at most, Li Yin would succumb to the backlash of celestial energy and be compelled to return, tail between his legs, to beg for mercy. At that moment, Su Hanyue would not only earn a reputation for magnanimity, but also seize the opportunity to compel Li Yin to willingly bind his heart lake with a restriction, ensuring his complete submission. The journey through the martial world is long. Thus, they part ways here. Li Yin bowed respectfully before resolutely turning away, never looking back. With matters having reached this point, one can only accept them with equanimity. Having traversed countless mountains and rivers in his previous life, experiencing the myriad complexities of the mortal realm, what concern is there in such a vast world for a lack of solutions? Even if he were to be shattered to pieces, his soul returning to the heavens, he would still refuse to remain ensnared within this gilded cage. Born as a demon, he harbors neither fear nor regret, seeking neither the hollow reputation of righteousness nor the superficial allure of immortality. He seeks only to remain true to himself. Chapter 3. The Mysterious Scroll. Is catastrophe approaching? Early the next morning, a throng of disciples who had failed the spiritual root test gathered at the foot of Yunmiao Peak, huddled in small groups awaiting their return home. Among them was Li Yin, who had publicly embarrassed Su Hanwei. Li Yin busied himself with his modestly packed belongings, ensuring his jade pendant and scroll were intact, with little else of particular concern. Strangely, despite being an old artifact, the scroll emanated an inexplicable aura of eeriness. Li Yin? A voice called out, pulling him back to the present. It was Lian Hongling, standing nearby, her gaze scrutinizing him with a hint of probing. I heard from our master that you've been reborn? Isn't it evident enough? Li Yin replied, exasperated, as he spread his hands in a gesture of disbelief. He had expected Lian Hongling to deduce his condition from his actions in the Great Hall, much like Su Hanwei had. But it seemed she had not considered that possibility at all. It turned out that Su Hanwei had disclosed the fact of his reincarnation to her afterward. At first, Li Yin was taken aback, but upon reflecting that it was Lian Hongling who had inquired, he felt a sense of relief. After all, Lian Hongling's intellect was as sparse as the water found at the center of the Sahara Desert. Upon hearing his response, Lian Hongling's mouth fell agape in surprise before she quickly closed it, attempting to maintain her composure as she continued. What happened in the Great Hall yesterday was not my fault. Our master had good intentions, yet you behaved like a prickly porcupine, throwing a tantrum. If I hadn't intervened, wouldn't others have followed your example? I had no choice but to make an example of you to establish authority. Lian Hongling raised her voice deliberately, trying to sound more assertive. Li Yin silently observed her, saying nothing. He was well aware of the potency of the soul whip. Lian Hongling's fierce display in the Great Hall was clearly intended to inflict serious harm upon him. He believed that even if she had known he too was a reincarnate, her resolve to strike would not have wavered. To her, he was merely an insignificant figure, unworthy of standing alongside her and her peers. As for the sword that pierced you in your previous life, I shall not apologize. Lian Hongling continued, oblivious to Li Yin's indifferent gaze. At that time, our master and senior sister were taking turns to draw blood from you. Who could have predicted which sword would claim your life? Perhaps it was mine, perhaps not. In truth, whether or not I had struck that blow, your fate was sealed. So I owe you nothing for your life. You may certainly hold on to that sword as a grievance, but do you not bear any fault? At this point, Lian Hongling took on an exaggerated demeanor, her eyes glistening with a mix of resentment and longing, turning to Li Yin with a fierce glare. If you hadn't insisted on inserting yourself between me and Xiaochen in your past life, we would have long since become a pair of enviable celestial lovers in the martial world. It is often said that it is better to dismantle 10 temples than to disrupt a single marriage. You disrupted my fate first, and so, you deserve that sword. Immediately, Lian Hongling suddenly recalled something. She retrieved a crimson bird jade pendant from her waist and playfully dangled it before Lian's nose, exclaiming with pride, "Do you see this? It is a token of affection I specially prepared for Xiaochen, the crimson bird among the pair of lovebirds. I've been counting the days, and soon Xiaochen shall arrive at the Yunmiao immortal sect. This time, without your unwanted interference, we shall surely rekindle our past romance." In her previous life, Lian Hongling had recklessly pursued a shortcut in her cultivation, daringly venturing into the northern lands kingdom of 10,000 demons to hunt the 6th realm's crimson-bearded scale dragon. Lian Hongling, oblivious to her own limitations, undertook this perilous endeavor, yet her efforts yielded no rewards. Instead, they provoked the dragon's fury. As a sheltered flower, she found herself utterly unprepared for the dragon's sudden surge in power, and within mere moves, she was cornered into despair. The relentless assault of the crimson-bearded scale dragon came in unending waves, its fiery tendrils wrapping around her like a constricting serpent, while walls of flame encircled her, gradually eroding her will within this prison forged of fire. Just as Lian Hongling was on the brink of losing consciousness, she vaguely perceived a shadow rushing forth, engaging in a life-and-death struggle with the frenzied dragon, ultimately leading them both into the abyss. Her impulsive recklessness bore consequences, and someone had stepped in to bear the toll for her actions. When she next opened her eyes, she found herself clutching a jade pendant inscribed with the seal of the crimson-bearded scale dragon, while Xiaochen sat a few steps away, intently guarding her. Upon seeing Lian Hongling finally awaken, Xiaochen approached her with a scolding, lamenting that had he been even a moment later, she would have been reduced to ashes. As a princess of the Great Xia, Lian Hongling had been cherished and coddled since childhood, and she had always detested lectures from others. Yet this time, Xiaochen's words did not grate on her ears. In the days to follow, Xiaochen consistently materialized at the most critical junctures in Lian Hongling's life, leading her initial gratitude to blossom into admiration. The jade pendant she now held became a symbol of their bond. Lian Hongling gently caressed the crimson bird jade pendant she had prepared, vowing that when they reunited, she would join it with the jade pendant in Xiaochen's possession, forming a pair of lovebirds destined to soar together, thus continuing the unfinished tale of their previous lives. Observing the infatuated girl before him, Lian felt a twinge of discomfort. Wasn't that jade pendant already in my possession? Dear sister, can you simply exchange your token of love for another? How unfortunate. I shall sell this jade pendant upon my return. Lian was resolute in avoiding any further entanglement with her. Are you finished yet? While Lian Hongling remained lost in her reverie, Lian felt increasingly exasperated, yet he could not be bothered to argue further. After all, given her current state, why not indulge her? The truth was that Xiaochen was merely a transient opportunist, a hypocrite willing to betray those around him to achieve his aims. Would Li Yin attempt to awaken Lian Hongling as he had in their past lives? A hypocrite and a fool. Let's seal this matter away, shall we? Of course not. Lian Hongling raised an eyebrow, her ire ignited by Li Yan's nonchalant demeanor. The Yunmiao immortal sect was encircled by mountains, likely harboring numerous bandit lairs. The sect had sent merely an outer disciple who had just touched the second realm to escort you. Should you encounter bandits, your safety would be far from assured. As she spoke, Lian Hongling resumed her usual haughty posture. My mother has summoned me back for 2 days, and my escort is on the way, including several experts of the fifth realm. It would not be impossible to take you along, but you must agree to one condition. Return to your Northern Duke's residence and do not step outside its doors for 3 years. You are forbidden from mentioning to anyone that you know me. Lian Hongling fixed her gaze upon Li Yan, her eyes a mixture of condescension and veiled threat. Have you finished speaking? I have, Lian Hongling said, hands on her hips, chin held high, eagerly awaiting Li Yan's plea. After her self-satisfied soliloquy, Li Yan's only desire was to retreat, fearing that lingering any longer would result in his being infected by Lian Hongling's foolishness. As for admitting to knowing her, that was out of the question. Just then, the sky darkened ominously. Li Yan looked up to see a massive cloud-sailing spirit turtle descending slowly, signaling the arrival of their escort. Without a second thought, he leaped onto its back. You. Lian Hongling watched in disbelief as Li Yan jumped onto the turtle, her frustration boiling to a point where she almost ground her teeth. I've drawn the line with you, and yet you act as if nothing has changed? Indeed. They had been childhood companions, but what of it? Everyone has a past. Her mother was the supreme empress of the Daxia divine dynasty, while Li Yan was merely the son of a fallen northern duke. Their statuses had always been an insurmountable chasm. The only one worthy of Lian Hongling was destined to be the future saint of the Yunmiao immortal sect, Xiaochen. As Lian Hongling pondered, an inexplicable chill crept into her heart. Could it be that Li Yan still harbored feelings for her? What if Xiaochen misunderstood? No. That simply could not happen. She must sever his attachments at once. You, Li Yan, once we return to the Daxia divine dynasty, I have countless ways to deal with you. A glimmer of determination flashed in Lian Hongling's eyes as she mentally catalogued every scheme she could devise. Spread rumors to ruin his reputation, win over the influential figures in court to make his life unbearable, or directly slander him before her mother, ensuring that Li Yan would be utterly ostracized in the Daxia divine dynasty. With this in mind, Lian Hongling finally felt a sense of relief. She turned and shot a fierce glare toward the spirit turtle before sweeping away in a huff. Meanwhile, after about an hour of flight, Li Yan sat alone in a corner, his eyes closed in contemplation. Suddenly, he felt a surge of demonic energy within him, as if a dam had burst, being consumed voraciously. Who was the unfortunate soul to stir trouble at this moment? Li Yan scanned the surroundings for the source of the devouring energy and caught a glimpse of an unusual scroll wrapped within a package. After confirming that the scroll posed no threat, he cautiously began to unfurl it. As the contents of the scroll gradually revealed themselves, his pupils dilated in shock. Unbeknownst to me, a line of text unexpectedly emerged upon the scroll. The first calamity, the banditry of the Southern Territories. Chapter 4, The Battle. Ah, what excitement. In the Southern Territories, banditry is rampant. Are the borders about to be troubled by brigands? Li Yan murmured softly, raising his gaze to peer into the distance, where the undulating mountains stood majestically. The cloud-soaring spirit tortoise may have been slow, but fortunately, the Cloud Miaoxian sect was adjacent to the Great Xia divine dynasty, and they had already soared to the borders of the Great Xia kingdom. As Li Yan's eyes traversed the layers of peaks, he spotted scattered lights twinkling like stars. A sense of liberation surged within him, yet his attention was drawn back to the words inscribed on the scroll. The size of this spirit tortoise is indeed considerable. But in these mountains, it barely amounts to a speck of sesame. Surely, it cannot be that unfortunate to encounter mountain bandits, can it? In recent years, the southern borders of Great Xia have been plagued by rampant banditry, with the imperial court's repeated attempts at eradication proving futile. While those like Lien Hongling returned to the capital under the protection of formidable experts, Li Yin and his companions were not afforded such luxury. If misfortune crossed their path and they encountered robbers, their fate would hinge solely on luck. Then, another passage emerged on the scroll. What a stroke of misfortune. We have truly stumbled into calamity. Among them, there lurks a master of the third realm. No matter how I maneuver with agility, I cannot compensate for the disparity in realms. My body has reached the brink of exhaustion. Is this what death feels like? Is this a reflection of my own perspective? With the ability to absorb demonic energy and provide foresight from the master's viewpoint. Why was I never aware of such prowess in my previous life? In this rebirth, this scroll astonishingly possesses the capability of automatic upgrading. Now that I have foreknowledge of the impending disaster, the tension within Li Yin began to escalate. However, he had little time to ponder this. As a sudden gust of cold wind swept past his ears, Li Yin's eyes sharpened, and he slightly turned his head. Ding! In an instant, a copper coin whizzed from behind, narrowly grazing his shoulder with a sharpness capable of slicing skin. Fortunately, Li Yin's reflexes were swift. Otherwise, he might have met a grim fate. Just as his spirits had begun to lift, this unexpected turn of events shattered his moment of relief. He slowly turned around, fixing a fierce glare on the assailant who had attempted to ambush him. No wonder Sect Master Su cherishes you so. 5 years of training have not been in vain. Fu Kaming tossed the copper coin in his hand, a smirk of disdain playing at the corners of his mouth as he advanced step by step. It is truly a shame for you to be caught in the midst of our group of underachievers, vying for a third realm spirit tortoise. Among those eliminated, if anyone harbored the deepest obsession with joining the Cloud Miaoxian sect, it would undoubtedly be Fu Kaming. He had initially believed that with his family's wealth in spirit stones and medicinal herbs, he could brute force his way to the second realm and secure his place in Cloud Miao. Little did he know that not only did he labor as a servant for 5 years in vain, but his cultivation also stagnated. With his spirit root test revealing a flawed mixed spirit root, he still vividly recalls the moment the results of the spirit root test were announced. The disdainful glances cast by the elders etched into his memory. Fu Kaming bore no resentment towards them. He was a waste, deserving of scorn. Yet, when he witnessed Li Yin, a mere servant disciple, daring to refuse Sect Master Su Hanwei in front of everyone, his face turned a deep shade of green with rage. Who was Sect Master Su? A titan within the realm of cultivation, an unattainable immortal in Fu Kaming's eyes. He had never dared to dream of becoming Su Hanyue's direct disciple, yet Li Yin, without a moment's hesitation, had outright rejected the idea. On what grounds did he presume to defy the authority of the sect master? She, with her magnanimity, chose not to pursue the matter further. But I shall take it upon myself to teach Li Yin a lesson in propriety. This might serve as the last flicker of consolation for Fu Kaming, a man adrift in spiritual obscurity. Let us test your abilities, shall we? After 5 years of silence akin to a mute gourd, it is high time to witness your prowess. Today, we shall unveil the true capabilities of one favored by the sect master. As he spoke, Fu Kaming, accompanied by 3 lackeys, encircled Li Yin tightly. Surveying his surroundings, Li Yin recognized them as the usual ruffians who habitually bullied their peers. A surge of murderous intent flickered in his heart, and suddenly, the celestial energy within him began to stir, igniting the chaotic demonic aura that coursed through his veins. A familiar sense of loss of control enveloped him. The demonic energy rampaged within, his eyes turning crimson, a fierce malevolence surging forth. Indeed, he had no qualms. Li Yin extended his hand, effortlessly drawing the copper coin Fu Kaming had intended for ambush into his palm with an overwhelming pull. Still a greedy soul, it seems. Have the 5 years of poverty left their mark? Though Fu Kaming continued to mock him, witnessing Li Yin's extraordinary prowess made his heart sink. Yet, he quickly reassured himself, for against one, the odds favor me. You misunderstand. Li Yin suddenly wore a chilling smile, causing Fu Kaming to frown. Since a moment ago, an inexplicable chill had crept up Fu Kaming's neck, akin to a wild hare being stalked by a pack of wolves in the dense forest, his heart racing uncontrollably. I intend to use this copper coin to purchase your life. Before his words could fully resonate, Li Yin's fist clenched, the copper coin bending and twisting under immense force. In the instant the coin shattered, his fist, the size of a sandbag, swung forth, striking Fu Kaming squarely in the face. The sound of his nasal bone fracturing echoed clearly. Fu Kaming had no time to react before Li Yan's punch crushed his face inward. With just a single blow, Fu Kaming was rendered incapacitated. Bloodied, Li Yan withdrew his fist, yet showed no signs of ceasing his assault, delivering blow after blow with increasing ferocity. The remaining 3 lackeys were paralyzed with fear, watching as Fu Kaming was relentlessly pummeled, not daring to utter a sound. Who am I? Where am I? Wasn't this kid merely at the first level? How could he so easily bring down a second-level Fu Kaming? What is happening here? Stop. Do you wish to kill him? A voice rang out amidst the chaos, and someone rushed forward, desperate to intervene. At that shout, Li Yan abruptly looked up, his front drenched in blood, eyes glowing ominously red, emanating dark energy as if he had risen from the depths of the underworld. The onlooker who wished to intervene was utterly terrified by Li Yan's sudden ferocity, nearly losing his footing in fright. You truly are quite the rogue. When Fu Kaming ambushed me, you feigned silence. When Fu were assaulting me, you merely watched the spectacle. And now you wish to play the Good Samaritan? Li Yan had no patience for such hypocritical pretenders. With a swift grasp, he swiftly convinced them with reason. After a few exchanges, several lay defeated at his feet. Li Yan shook his arms, exhaled a long breath of stale air, and swept his bloodied hands through his disheveled hair, proclaiming to the crowd, I have always been rather introverted, gentle by nature, and fearful of violence. I hope you all can be understanding. The surrounding spectators, initially glancing at the blood-soaked Li Yan, then looked down at those writhing in pain on the ground. Fearful of violence? Are we misinterpreting this term, or are you exploring the beauty of language? The crowd, now terrified, dared not approach, retreating like they were avoiding a plague at the mere sweep of Li Yan's gaze, apprehensive of attracting the ire of this madman. Noticing the distance everyone kept, Li Yan chuckled softly and raised his foot, only to suddenly freeze in place. Slowly, he lifted his hands, eyes wide with disbelief. Something was amiss. The dark energy still lingered, refusing to dissipate. This was far from sufficient. He couldn't even muster a semblance of resistance. Such a state was utterly inadequate to suppress the turbulent dark force within him. Li Yan scanned for prey, the restlessness within him driving him to the brink of madness. He craved a complete release. Who would answer his call? Suddenly, beneath him, the tortoise's back jolted, causing those atop it to sway precariously. The attention of the crowd shifted dramatically to the unfolding chaos. Surrounding the spirit turtle, an immense flock of giant vultures had inexplicably gathered, each carrying hulking, rough-hewn men upon their backs, an estimated 100 in number. Bandits! My life is forfeit. Panic began to ripple through the crowd. The giant vultures flapped their massive wings, accompanied by the sound of howling winds, as nets and ropes flew from all directions, ensnaring the colossal wandering spirit turtle. The bandits, armed with knives and clubs, slid down the ropes onto the turtle's back. Ha ha ha. If we don't act soon, we might not be able to contain the second and third. A deep, resonant laughter echoed. It was the bandit leader, towering over a span of 10 feet, his physique as robust as a bear. In his right hand, he wielded a glimmering sword, while his left arm cradled a graceful beauty clad in red. The king truly possesses foresight, having learned that the Yun Miao sect intends to send its servants home today, and has come specifically to intercept them. The enchanting woman, with a voice as sweet as orchids, blushed slightly as she nestled against the bandit chief, showering him with flattery. Her seductive gaze swept over the gathered prey, and when it landed on Li Yan, she stood frozen in awe. What a handsome young man. When the underlings had assembled, the bandit leader sharpened his large machete on a tortoise shell, producing a piercing clang. With a menacing grin, revealing his yellowed teeth, he declared, My comrades, the one who commands the spirit tortoise is a disciple of Yun Miao. Let us spare him for the time being. As for the others, they are merely discarded offspring of the celestial sect. The males shall be slain for their wealth, while the females will be taken captive. Chapter 5. Oh, how you delight me, my young lord. The individuals on the back of the turtle were mere cultivators of the Yun Miao immortal sect, looked down upon and deemed incompetent. Faced with the gleaming blades of the mountain bandits, they were thrown into disarray. The encirclement gradually tightened, until a female cultivator suddenly broke down, her piercing scream igniting the murderous intent of the bandits, who surged forth like ravenous wolves. The dull thud of blades sinking into flesh, the heart-wrenching wails of agony, and the chaotic clamor of footsteps melded into a cacophony. In their desperation, some were so panicked that they leapt from the turtle's back without regard for their path. In that instant, chaos erupted. Amidst the turmoil, Fu Kaming collapsed on the ground, endured several kicks that jolted him awake. As he lay there, regaining his composure, he lifted his gaze to behold the devastation around him and swiftly comprehended the gravity of the situation. Trembling, he sought to retrieve the paper effigies bestowed upon him by his family, only to discover that all three had turned to ashes. This indicated that Li Yan's earlier strike had possessed sufficient force to have claimed his life thrice over. Feelings of abandonment by Yun Miao, jealousy towards Li Yan, and a profound shame over his own weakness flooded Fu Kaming's heart. Li Yan, you shall pay for this. How insignificant are these mountain bandits? Even in death, I shall take you down with me. Without a moment's hesitation, he endured the excruciating pain, spat blood mixed with shattered teeth, and shouted hoarsely towards Li Yan. Li Yan, take our family heirloom and retreat at once. We cannot let these scoundrels benefit from our misfortune. His voice shattered, draining every ounce of strength from his body. And with his ghastly visage, he was a pitiful sight indeed. This commotion undeniably caught the attention of the bandit leader. Damn, the Yun Miao immortal sect is quite formidable. Even their lackeys are signs of wealth. We've caught ourselves a big fish today. The leader's gaze greedily roamed over Li Yan's delicate form, following the bloodstained trail that could not conceal his fair skin, lingering as it ascended, and a glistening droplet of saliva unconsciously formed at the corner of his mouth. What a tender morsel. How exhilarating it would be to have him beneath me. Yet, as the leader's gaze continued its ascent, it faltered upon reaching Li Yan's face. The boy, is he smiling at me? Surely, my eyes are deceiving me. Though the leader was unfamiliar with demonic energy, he felt an unsettling chill creep down his spine under Li Yan's piercing gaze. Why does it feel so menacing? No. Who is truly the prey here? This boy is quite peculiar. I shall not dwell on that now. A swift strike will suffice. Men, advance. The leader's murderous intent surged as he tightened his grip on the sword, utterly unaware that this would be his final command. At that CR, the great blade shattered with a resounding crack, accompanied by the raucous laughter of the mountain bandits. With a swift motion, Li Yan struck. And in the brief respite, the bandit leader drew his last breath. Yet, it was insufficient. Who else dares to challenge me? An aura of malevolence enveloped Li Yan, his murderous intent soaring skyward. The boiling water before an ant's nest, the cracking of an egg that spills its yolk, the severing of a worm in half, and the plucking of feathers from birds and beasts. Even the passing wild dogs would receive their share of punishment. In an instant, the atmosphere was rendered utterly silent. As if the very air had been sucked away, the drop of a pin would have echoed through the stillness. The beautiful maiden, who had been leaning against the bandit leader, was oblivious to the chaos, her face splattered with droplets of blood. Stunned for a moment, she trembled as she gingerly touched her cheek, only to recoil as the vivid crimson stain met her gaze. A piercing scream erupted, filled with terror, as her legs buckled and her eyes rolled back, collapsing into unconsciousness. Good heavens! Is this truly Li Yan? Thank the heavens I had not crossed him in the past 5 years. Alas, the intelligence was false. The formidable bandit leader had been felled by this youth with a single blow. Among the bandits, some, upon witnessing their leader's downfall, measured their own worth and retreated. Others, however, foolishly sought to seize the moment, rallying a few comrades to advance. After Li Yan effortlessly dispatched several of them with a mere flick of his fingers, the remaining bandits were utterly deflated, scattering like birds and beasts in flight. A monster, a fiend. We have awakened a demon. Let me return home. I will give you all that I possess. Spare me, spare me. In the blink of an eye, the tides had turned. Atop the wandering spirit turtle, the scene had transformed into a one-sided massacre unleashed by Li Yan. Blood stained the bright sun, malevolence surged, and the wails of the fallen echoed endlessly. Even the observing giant vultures could not escape unscathed. As the spirit turtle sensed the carnage, it let out 3 mournful cries. In the end, not a single one of the 100 bandits who had come to rob remained alive. With a casual toss, Li Yan discarded the last bandit's lifeless body, and his once turbid eyes, now cleared, regained their clarity. Thank you, my bandit brothers, for providing me with such splendid practice. Ah, my body feels so stiff. Just as Li Yan intended to scour the battlefield for spoils, he realized that his body, overstretched from the surge of malevolence, now found even lifting a foot to be a laborious task. The rampaging malevolence only intensified with each episode, and his body was nearing its breaking point. He must elevate his realm swiftly. The malevolence brewing within him was highly unstable, yet there were methods to suppress it. One such method was to seek the protection of a powerful being like Su Hanwei, one of the 8th realm. to keep the malevolence in check. However, given the current situation, returning to the Yunmiao immortal sect might not bode well for him. Alternatively, he could elevate his realm before the next surge of malevolence. By doing so, the capacity of his inner lake and sea of qi would expand, thereby delaying the spread of the malevolence. With his eyes gently closed, Li Yan focused on regulating his breath, eager to restore his mobility. However, just as he began to regain his strength, he sensed someone stealthily approaching. Li Yan's heart jolted, and he abruptly opened his eyes, only to find the beauty in red, who had previously fainted from fright, now crawling and kneeling before him in desperation. Faced with Li Yan's frigid gaze, the woman trembled in terror, biting her lip to suppress her shivers. She stammered, "Thank you, immortal master, for your righteous intervention that saved me from peril. I was abducted by a flower thief at the tender age of 14 and brought to this desolate ravine. To survive, I had to endure the loathsome task of serving these brutish men, often suffering beatings and scoldings." Her voice quivered with emotion as she bowed repeatedly, pleading with Li Yan, "Your immense kindness is something I shall remember for all eternity. If you do not despise me, I have acquired certain skills in serving men over the years. I beseech you to take me as your warm bedmate." As she rose, trembling and attempting to grasp Li Yan's arm, he swiftly swatted her hand away, causing her to stumble back to her knees, repeatedly begging for mercy. "If you find me unclean, I shall gladly serve you as a maid, pouring tea and washing your feet. I implore you to grant me a chance to live. How long do you intend to feign this charade?" Li Yan's eyes gleamed with a sharp vigilance. The mountain bandits were all dead, yet the 3 realms of experts mentioned in the scroll had yet to reveal themselves. I do not understand your meaning, immortal master." Li Yan pointed toward the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood behind him, his voice icy. "They are all dead, yet you alone survived?" From their first encounter, Li Yan had harbored suspicions about this woman clad in red. This seemingly delicate creature was the sole survivor among the bandits, and her breathing remained steady and composed, starkly contrasting with her feigned panic. "Observing your aura, it is rich with spiritual energy. Such cultivation is not of an ordinary person." The woman was taken aback, astonished that Li Yan could perceive the profound fluctuations of her concealed energy. She lowered her head in contemplation for a moment before suddenly breaking into a soft giggle. "You young man truly delights me. I had intended to ensnare you with Fade, keeping you by my side to slowly train you, yet here you are. Even more eager than I with that." The enchanting aura of the red-fringed demon was no longer concealed, revealing itself in full splendor. 3 realms of cultivation. In an instant, vibrant red flowers blossomed around them, ensnaring Li Yan. The red-fringed demon swiftly appeared before him, her supple hands pressing gently against his chest, her face nearly brushing against his as she gazed intently into his eyes. Despite her countless encounters with men over the years, she found herself captivated. "To take your life so easily would leave me with a pang of conscience." Her fingertips danced across Li Yan's chest, and she leaned closer, inhaling softly against his heart. This was the red-fringed demon's method of cultivation, siphoning energy from others to enhance her own power. What she had anticipated to be a delightful experience, drawing energy from such a handsome and vibrant youth, turned into a shocking revelation as the moment the energy touched her senses. The red-fringed demon's eyes widened in disbelief. "Oh my, what is this? The power is immense." Accompanied by a piercing scream, the enchanting Hongfu demon's eyes rolled back. Her entire body trembled violently, her slender waist taut like a drawn bow, and her delicate arms flailed wildly in the air, resembling a soul bereft of its essence. After struggling for merely a few seconds, the Hongfu demon suddenly succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing helplessly to the ground. Chapter 6. The Heart Lake World. Fury against the evil cultivator. Li Yan felt the bindings on his body loosening slightly. Seizing this opportunity with alacrity, with keen eyes and swift hands, he gathered his strength and directed a punch towards the vital point of the Hongfu demon. However, despite her weakened state, the Hongfu demon, possessing a cultivation level of the 3rd realm, managed to contort her waist just in time to evade the blow. Bang! Dust swirled as a deep crater was formed upon the turtle's back. The residual force from the punch staggered the Hongfu demon, and once she regained her footing, her hair was in disarray, resembling a bird's nest, devoid of her previous enchanting demeanor. She hastily swept her hair back, still trembling from the magical energy she had absorbed, and, catching her breath, wiped the corner of her mouth, saying, "I intended to allow my brother to depart comfortably, yet I did not expect you to be so ungrateful, making things difficult for your sister." With a light huff, The Hongfu demon flicked her red sleeve to obscure most of her face, revealing only her beguiling peach blossom eyes, now glimmering with a chilling light. Now, sister has changed her mind. I shall gradually drain your essence until you are utterly incapacitated for the remainder of your life. Sister will care for you diligently. Rest easy now. Before her words faded, her enchanting eyes transformed into a blood-red hue, unleashing two soul-seizing beams of demonic light that ensnared Li Yan's gaze. The Hongfu demon, abandoning all pretense, unleashed her most formidable demon arts, plunging her primordial spirit deep into Li Yan's heart lake, intending to obliterate his consciousness at its roots. Under the radiance of the demonic light, Li Yan's eyes gradually lost focus, his hands fell limply at his sides, and he stood frozen in place. Deep within Li Yan's heart lake lay an abyss of darkness, occasionally interrupted by the sound of droplets falling upon the surface, accentuating the eerie silence of the surroundings. Suddenly, a crimson shadow drifted in, slowly taking on a human form, the primordial spirit of the Hongfu demon. She stood upon the surface of the heart lake, a cold smile curling at her lips. Though I may not excel in direct confrontations as sword or body cultivators do, when it comes to spiritual cultivation, even a fourth realm expert would tread carefully. With a sudden fierce glint in her eyes, she aimed for the center of Li Yan's heart lake, intent on creating chaos. Yet, after traversing for a considerable distance, the arrogance on her face began to fade, her heart increasingly uneasy. How could this boy's heart lake be so dark and terrifying? He appears to be no older than 18, and his cultivation is merely at the first realm. What on earth has he experienced? Li Yan's heart lake was enveloped in a deathly silence. Even the Hongfu demon, a practitioner with countless murders to her name, felt an unprecedented discomfort and oppression. Her pace quickened, fear swelling in her heart as she frequently glanced back. Damn it, this boy is too sinister. Just a slight inhalation of his essence nearly overwhelmed me. Has he been possessed by some ancient fiend? Suddenly, the Hongfu demon found herself engulfed in darkness, frantically groping for an exit, when she collided headlong with something solid, stumbling and landing with a splash into the water. How could they be here? Rubbing her forehead, she focused her gaze and realized that she had inadvertently crashed into a miniature version of the Yunmiao immortal sect. The majestic peaks of the immortal cloud sect bear no distinction from the outside world, with several statues standing tall at their summits, easily recognized by the wandering spirit known as Hongfu Yao, who has traversed the realms for many years. How could the leaders of the various peaks of the Cloud Miao sect appear clustered in the heart lake of this brash young lad? The heart lake serves as a tangible manifestation of a cultivator's spiritual world, where the essence of spiritual energy converges. Upon embarking on the path of cultivation, the location where a cultivator breaks through to a new realm is projected into their heart lake, referred to as the place of enlightenment. For instance, Su Hanyue's place of enlightenment is the Cloud Miao sect. The rise and fall of this place of enlightenment are intricately linked to the cultivator's fate and serve as a crucial element in maintaining cohesion within sects and noble families. After reaching the third realm, the heart lake takes on a definitive form that cannot be altered, prompting cultivators to exercise utmost caution when selecting their place of enlightenment. During his 5 years of servitude, Li Yan managed to break through to the first realm, and thus his heart lake manifests as a miniature version of the Cloud Miao sect. Even after being expelled from the sect, he remains fixated on it? Given Li Yan's previous status as a servant disciple, Hongfu Yao deduced this notion. Since this young man holds such regard for the leaders of the Cloud Miao peaks, what if I were to disguise myself as one of them to deceive him? Surely he would obediently comply. Hongfu Yao could not resist licking her lips, harboring a mischievous thought. Capturing a handsome young man as a devoted follower is far more appealing than being tethered to a lifeless husk. Resolute in her decision, Hongfu Yao transformed her crimson attire into white silk, her demonic aura shifting into an ethereal elegance, and she morphed into one of the leaders of the Cloud Miao sect, none other than Li Yan's senior sister, Gu Xiangjuan. Gazing at her transformed reflection in the heart lake, Hongfu Yao delightedly adjusted her garments, exuding an air of celestial aloofness as she swayed her slender waist towards the lake center. Yet, after only a few steps, she spotted a figure standing prominently in the lake's heart, emanating a faint glow that stood out starkly against the dim backdrop of the heart lake realm. That was Li Yan's primordial spirit. A rush of joy surged within Hongfu Yao, prompting her to clear her throat and feign indifference. I am Gu Xiangjuan of the Cloud Miao sect. Why dost thou find thyself alone in this place, however? Before Hongfu Yao could finish her sentence, the last word lingered as Li Yan, upon seeing her, suddenly erupted in fury, swinging a heavy fist straight towards her face. leaving her visage contorted in pain. How could her disguise be so swiftly unraveled? Clutching her throbbing cheek in distress, Hong Fu Yao found herself bombarded by a relentless barrage of blows from Li Yin, without even a moment to call for a halt. Outside, she could rely on her cultivation to overpower Li Yin, but within his Heart Lake realm, her strength was rendered ineffective, leaving her to flee for cover. How dare this insolent boy strike me, a grandmaster of the Cloud Miao sect? Du Xianjuan, a hypocritical purveyor of virtue, engaging in unspeakable deeds behind closed doors. How dare you masquerade as a celestial being? Li Yan's eyes blazed with fury, consumed by the desire to tear away Gu Xianjuan's faade and unveil the beastly heart concealed beneath the visage of a goddess. This was the enmity between Li Yin and Gu Xianjuan from their past lives, yet Hong Fu Yao remained oblivious to the depths of their history. Li Yan's fists rained down mercilessly, causing Hong Fu Yao to cry out in distress. Ah, this little rascal, the red fluff demon, realizing her initial plan had failed, stubbornly transformed her appearance, donning a purple robe in an attempt to mimic the esteemed leader of the Yunmiao sect, Su Hanwei, hoping to intimidate the enraged Li Yin. Su Hanwei. Little did she know, this act only served to stoke the flames of Li Yan's fury, causing him to unleash a thunderous roar that sent the red fluff demon into a state of sheer terror. She was frightened. At last, she comprehended that the statues standing atop the peak indeed symbolized the immense regard Li Yin held for those individuals. Yet, this sentiment was suffused with a profound hatred. Come on now, my friend. As a mere servant disciple, you may not even encounter the upper echelons of Yunmiao in 5 years. What enmity could there possibly be? The red fluff demon was utterly bewildered, never having anticipated such an unfolding. All she wished for was to escape post-haste. Lingering in this cursed place for even a single second felt perilous. I admit defeat. The red fluff demon transformed into a streak of crimson light, pivoting to flee. Humph. Think you can escape? Above the Heart Lake, an overwhelming wave of pure murderous intent surged forth. Before the red fluff demon could make her retreat, Li Yin seized her by the hair, yanking her down from midair. Without allowing her a moment to react, he forcefully tore off one of her arms. This was a portion of the red fluff demon's primordial spirit, now being vivisected by Li Yin. Should her spirit become incomplete, even if she managed to flee, she would be rendered a fool. Terror, regret, and despair engulfed her. The red fluff demon could not fathom why a mere servant, cast out by the Yunmiao sect, possessed such formidable spiritual power. She sought to communicate with Li Yin, but fear rendered her incapable of articulating a coherent sentence. In a futile attempt to resist, she appeared pitiful and insignificant before the maddened Li Yin. Little ancestor, spare your sister, the red fluff demon whimpered, desperately appealing for mercy. Yet how could Li Yin show any compassion? In the next instant, he wrenched off one of her legs and devoured it whole. From her wails to faint whimpers, eventually, only the sound of her ragged breaths remained, until silence reclaimed the Heart Lake. The red fluff demon, who had always presented herself as a delicate woman while accumulating countless debts, met her demise in an obscure manner. Li Yin had tumultuously dealt with the red fluff demon within the Heart Lake world, yet for the outside world, merely an instant had passed. His eyes regained their luster, and once he could move his limbs, he quickly assessed his condition, confirming that all his parts were intact. In stark contrast, the red fluff demon, who had sought to manipulate Li Yan's Heart Lake, was now in a dire state. Her primordial spirit had been thoroughly consumed. At that moment, just a step away from Li Yin, the red fluff demon retained her alluring pose, with her crimson sleeves partially concealing her form. Yet her eyes were vacant and devoid of life, utterly motionless. Having lost her primordial spirit, she had become a soulless husk. Why impersonate anyone else when you chose to masquerade as my dear senior sister? Li Yin spat disdainfully. With a sense of temporary safety, he promptly set about rummaging through the pile of bandit corpses, searching for anything useful. He rifled through pockets, explored hidden compartments and shoe soles, and even yanked off wigs to shake out any potential treasures. Unable to remove a storage ring stuck on his finger, he would sever his hand altogether. The demon cores of the giant winged vulture, every single one accounted for. Was the mountain bandit's molar crafted from gold? A trivial task. As for the now soulless Hong Fu demon, it would not be spared either. After a thorough plundering, Li Yin meticulously assessed the spoils in his possession. Over 1,000 spirit stones, 12 second-tier demon cores, several magical artifacts, a quantity of silver, a golden tooth, and a local decree token. Chapter 7. Visitors from the Great Xia, the powerful beings of the 5 realms. After dealing with the bandits and malevolent cultivators, Li Yan's body and mind underwent a profound tempering, allowing him to vaguely sense the threshold for advancement. Prepared to break through, Li Yan piled the resources he had gathered into a small mountain, seated himself cross-legged on the ground, and closed his eyes to begin his ascension. As Li Yan circulated his energy, the small mountain of spirit stones before him emitted a series of faint sounds. Subsequently, spiritual energy detached from the stones, transforming into a kaleidoscope of radiant light converging deep within his heart lake. The demonic energy within him, which had been flickering in and out, was now pacified, gradually calming and merging with the external spiritual energy, ultimately being absorbed by Li Yan as his own. One realm, 6th grade. One realm, 7th grade. One realm, 8th grade. Suddenly, a wave of energy erupted with a thunderous roar, and Li Yan slowly opened his eyes, finally stabilizing his realm at one realm, 9th grade. He gazed at the spirit stones, which had been thoroughly drained, and grimaced. The quality of the spirit stones scavenged from the bandit den is rather poor. It took just 4 minor realms to deplete them? They are far too fragile. Li Yan's attention shifted to the 12 demon cores nearby. Typically, refining beast cores is exceedingly challenging, and ordinary cultivators cautiously carry them around, slowly refining them. However, Li Yan cared little for such caution. He swallowed one whole, instantly refining it. As the demon core entered his abdomen, a surge of heat rushed upward, retaliatory demon power surged forth. Li Yan's pupils dilated in shock. The backlash from the demon power was far more ferocious than he had anticipated. He felt as if a furnace ignited within him, every pore releasing steam. And he feared his bones would shatter at any moment. Gritting his teeth, Li Yan focused his mind, circulating the demonic energy within him to suppress the rampaging demon energy, absorbing it wave after wave. One realm, 10th grade. Beads of sweat dripped from Li Yan's forehead as he exerted every ounce of strength to tame the tumultuous demon energy, his technique growing ever more refined. After a stick of incense's worth of time, he finally managed to bring the demon energy under control. Pinnacle of one realm. At this moment, Li Yan was but a step away from breaking into the 2nd realm. Without hesitation, he seized a collection of magical artifacts and instantly melded them into his palm, fueling them with a fierce flame. Within his heart lake, the immortal sect, chosen by Li Yan as his path to enlightenment, began to crack from its very foundation, fissures spreading upward with unstoppable force. Born as a demon, one need not forcibly tread upon the path of immortality. What is mere Yunmiao compared to this? Break from me. Li Yan suddenly let out a thunderous roar that split the heavens, as if thunder crashed within him, and the invisible shackles collapsed with a resounding boom. A powerful pressure surged forth from Li Yan's body. Simultaneously, the immortal sect within his heart lake crumbled, plunging the world of the heart lake back into chaos. 2nd realm achieved. My body feels considerably lighter now. It truly relies on oneself. After breaking through, Li Yan felt as light as a swallow. In his previous life, it was at this very juncture that Li Yan had just been accepted as a disciple by Su Hanwei, filled only with gratitude in his heart. Even after becoming a disciple under his master, Li Yan has always regarded those with demonic roots as inferior. Consequently, his senior sisters would venture east, never daring to stray west. He fed spiritual beasts with celestial fruits, wielded a heavy hammer for forging, and even volunteered for medicinal trials without hesitation. One could say he worked like a beast of burden. His first acquisition of cultivation resources came during a mission to eliminate evil cultivators, where he nearly lost his life, only to find that the spoils were heavily siphoned by the sect. As for breaking through to the 2nd realm, that was a concern for the future. Compared to his past life, his current speed of cultivation could be likened to riding a rocket. While his cultivation speed had indeed surged, the celestial energy forcibly infused within him posed a dire threat. If he did not refine it swiftly, his demise would be inevitable. However, this celestial energy was the work of the 8th realm powerhouse Su Hanwei, making its refinement no simple task. Unless he could find a peer-level expert to assist him, it would be a monumental challenge. Speaking of 8th realm beings, the Empress of the Great Xia was likely still in seclusion at this time. In the vast expanse of the Great Xia divine dynasty, apart from the Empress herself, who sat upon the dragon throne, there seemed to be no other capable of matching Su Hanwei. In his previous life, precisely 1 year later, an unprecedented tide of demon beasts erupted in the north, with millions of these creatures surging toward the borders of the Great Xia. The divine dynasty mobilized its entire nation in a desperate struggle, but the conflict only intensified, escalating into a full-scale war between the northern demon kingdom and the Great Xia. The demon side had the Qilin demon emperor leading the charge, forcing the Great Xia into a series of retreats. At that time, the Empress was in a critical phase of her seclusion, striving to break into the Ninth Realm. To save her crumbling empire, she had no choice but to forcefully break through and confront the Chilean Demon Emperor, ultimately bringing an end to the chaotic war. Alas, such a forced breakthrough was a defiance of the heavens. Although the Empress exhibited momentary valor, she could not escape the retribution of the natural order and ultimately perished. The Empress was no kin of mine. To seek her aid, I must first enter her line of sight. As Li Yin contemplated his next steps, the heightened perception from his breakthrough swept across the horizon, and he suddenly caught sight of an elderly man clad in purple-red robes among the clouds. Was that Chao Jingchun? Why would this old eunuch, who had served 3 successive emperors of the Great Xia, venture here instead of remaining in the palace? Having lived for over 2 centuries, he now wielded immense power as the head of the Eastern Bureau, making him a formidable figure within the court. Chao Jingchun's gaze fortuitously met Li Yan's, and his eternally fixed, disingenuous smile began to take on a peculiar nuance, leaving Li Yin feeling quite uneasy. Lian Hongling had mentioned that the Great Xia would send someone to escort her back to the capital. Could it be that Chao Jingchun was personally involved? As a close aide to the emperor, Chao Jingchun typically presented himself as an amiable mediator, smiling warmly at everyone he encountered. Yet, it was strange that despite having no direct connection to Li Yin, he had chosen to approach him in such a desolate location. Could it be that Lian Hongling had sent this old monster to silence him? Li Yin understood that Chao Jingchun was not a good-natured individual. And if Lian Hongling truly intended to use him as a pawn, Chao Jingchun would undoubtedly relish the opportunity to repay that favor. Though merely conjecture, Li Yin was reluctant to take risks, as he was evidently at a disadvantage compared to the formidable strength of his adversary in the late stage of the Fifth Realm. No, he must take a gamble. After all, there remained a considerable distance between them. Li Yin intended to exploit the intricate terrain surrounding him in an attempt to shake off Chao Jingchun. His immediate priority was to flee. Yet the cloud-traveling spirit turtle beneath him was moving far too slowly. If he did not act soon, he feared that by this time next year, the grass on his grave would have grown 3 meters high. With a swift motion, Li Yin leaped onto the head of the spirit turtle, where he encountered a middle-aged man in a white robe sitting cross-legged ahead of him. This individual was an envoy from the Yunmiao Xinzong, dispatched to escort the unsuccessful disciples back home. At that moment, he was extending his hands forward, fully engrossed in maneuvering the spirit turtle. Undeterred even after being beaten by mountain bandits. Quite dedicated indeed. However, Li Yin could not afford to be concerned with such matters now. Make way. Li Yin plopped down beside the white-robed cultivator, intent on forcibly seizing control of the spirit turtle. You're moving far too slowly. The white-robed cultivator, far from irked, stroked his beard leisurely and replied, there are countless paths, but safety is paramount. As we venture forth, our movements are dictated by fate. Young friend, do not be deceived by the mountains and forests surrounding us. Many reclusive masters are in quiet cultivation here. If we travel too swiftly, we might disturb their tranquility, inviting disaster upon ourselves. How long until we reach the capital of the Great Xia? Li Yin, uninterested in discourse with this slowpoke, directly inquired about the outcome. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, we shall arrive in 3 days. Too slow. The white-robed cultivator raised an eyebrow at this. If you are truly in a hurry, provide me with 300 spirit stones, and I shall ensure arrival within 2 days. Should you be willing to part with 1,000 spirit stones? We could reach our destination in just 1 day. Still too slow. Seeing Li Yan's dissatisfaction with the pace, the white-robed cultivator could no longer remain composed. Go ahead and ask around. While my cultivation may not be remarkable, I possess 20 years of experience. Among the outer disciples, you will find no one else who can guarantee arrival in a day besides me. I require 1 hour. The white-robed cultivator, momentarily unable to believe his ears, dug at them in disbelief. If you cannot manage it, then I shall take over. Upon realizing he had heard correctly, the white-robed cultivator was first taken aback, then scoffed, nostrils flaring in derision. Youngster, do not be overly arrogant. You still have much to learn. Should you truly reach the capital of the Great Xia in 1 hour, I shall present you with 1,000 spirit stones. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Yin turned his head and cast a chilling smile in his direction. Those are your words. Since the moment they began, Li Yin had been attempting to master the control of the cloud-traveling spirit turtle beneath him. Drawing upon his extensive experiences from a past life traversing the 4 seas and 8 desolations, he adeptly navigated the spirit turtle. He also discovered that the demonic energy within him not only drove the cultivators who absorbed it into madness, but also acted as a potent stimulant for demonic beasts. The beasts would, within a short period, unleash an astonishing potential. At that very moment, Li Yan had successfully seized control of the spirit turtle. A surge of malevolent energy seeped through Li Yan's fingertips, silently penetrating the depths of the spirit turtle's forehead. The previously dull and vacant eyes of the turtle were suddenly engulfed in darkness. There should be limits to jesting. Hurry up and release it, or I shall not be. Before the middle-aged cultivator could finish his exclamation, everyone felt an abrupt surge in speed beneath their feet as a tempest bore down upon them, causing tears and mucus to stream uncontrollably. With a rumble, the wandering spirit turtle suddenly descended into madness, recklessly dashing forward. Meanwhile, the few survivors on the turtle's back, including the middle-aged cultivator, found themselves unable to utter a coherent word. They could only bend over, their hands gripping the shell as if rooted, desperately clinging on for dear life, fearful that any misstep would send them plummeting to a disastrous fate. Chapter 8. Where are you going? The cloud-traveling spirit turtle suddenly accelerated, transforming into a streak of emerald green that swiftly vanished from sight, leaving only the flustered figure of eunuch Chow, who had just exchanged glances with Li Yan, standing in the wind. This young lad was rather oblivious. In years past, I had cradled him in my arms. Yet now he could not even be bothered to greet his elder before making a hasty escape. Am I truly that intimidating? As anticipated by Li Yan, Chao Zhenchun had emerged on this occasion under the imperial edict of the empress, tasked with escorting the third princess of the Great Xia, Lian Hongling, back to the capital. However, Chao Zhenchun's role in this endeavor was merely that of a vanguard officer, essentially the front line, should they encounter bandits or marauders along the way. He was to eliminate them to ensure the princess's tranquility. Thus far, from the moment of departure, Chao Zhenchun had not laid eyes upon Lian Hongling nor received any directives from her, let alone been required to take action against Li Yan. From the moment the bandits began their assault on the cloud-traveling spirit turtle and its passengers, Chao Zhenchun had already sensed the commotion. As the head of the Eastern Factory, he recognized at a glance that the besieged disciple on the turtle's back was none other than Li Yan, the son of the North Guardian Marquis. Yet, witnessing a former colleague's son ensnared in peril, the eunuch merely stood back with hands clasped, choosing to observe rather than intervene. Drawing upon his years of experience navigating the intrigues of the palace, this elderly eunuch intended to bide his time, waiting for Li Yan to be thoroughly beaten before springing forth as a savior. In doing so, he hoped to accrue a significant favor with minimal effort. However, Chao Zhenchun had not anticipated that the seemingly frail youth would, upon encountering the bandit leader, break into a wicked grin that sent shivers down the spine of even the distant observer. Chao Zhenchun. Strangely enough, rather than pleading for mercy, Li Yan took the initiative to launch an attack, effortlessly dispatching the horde of over 100 bandits as if they were mere vegetables. Astonishingly, even the notorious rogue Hong Fu, who had eluded the imperial decree for years, fell victim to Li Yan's prowess. The fluidity of his movements left Chao Zhenchun without an opportunity to intervene. Oh! Chao Zhenchun, after living for over 270 years and meticulously weaving your schemes, how is it that you now cannot contend with a mere junior? That young lad regards you as a harbinger of misfortune, not only failing to acknowledge your status as his elder but also harboring grievances against you, turning tail and fleeing. Look, the matter entrusted to you by the second prince is on the brink of collapse. Chao Zhenchun inwardly cursed himself as he fished out an old, yellowed book from his sleeve. This tome had been specifically entrusted to him by the second prince to be delivered to his old friend, Li Yan, during his visit to the Cloud Mist Immortal sect. And now, it seemed, the book remained undelivered, the person had fled, and a multitude of misunderstandings had arisen. What more could he do but pursue? Alas, my aging limbs must now chase after a crazed turtle racing through the mountains. Chao Zhenchun, with a sense of helplessness, tucked the book into his sleeve, lightly tapped his toes on the ground, and soared into the air. His fingers flicked against an ancient pine tree by the roadside, and with a crisp crack, the thick trunk was neatly severed. Seizing the tree trunk, towering as high as 2 men, he hurled it in the direction of the fleeing spirit turtle, then deftly leaped onto the soaring giant timber, vanishing into the heavens in the blink of an eye. Above, a wandering spirit turtle raced through the sky, trailing black smoke, its speed so remarkable that it could startle the ancestors of the turtle clan from their graves. The passengers atop the turtle had never witnessed such a spectacle before. Tears, saliva, and snot flew wildly as their brains rattled, their hands desperately gripping the seams of the turtle's shell, fearing that a moment's lapse would send them soaring alongside the sun. Their bodies were racing with the spirit turtle, while their souls had long drifted beyond the clouds. Meanwhile, Li Yin, seated cross-legged atop the turtle's head, wore a grave expression. To him, this was no mere journey on a turtle. It felt akin to racing towards the gates of the underworld. After covering a distance of over 100 miles, Li Yin, out of caution, could not help but glance back, and his pupils contracted sharply. What he beheld was initially just an imperceptible dot in the sky, which rapidly expanded until he could clearly discern it as a tree trunk. As he raised his gaze, a figure stood atop the trunk, wearing a disconcerting grin that was more akin to a grimace than a smile. It was none other than Chao Zhengchun, come to claim his life. Fellow Taoist, halt. Chao Zhengchun's raspy voice echoed close to his ears, but how could Li Yin possibly stop? Having weathered countless storms in his previous life, he understood all too well the implications of those 4 words. This was nothing less than a euphemistic expression for taking his head. Reluctantly, he resolved to further burden his turtle companion. Gritting his teeth, he summoned the demonic energy within him, causing the spirit turtle beneath him to roar and surge forward with renewed vigor. Thus, beneath the azure sky, the green and purple figures chased one another relentlessly. The distance between them held steady for a time. However, just as Li Yin was desperately infusing more demonic energy, the celestial energy forcibly injected into him by Su Hanwei began to wreak havoc, momentarily stalling his breath. At this critical juncture, the wandering spirit turtle suddenly faltered, its body softening as it began to plummet from the clouds. With a thunderous crash, the spirit turtle landed in a desolate area, plowing a 3-mile-long furrow in the earth, before flipping onto its back, all 4 limbs in the air, and fainting. The occupants on the turtle, propelled by inertia, were sent sprawling, dazed, and nauseated. What are you doing here? Is this still our homeland? One white-robed cultivator staggered down from the turtle shell, pointing an accusatory finger at Li Yin, about to unleash a tirade, when suddenly, he felt a tumult in his stomach and spewed forth a rainbow cascade. His face turned pale as he pounded his chest, repeatedly muttering about the terrifying nature of mere menial tasks. After 2 decades of driving experience, I find myself utterly vulnerable. However, Li Yin had no time to dwell on such thoughts. The old eunuch was approaching swiftly, and it was unwise to linger here. Bang! Just as Li Yin took a step forward with his left foot, he heard a deafening rush of wind above him. A dark figure plummeted like a meteor, raising a cloud of dust that obscured his vision. As the dust gradually settled, the face of Chao Zhengchun, with a smirk that was almost a smile, came into focus before Li Yin. The old man and the young one locked eyes. Upon seeing Li Yin, Chao Zhengchun's mouth stretched into a wide grin, revealing a crooked row of yellow teeth. As he laughed heartily, "Why have you stopped running?" Chapter 9. The Eastern Depot needs talents like you. Chao Zhengchun brushed off the dust from his garments, while his other hand rubbed his aching lower back. The smile on his face gradually faded, and he drawled, "Good lad. You don't even offer a greeting upon encountering an old man like me. Very well, I shall not hold you accountable for such trivialities today." Chao Zhengchun sauntered over to Li Yin, lifting his gaze to scrutinize him, a cold snicker escaping his nose as he lowered his voice and remarked, "How audacious you are, daring to drive the spirit tortoise of the Yunmiao immortal sect at breakneck speed towards the capital of the Great Xia, where Her Majesty the Empress resides. What is your true intention?" Chao Gonggong, seasoned in experience, initiated the conversation with a heavy accusation. "Your words are rather harsh. We recently faced a surprise attack from bandits. Suffering considerable casualties, Li Yin pointedly mentioned the incident. He let his finger glide over the fallen disciples behind him and continued, "They are barely clinging to life, and we cannot afford any delays. After working together for several years, we have developed a bond. If you wish to reprimand me, I only ask for a chance to save my brothers." Li Yin's righteous demeanor made it difficult for others to find fault with him. Upon hearing this, Chao Zhengchun believed that Li Yin was indirectly criticizing him for his inaction against the bandits, causing his face to flush with embarrassment. He quickly donned a forced smile. "It must be the benevolence of Her Majesty the Empress. Had you acted so recklessly in another's territory, you would have likely been subdued on the spot." The two exchanged banter back and forth, and Li Yin finally grasped that Chao Zhengchun had no intention of taking his life. If he had truly been sent to procure Li Yan's head, as a master of the Fifth Realm, there would have been no need for such a lengthy discourse. It was merely a misunderstanding. "If you have no further matters to discuss, I shall take my leave," Li Yin declared. "Ah, there is indeed one matter," Chao Zhengchun replied, drawing an old, yellowed book from his sleeve. Without a word, he thrust it into Li Yin's hands, then leaned closer, whispering conspiratorially, "This item is a treasure the second prince specifically requested to be delivered into your hands. I have witnessed him bleed from his nose several times while perusing it. Surely it conceals some formidable restrictions. The second prince entrusted me with this, likely believing that among us, I alone possessed the fortitude to contain its malevolence. You chased me for half a day just to deliver a book? Li Yin mused, though he accepted the tome. However, at the moment of contact, he felt no trace of any restricting force. The second prince of the Great Xia, Lian Baiyin, was perhaps Li Yan's only true friend in this world. In their childhood, Lian Baiyin and his sister, Lian Hongling, were Li Yan's inseparable companions. Yet now, Lian Hongling had become the Yunyao fairy, distancing herself from Li Yan. Why did Lian Baiyin still maintain a connection with him? To put it simply, Lian Baiyin was also a marginalized prince in the palace. And he found solace in associating with Li Yan, the son of the destitute lord of the northern town. Compared to the crown prince, Lian Baiyin was utterly overshadowed. Lacking any notable accomplishments, he, lacking ambition, spends his days languishing in places of indulgence, completely oblivious to the art of winning hearts and cultivating loyal followers. As time passes, confidence in him wanes, and gradually he finds himself sidelined. After a long period of absence, Li Yin begins to envision the figure of Lian Baiyin, a rotund physique, significantly plumper than himself, with a temperament akin to that of a carefree individual. Apart from stringing together the names of the courtesans from the Street of Customs into a few lines of verse, it seems he possesses little else of worth. Li Yin, momentarily distracted, refocuses on the worn book in his hands. To my dear friend, who has endured 5 years of solitary study, I present this fine work to alleviate your solitude. From Li Yin, the cover bore no content, but as Li Yin received it, a fleeting inscription briefly appeared. Thus, he had surmised the book's contents. He slowly turned the pages, and on the first page, a striking title caught his eye, A Compendium of Courtesans. With a snap, upon seeing the title, Li Yin promptly closed the book. You always manage to surprise me with something novel. Coughing slightly to mask his embarrassment, Chao Zhenchun managed to refrain from peeking, having only caught a glimpse when Li Yin casually flipped through the book. The old servant saw nothing. After a couple of coughs to dispel the awkwardness, Master Chao made to take his leave. After all, he had been tasked as the vanguard to escort the princess back to the capital, neglecting the main force trailing behind. What a predicament. The matters entrusted by His Highness the second prince have been settled, and the old man must return to pave the way for the third princess, so I shall not delay further. My young friend has accomplished much in vanquishing foes. I shall certainly report this truthfully to Her Majesty, the Empress, while the subsequent trivialities will be handled by the border officials. With that, Chao Zhengchun produced a stack of yellow talismans from his sleeve and handed them to Li Yin. These are earth-walking talismans, capable of traversing 1,000 miles in a day, a modest gift from me to you, my young friend. Should you ever require my assistance in the future, I shall lend my utmost support. Li Yin accepted the talismans, but before he could articulate his gratitude, a foul stench suddenly assaulted his senses from behind. He instinctively dodged, narrowly avoiding a spray of colorful liquid. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was Fu Kaming, who seemed intent on repulsing him once more. Is he a cockroach, with such tenacity for survival? Reflecting on past encounters, Li Yin recalled the first instance of copper coins being tossed his way, the second instance of being surrounded and attacked, and the third time, when bandits had been led to focus their fire upon him. In total, Fu Kaming had attempted to eliminate him 3 times. This debt must be settled. No need to postpone. I do have a small request. Originally, Chao Zhenchun had merely been engaging in polite conversation as he departed. But Li Yin took the opportunity to press further. Chao Zhenchun paused, momentarily taken aback, but soon donned his characteristic smile and replied, Speak freely. Li Yin, with an air of mystery, gestured toward the crumpled figure of Fu Kaming, languishing in a heap, and said, My friend possesses many admirable qualities, though his temper is rather explosive, often clashing with the world around him. It is said that the Eastern Depot under the command of Lord Chao specializes in addressing all forms of dissent, and in recent years, it has been facing a shortage of personnel. Is this not a fortuitous circumstance? I wonder if my friend here is fit for such a purpose. To sell someone out right in front of them? Chao Zhenchun exclaimed in astonishment. Yet, upon further reflection, it is indeed true that the Eastern Depot is in need of manpower. Li Yin single-handedly vanquishing bandits and achieving remarkable breakthroughs foretells a promising future, especially considering his close ties with the second prince. After weighing the favor, Lord Chao deemed it worthwhile. Fu Kaming, in a haste, was suppressing a surge of resentment while struggling to locate Li Yin through his blurred vision, when he was suddenly startled by the unsettling grin of Chao Zhenchun, revealing a row of yellowed teeth. Chao Zhenchun surveyed Fu Kaming from head to toe, growing increasingly pleased. And with a flourish of his delicate fingers pointed at the bewildered Fu Kaming, smiling broadly as he declared, "The Eastern Depot is in need of talents like you." Chapter 10. Returning to the Li Manor, reversing the devil's cultivation. In the grand city of Daxia, at the residence of the Northern Marquis. After ensuring the well-being of his companions, Li Yin changed into a new attire and finally returned to his familial abode, standing at the entrance of the Li Manor. He gazed at the somewhat dilapidated estate, and a wave of nostalgia washed over him. His father, Li Kai, had once been esteemed by the court, commanding an army of 100,000 iron cavalry to guard the northern frontier. His reputation was unparalleled among the military ranks. Yet, treachery within the army led to his assassination by demonic assassins. Though he survived, his cultivation suffered a grievous blow, diminishing his prowess by half. Those eagerly awaiting his downfall seized the opportunity, and Li Kai was summarily dismissed back to his hometown by an imperial decree. Since then, the Li family fell into decline, and Li Kai became despondent. Nevertheless, home remained a sanctuary, 100-fold more comforting than the ostentatious Yunmiao immortal sect. Li Yin felt a surge of excitement as he reached for the door knocker, only to be taken aback when the door creaked open of its own accord. The gap widened, but before he could discern any figures within, a cloth shoe suddenly flew towards him. "What the?" Startled, Li Yin swiftly sidestepped. "Unfilial son, what have you learned?" A deep voice resonated as a middle-aged man, clad in a brocade robe, strode forward with an imposing presence. It had been 5 years since they last met, and Li Kai's hair had turned nearly white, his physique considerably more emaciated than during his military days. Seeing Li Yin attempt to dodge, Li Kai's ire flared, and he bent down to retrieve another shoe. "What audacity! Our household has scarcely any resources left. Yet you were sent to the Yunmiao immortal sect for training, and you can't even make it through their door. Wait, have you already reached the second realm?" Despite having lost much of his cultivation, Li Kai's discerning eyes, honed during his days as a sixth realm expert, remained sharp. The fact that Li Yin had achieved the second realm without entering the sect left him astounded. Grasping his son's wrist, he felt for his pulse. Gradually, the furrow in his brow eased, and he broke into a wide grin, exclaiming, "Ha, good lad, 5 years were not in vain. After enduring hardships outside, you can return and rest well. There are countless sects in the world, not just the Yunmiao immortal sect. Your sister Li Xin is currently instructing the servants to tidy your room. We must share a drink later." Hey, where are you running off to?" Li Yin offered a respectful nod to his father and dashed toward his room. It wasn't that he wished to avoid reminiscence, rather. The ominous scroll in his belongings had begun to stir again. The malevolent energy was more intense than before, and he needed to swiftly deal with this troublesome burden. As for the sister mentioned by Li Kai, she was the orphan of his father's former comrade, Ning Lisan. At merely 22, she was the epitome of a chosen one. Her birth was accompanied by celestial phenomena, and at the tender age of 6, she awakened an exceptionally rare holy eye spirit root, which drew the attention of the Grand Master of the Guanghan Palace, who personally descended to take her as a disciple. At Guanghan Palace, Ning Lisan entered the path at 8, breaking through to the first realm within 2 years, and by the age of 16. Her power had already reached a terrifying 5th realm, even when gazing across the vast expanse of the world. The number of prodigies is abundant enough to form a towering pile, yet the record for the youngest to attain the 5th realm remains steadfastly held by Ning Lisan. Had she chosen to remain in the Guanghan Palace for further cultivation, her prowess could have ascended to even greater heights. However, following unforeseen events at the Li Manor, Ning Lisan, in a bid to repay the past kindness of the Li family, resolutely opted to leave Guanghan and return to the Li Manor. Over the years, Li Kai has traversed the world in pursuit of the whereabouts of the demonic assassins, often absent from the estate. Consequently, every matter, great or small, within the Li Manor is managed solely by Ning Lisan, the interim steward. It can be said that she is the true backbone of the Northern Duke's residence. Li Yin moved briskly along the path, and upon seeing the young master return, the servants and maids paused to bow in respect. These individuals were all once downtrodden souls rescued by the Li family, and thus, they held a profound gratitude for the father and son. He hastily navigated through the layers of corridors until he reached the rear courtyard of the manor. These antiquated furnishings ought to be replaced. Let us procure some new ones. From the end of the corridor, a melodious voice, as refreshing as a clear spring, floated toward him. Upon stepping out of the long corridor, the sun dazzled his eyes. And as his vision cleared, a graceful figure came into view. Ning Lisan, clad in garments as pure as snow, with her dark hair cascading over her shoulders. possessed a beauty akin to the prideful plum blossoms blooming in an icy valley, sacred and unblemished, evoking reverence. A single glance could captivate a city. A second glance could enthrall a nation. Ning Lisan was a living testament to this truth. I have returned. Her voice resonated with a hint of chilly clarity. Sister Lisan. Li Yin greeted, his steps unceasing. In their childhood, they had shared a close bond. Yet after Ning Lisan's departure to Guanghan Palace, their interactions dwindled. To Li Yin, she had become more akin to a meddlesome neighborly sister. As he approached, Ning Lisan caught the scent of blood from the mountain bandits that clung to him. Her brow furrowing as she instinctively retreated a half-step. Li Yin noticed but paid it no mind. However, upon reaching the door to the room that had been prepared for him, he was taken aback. This was not his room at all. Just as he contemplated turning to inquire, a playful voice erupted beside him. This room has been commandeered by me, and you, a grown man, wish to share quarters with my esteemed sister? How shameless. Suddenly, a girl clad in azure attire leaped out from behind Ning Lisan. The girl appeared to be around 14 or 15, her hair tied in twin ponytails with simple cloth strips, and she sported a massive sword that towered over her frame. Flashing a mischievous grin at Li Yin. What is the matter? Not satisfied. If you have the guts, compete with me. Should you win? Bang. Before she could finish her sentence, Li Yin slammed the door shut, time slipping away from him. You. Lin Yu fumed and rolled up her sleeves, preparing to kick the door down. Where? Do not be unreasonable. Ning Lisan, well aware of her junior sister's temperament, promptly called out to restrain her. Sister, were it not for this scoundrel's incompetence, would you have needed to abandon your esteemed status as the holy maiden of Guanghan Palace to concern yourself with such trivial matters? I dare say, the rumors of him bullying the weak and oppressing the vulnerable are likely true. After wandering in the wild for 5 years, who knows the mischief that has been wrought? Lin Yu became increasingly agitated as she spoke, and abruptly, she received a light tap on the head from Ning Lisan. Hold on. Haven't you yet completed today's task of swinging your sword 3,000 times? Lin Yu responded reluctantly with a drawn-out "oh," made a face towards the door, and then leapt away, vanishing into the backyard. Ning Lisan stood alone, her heart a tumult of emotions. After 5 years of Li Yan's absence, as an elder sister, she had not even prepared a warm meal or tidied up the room. Now it seemed they could barely exchange a few words. After so many years apart, the distance between them had grown significantly. With a heavy sigh, Ning Lisan cast one last glance at the closed door before turning to leave. Suddenly, Li Yin flung his bundle onto the bed, causing a peculiar scroll to slide out and unfurl itself on the mattress. The sinister red-clad demon merely needed to taste Li Yan's demonic energy to roll its eyes and foam at the mouth. This scroll absorbed energy like an insatiable abyss. Furrowing his brows, Li Yin leaned in for a closer look, only to find the scroll's contents had dramatically altered. First Calamity, Southern Region Banditry, resolved. Calamity transformed successfully. Acquired Reverse Refining Demon Technique. Calamity transformed successfully, acquired an unclaimed Dao marker. In that instant, as the final line of text materialized, Li Yin was abruptly drawn into the depths of his own heart lake. Standing alone upon the lake's surface, he recalled how, upon breaking through to the second realm, he had destroyed his previous entry into the Dao. Now, only an expanse of emptiness remained. Suddenly, a flicker of violet light appeared in his palm, moving like a living creature throughout his body. This was Reverse Refining Demon Technique? Li Yin felt a mix of astonishment and joy as he realized he had gained an unprecedented and formidable ability. The so-called Reverse Refining Demon Technique required no intermediary. Merely through physical contact, he could directly refine the spiritual energy within another's body into his own, maximizing the conversion of another's cultivation for his use. In other words, in the presence of the Reverse Refining Demon Technique, fellow practitioners were akin to living power banks. Anyone he could reach was fair game. Yet, was this the very technique that Su Hanwei had bestowed upon Xiaoqin as a gift when he became her disciple in his past life? At the time, when Li Yin was accepted as a disciple, Su Hanwei had shown no sign of approval, but when it came to Xiaoqin's entry into Yunmiao, she had been positively elated. Without hesitation, she had presented him with the Reverse Refining Demon Technique as a welcoming gift, a technique rivaling those of the heavenly tier. With the enhancement of the Reverse Refining Demon Technique, Xiaoqin's cultivation speed soared, enabling him to possess an additional method of counterattack even against foes far superior in strength. Now, all of this belonged to Li Yin. Let us give it a try. Though his heart lake was a chaotic expanse, a wisp of celestial energy danced within. A remnant of Su Hanyue's hidden trials along his cultivation path. This wisp provocatively flaunted itself beneath Li Yan's gaze, oblivious to the sly smile that crept across his face. daring to flaunt itself? Let us seize it. Li Yin intended to utilize the demon technique to refine Su Hanyue's celestial energy for his own gain. With a swift motion, he extended his hand, palm facing forward, targeting that wisp of celestial energy. Reverse refining demon technique. Absorb. Chapter 11. The realm of the underworld in an instant. The rampant celestial energy seemed to sense a looming threat, growing increasingly restless and violent, attempting to rebel against the suppression. Li Yan's palm shimmered with a resplendent purple light, and the celestial energy, under the constraining force of the reverse refining magic technique, noticeably slowed in its movements. Suddenly, the celestial energy dimmed, and a portion of it detached from its original form, instantly being refined into demonic energy by Li Yan. In that moment, the entirety of his heart lake became filled to the brim, the demonic energy swelling rapidly, nearly spilling over its boundaries. Li Yan gazed at the celestial energy that had freed itself not far away, then turned to observe the surging demonic energy around him. He had succeeded, yet not entirely. Even a mere wisp of celestial energy, originating from Su Hanyue, possessed a density far exceeding Li Yan's expectations. Merely absorbing a fraction of it had swiftly filled the void left by the scroll's consumption of demonic energy. It seemed that a single bite was insufficient. He would need to request assistance from the Empress. Above the Heart Lake, the demonic energy relentlessly battered against its confines, drawing Li Yan's consciousness back to reality. The recent endeavor had caused a trickle of blood to escape from the corner of his mouth, a faint salty taste lingering. With a casual wipe, he regained his composure. Having mastered the reverse refining magic technique, Li Yan began to ponder the remaining mysteries. What did the term unmarked coordinates signify? Unlike the reverse refining technique, which came equipped with a tutorial, Li Yan examined the scroll from every angle, yet could discern no clarity regarding these coordinates. There was not even an instruction manual. What a perplexing endeavor. Unbeknownst to him, as he fumbled with the scroll, his bloodied fingertip inadvertently pressed down upon its surface. In an instant, Li Yan was taken aback. The moment the blood imprint was left, the scroll transformed into an inky blackness. And from the depths of that darkness erupted a powerful suction, drawing him entirely into the scroll. When he opened his eyes once more, Li Yan found himself gripping the scroll tightly, his mind in a state of bewilderment. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, rendering it impossible to see even his own hand. However, the howling wind rising from below confirmed his suspicion that he was on the edge of a precipice. Were the coordinates merely a location? How intriguing. Strangely enough, despite the oppressive darkness enveloping him, Li Yan felt an inexplicable sense of ease. Even the restless demonic energy within him had calmed considerably. Yet, being a newcomer to this realm, he remained vigilant, attuned to the slightest rustle around him. What was that sound? Li Yan turned towards the source, and not far off. He perceived several shadowy figures floating in midair. Their manner of flight was exceedingly peculiar, their limbs flailing like marionettes detached from their strings. Li Yan squinted, and an icy chill surged from his feet to the crown of his head. These were not human beings. Or rather, they were not entirely human. They were several bloodied human skins drifting through the air. Upon sensing Li Yan's presence, these grotesque visages revealed their terrifyingly sharp teeth, rushing towards him at an astonishing speed. Good heavens! Human skin phantoms. So this is the realm of the underworld. In his previous life, Li Yan descended the mountain to traverse the world, plunging into deep pools to slay malevolent serpents beneath the azure waves, and traversing vast deserts to eradicate drought demons amidst the yellow sands. His footprints marked the most desolate corners of the earth, yet he hesitated before the so-called life-restricting realm of the underworld. The reason was simple. No one wished to meet an untimely death. Now, however, he found himself unceremoniously cast into the underworld. From the prophecy of the first calamity, which foretold his certain demise, to being unceremoniously thrown into this ghostly domain, Li Yan increasingly suspected that this scroll was intent on sending him to his end. The skin-wearing specters expressed their satisfaction with Li Yan's body, emitting grotesque and eerie sounds that he had never encountered in his lifetime. Akin to a pack of hyenas drawn to decaying flesh, ravenously lunging towards him. Since he had arrived, he resolved to make the most of it. Li Yan extended his hand, and the demonic energy quickly coalesced in his palm. He then swung his arm, delivering a mighty blow to the oncoming horde of specters. With a resounding thud, the leading specter was hurled backward by the force of Li Yan's immense punch, while the remaining specters were ignited by a deeper frenzy, their sharp fangs clattering in anticipation, eager to devour him to the last bone. In an instant, he engaged in brutal combat, exchanging blows with the skin-wearing fiends. Ever since he had stepped into this ghostly realm, Li Yan felt an unusual docility in his internal demonic energy, now at his beck and call. Whereas ordinarily, it would have spiraled out of control long ago. Now, Each of his moves seemed to evoke the strength of deities, their potency far exceeding his previous capabilities. As the last skin-wearing specter let out an unwilling shriek and dissolved into a pool of blood, Li Yin shook his numbed fists. Although his demonic energy was nearly depleted, the exhilaration of the fight was truly intoxicating. Thanks to the skin-wearing fiends for the experience. After unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks, Li Yin sensed a hint of breakthrough within his realm of power. He gazed down at the obedient demonic energy in his palm, momentarily taken aback. Could it be that in this ghostly domain, which is inherently unwelcoming to all worldly beings, his innate demonic energy, which had always faced rejection from the outside world, had afterward, Li Yin found himself ensnared in a bizarre cycle. He fought fiercely against the skin-wearing specter, slaying it until exhaustion overcame him, only to revive fully rejuvenated by the essence of immortality, and once more engage in combat with the skin-wearing specter. The specter grew increasingly frenzied in its assault on Li Yin, yet he reveled in the chaos, while the essence within him quivered in trepidation. After several iterations of this cycle, the number of skin-wearing specters he had vanquished was incalculable, and his prowess continually surged. Second realm, second tier. Second realm, fourth tier. Second realm, sixth tier. By the heavens, this was akin to a cheat. It was as if he had activated an invincible mode. Observing Li Yin operate like an unceasing machine, even the most frenzied of skin-wearing specters found themselves momentarily calmed. Something was amiss. This man was not ordinary. Why has he stopped? Continue. My health bar is nearly depleted. Hurry and collect more heads. Li Yin spread his arms wide, feigning innocence as a mere mortal. Pitifully weak and helpless. Upon seeing him approach, the throng of skin-wearing specters retreated in unison, emitting low, guttural moans before scattering like birds and beasts. Well played. What? Is this truly the limit? Li Yin referred to the essence within him, which had gradually diminished in quantity since earlier. It seemed as though it had been drained, leaving it soft and pliable, yet never entirely consumed. It bore resemblance to the adage of a foot-long rod, taking half each day, an inexhaustible resource. Thus, Li Yin's thoughts were entirely validated. In his past life, his path to cultivation had been strewn with thorns, hindered both overtly and covertly by certain figures within the immortal sect. As for the internal factors, his choice of entry into the Tao is flawed. The opposing forces of immortality and demonkind had transformed his heart's lake into a vessel for demonic energy, inevitably leading to turmoil. In light of this, why not choose the realm of the underworld to forge my own path to greatness? Should one opt for the sanctuaries revered by humanity, or seek a realm of tranquil freedom? In his previous life, Li Yin had followed the currents, conforming to the expectations of society. In this life, he defied fate, adhering to the call of his heart. With a chilling glint in his eyes, Li Yin resolved to act without hesitation. He settled in a meditative posture, externalizing his consciousness, imprinting everything around him into the lake of his heart. Thunderous roars erupted. The essence coiled in the corner trembled as it beheld the tumultuous upheaval of Li Yin's heart lake. Initially, the surface merely rippled gently, but it swiftly boiled into a tempestuous sea. The reflections beneath the lake coalesced into shape, morphing into a dark, profound abyss, while the surface gradually revealed its corporeal form. Jagged mountains pierced the heavens, spectral shadows obscured the sun and moon, the winds howled ominously, and the infinite abyss consumed all. The entryway to the Tao, the realm of the underworld. At the moment the Tao was manifest, an unprecedented surge of power erupted from within Li Yin, instantaneously shattering the surrounding mountains and stones. This aura possessed substantial lethality. Any ordinary cultivator, even at the late stage of the fourth realm, would struggle to harness such force. Yet, Li Yin, with his second realm cultivation, was already capable of wielding it. Who claimed that this ghostly domain was unattainable? This realm was utterly magnificent. Roar. Upon sensing the released aura from Li Yin, the entire abyss seemed to awaken, as a colossal eye suddenly opened from the depths of darkness. The giant eye merely cast a glance at Li Yin, rendering him almost uncontrollably on the verge of plunging into the abyss below. It seemed as if something down there was beckoning him. This was merely the first layer of the nether ghost domain, the very fringe of its territory. Ordinarily, cultivators of the fourth realm and above could safeguard their existence here. Beyond this point, one could only speculate about the unspeakable horrors concealed within. The lower regions would have to wait for another exploration. Li Yin no longer lingered, taking out a scroll and stepping inside. Upon his return to the chamber, the morning light was faintly illuminating the space, casting a mosaic of shadows through the window. How could it be morning? Had an entire day and night truly elapsed? Li Yin noticed a slender figure standing quietly outside the door. He leaped from the bed and opened the door. Ning Lisan, draped in a resplendent white robe. Her dark hair gathered into an ethereal bun secured by a jade hairpin, regarded Li Yin with a frosty demeanor as he finally emerged, saying, "Why did you shut yourself in upon your return?" Li Yin replied, "I had a breakthrough yesterday. I believe I am on the verge of further advancement. Cultivation is no trifling matter. After 5 years, do you think I have merely learned to chatter? Hadn't Li Yin just barely entered the second realm yesterday? Now, after only a day's time, he was clamoring for yet another breakthrough? Truly, he was a child with grand ambitions, offering no respite for others. However, Ning Lisan reconsidered her approach. Perhaps her words had been excessively harsh. On the path of cultivation, haste and impatience are grave missteps. Countless individuals have achieved success only after a century of diligent practice. For the time being, focus on nurturing your spiritual energy, and I shall find a reliable master for you in due course." Ning Lisan spoke softly, her consciousness probing into Li Yin's being. Suddenly, the esteemed saintess of the Moon Palace froze in astonishment, her face betraying her disbelief. "You have already reached the late stage of the second realm?" Chapter 12. A heavy blow must be struck. Ning Lisan found it hard to believe. She hurriedly approached, grasping Li Yin's hand to examine it closely. There was no sign of abnormality within him, clearly indicating he had not forcefully ascended by consuming potent elixirs. Generally, for a cultivator to progress from the early to the late stage of the second realm, it would take no less than 3 to 5 years of diligent effort. Even a prodigy, showered with resources, must patiently endure for several months. Ning Lisan herself had dedicated an entire month to her own progress. Yet, how had Li Yin achieved such rapid advancement? Had he been concealing his true potential? Unlikely, for even if he had attempted to hide it, he would not have escaped the discerning eyes of the higher-ups in the Yunmiao stance sect. Could it be that he possessed an innate, terrifying talent? Li Xinjie? Noticing Ning Lisan holding his hand in silence for an extended period, Li Yin broke the silence. "Did you truly leave the Yunmiao sect of your own volition? Would they genuinely allow you to depart?" Ning Lisan gazed intently at Li Yin, her eyes betraying an uncontainable urgency. "Indeed, with your talent, remaining in Yunmiao, it is not suitable for me." Li Yin turned to meet Ning Lisan's gaze. Upon realizing that the youthful naivety had faded from the boy she once knew, revealing a more defined and resolute countenance, Ning Lisan felt a moment of disorientation. She suddenly turned her head away, no longer meeting his eyes. "Have you considered joining another sect? While myriad sects across the land boast countless treasures and exceptional talents, they are also bound by numerous constraints, allowing one to find peace and freedom in solitude. Is that so?" Ning Lisan nodded gently, contemplating briefly before adding, "Since you have made your decision, I shall certainly respect your wishes. However, your talent must not be squandered." Without further ado, she mentioned, as fate would have it, "The master I previously referred to is presently waiting outside." Given that Li Yin was determined to remain home for his cultivation, Ning Lisan was reluctant to see this unrefined gem remain unpolished. So what was there to wait for? With that, she softly called out towards the gate, "Come in." Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, forcefully flinging the door open. Li Yin turned to see the source of the commotion, his body momentarily stiffening. Wasn't that the girl with twin ponytails who had followed Ning Lisan closely yesterday? "Where is my junior sister?" On the verge of breaking through to the fourth realm at such a young age. Before you reach the fourth realm, she will be your guide. Li Yin scrutinized Lin Yu, gently shaking his head. The contrast between the large sword she wielded and her delicate frame was striking. His gaze traveled upward, taking in her long, straight legs and a slender waist that could be grasped with a single hand, her arms crossed elegantly before her, exuding an aura of a masterful warrior, and further up, an unblemished expanse. "Is this yellow-haired girl going to teach me?" Perceiving Li Yan's gaze, Lin Yu's previously triumphant smile abruptly froze. Surely, this inept young master was not entertaining inappropriate thoughts? Observing the expression of pity on Li Yan's face, Lin Yu felt a mix of embarrassment and indignation. "Do not presume that reaching the second realm makes you remarkable. I am at the pinnacle of the third realm. In the forthcoming period, you shall diligently attend to my every need. Should there be the slightest oversight, you will face the consequences." Lin Yu rolled up her sleeves, brandishing a fist the size of a small sandbag. I observed that the young sister, merely 15 years of age, had already brushed against the threshold of the fourth realm, making her a paragon for our generation. "I humbly beg your pardon for my earlier disrespect." Li Yin clasped his fists and bowed towards Lin Yu. Yet he remained oblivious to the sudden shift in the expressions of the two individuals from the Moon Palace. Ning Lisan gently covered her mouth with her delicate hand, her astonishment evident. The young disciple, cherished by all within the sect, had developed a rather willful disposition. Fortunately, she understood the importance of restraint. However, her sensitive pride was an area one must never tread upon. Lin Yu was immediately incensed. She had anticipated a reprieve from daily sword practice, hoping instead to use Li Yin as a human punching bag for her amusement. To her dismay, this fellow had the audacity to underestimate her. I am 18 this year. The same age as you. How infuriating. Lin Yu's frustration was palpable, her head emitting wisps of steam, resembling a small, agitated hedgehog. This was no ordinary provocation. It warranted a fierce response. I challenge you to a duel. The first strike shall be mine. Lin Yu cast aside her massive sword, using its blade as a springboard. And with a powerful push of her feet, she swung her fist towards Li Yan's face. This punch embodied 10 years of my cultivation in the Moon Palace. Let us see how you counter it. Yet, contrary to her expectations, Li Yin did not flee in fear. Instead, he deftly evaded, opting to confront Lin Yu head-on. Lin Yu's large, watery eyes widened in disbelief as she beheld Li Yan's enigmatic agility. How swift! Whoosh! The two figures danced through the air, exchanging a mere strike before landing gracefully, standing a full yard apart. Lin Yu gasped, her lips parted in astonishment, her eyes brimming with disbelief. At that moment, she found her acupoint sealed, her stance frozen mid-punch, unable to move. Who could have imagined that the direct disciple of the Moon Palace's master, at the pinnacle of the third realm, would be so easily subdued by Li Yin's single move, leaving her utterly defenseless? Seeing that Lin Yu could no longer stir, Li Yin remarked with a smile, as per our earlier agreement, if I win, you must return my room. Let us ensure that promises are upheld. He then turned his gaze towards Ning Lisan, who still appeared pale from witnessing Lin Yu's defeat. Sister Lisan, it seems this master is not suitable for me. Perhaps we should find another. Li Yin approached the door, offering a gentle smile before turning to leave, leaving the two from the Moon Palace standing in the wind, stunned. Oh, Sister Lin Yu, like a deflated balloon, plaintively implored Ning Lisan to release her acupoints. Upon hearing Lin Yu's plea, Ning Lisan snapped back to reality. She raised her hand, and a gentle breeze swept over them, finally restoring Lin Yu's mobility. This infuriates me. That fellow must have employed some underhanded tactics. I am a whole realm above him. How dare he? Lin Yu's voice diminished as she spoke, eventually resting her forehead against Ning Lisan's shoulder, trembling in frustration. All right, do not cry. Ning Lisan gently wiped away the tears clinging to Lin Yu's eyelashes with a silk handkerchief, her heart a tumultuous blend of emotions. Li Yan's devilishly swift cultivation speed had shattered her previous understanding, and now, he had effortlessly defeated her exceptionally talented junior sister with a single move. Although Lin Yu had not wielded the demon-slaying great sword in this contest, and she had somewhat underestimated him, he was undeniably a martial genius meticulously chosen by their master. At merely 18, she was already on the brink of the fourth realm, skillfully maneuvering the demon-slaying greatsword, with few peers among her contemporaries. Such extraordinary talent was indeed formidable, yet now she found herself bested in an instant by Li Yin, who, then, was worthy to be his mentor. Amidst her astonishment, Ning Lisan recalled the weighty undertones in Li Yin's seemingly nonchalant words. What had he truly endured? Arwea is a heroine capable of standing on her own. How could she break down into tears over a mere stumble? Ning Lisan embraced the young girl, softly comforting her. It was essential for Yuer to regain her composure and focus on her training. The upcoming expedition to the Danqing secret realm would not be easy, and they must prepare thoroughly. After experiencing Ning Lisan's gentle and reassuring presence, Lin Yu steadied her emotions, lowering her head as she stepped out of the courtyard. Ning Lisan sighed as she watched Lin Yu's retreating figure. Her little junior sister had not changed at all, turning her gaze towards the room behind her. Ning Lisan noted the chaos left in the wake of last night's sudden release of powerful suction from the scroll. Li Yin had been engaged in fierce battles within the Nether Ghost domain against human skin specters for an entire day and night, leaving no time to tidy up. Had the place been ransacked? Alas, despite his age, he still could not take care of himself. Ning Lisan entered the room, beginning to organize for Li Yin. The items scattered haphazardly across the bed caught her attention. HM? What is this? A book? An old tome piqued her curiosity. Suddenly, a mischievous gust of wind swept through the open window, rustling the pages of the book. This is... Oh my! Upon discerning the contents, Ning Lisan's face flushed from neck to ears. The illustrated guide to courtesans. What is this? Ning Lisan hastily flipped through the pages, and as she did, her irritation grew. The illustrations were all scenes of battle, with critical points meticulously highlighted in red ink. Well, Ning Lisan sank onto the bed, both infuriated and amused. She had assumed that after 5 years of arduous training, Li Yan's nature would have been considerably tempered. But his earlier performance had truly taken her by surprise. To think he remained so incorrigibly unruly, capable of compiling a book about the women he had encountered. Could it be that the rampant rumors circulating about Li Yan's unscrupulous behavior were, in fact, true? No, she could not allow him to continue down this reckless path. She must guide him back to righteousness. Ning Lisan took a deep breath, compelling herself to calm down, and dashed out the door without a glance back. Meanwhile, Li Yan felt a rush of urgency beneath his feet as he sprinted towards the courtyard, encountering the cleaning servants along the way, gathering insights about the household's circumstances over the past few years. The accounts from the servants were consistent. They all claimed that the old master had devoted his entire salary to support the families of brothers who had perished in battle. Fortunately, Sister Lisan had managed the household wisely, or else they would truly be facing starvation. The pursuit of cultivation was impossible without spirit stones. With no hope from home, he needed to devise a means to procure some himself. Li Yan's frantic quest for spirit stones stemmed from his acute awareness of the temperaments of those at the Yunmiao immortal sect. Even though they had already withdrawn from the sect, they would not relent easily. He must swiftly prepare a contingency plan. Perhaps it was time to consider a side venture. Just as Li Yan pondered what kind of side business to embark upon, the scroll in his arms suddenly began to stir restlessly. Surely not again. This scroll had the peculiar ability to transport Li Yan to the netherworld ghost domain for cultivation at any moment, which is why he kept it close. He unfurled the scroll, revealing a glaring line of large characters: Second Calamity, Accumulated Demise. Chapter 13, The Self-Justification Trap. My son is innocent. Accumulated Slander. Is someone slandering me behind my back? Li Yan hurried home, sensing that the gazes of his neighbors were somewhat peculiar. Now he finally comprehended the reason behind it. As for the origin of the rumors, Li Yan harbored some suspicions. It certainly bore the hallmarks of Lian Hongling's handiwork. In his previous life, Lian Hongling resorted to such petty tricks to ensure that Xiaoqin could usurp Li Yan's resources under the guise of legitimacy. Contrary to dread, Li Yan felt a surge of anticipation regarding the impending second calamity. It was not that he relished being slandered, but he understood that once the second disaster was successfully averted, rewards would surely follow. Having dealt with the bandit troubles in the southern region, Li Yan had acquired the reverse refinement of demonic arts and the ability to traverse the nether realms. Judging by this precedent, the rewards from the second calamity would undoubtedly be significant. Soon after, a segment of text reappeared on the scroll. They maliciously claim that I oppress the weak and commit heinous acts, even alarming the Empress. I must vindicate myself. Is there not a single soul willing to hear my explanation? What has become of this world? My illustrious reputation, Li Yan, has been driven to desperation by these slanderous whispers. To protect my family from implication, I can only die to assert my resolve. Die to assert your resolve, indeed. Where do you find children crying daily, and where are the magical artifacts that curse their masters to death? This time, Li Yan could no longer contain himself. I believe you not, you vile creature. Li Yan understood that in the face of defamation, one must not fall into the self-justification trap. Otherwise, the slander of others would become an insatiable mire, gradually consuming those who attempt to struggle against it. In essence, he who questions must provide evidence. Although this scroll bore ill intent, it also conveyed a crucial piece of information. This time, the Empress of the Great Xia, Lian Qi would also be implicated. The celestial energy within Li Yan, though once depleted by the reverse refinement of demonic arts, remained unrefined. This was ultimately a contingency left by Su Hanyue, and to eradicate it completely, assistance from a benefactor was necessary. And here comes the benefactor. With deft maneuvering, one might just harness a favorable wind. Li Yan retracted his scattered thoughts and continued to stride towards the front courtyard. In the front courtyard of the Li residence, the atmosphere was laden with tension. Li Kai sat alone on a grand armchair, one hand propped against his forehead, his brow furrowed deeply. Before him, a middle-aged man clad in an official robe, sporting a Zhang Fei-like beard, paced back and forth in the courtyard, spitting out words with fervor. Old Li, you're being foolish. That good-for-nothing Li Yan has wreaked havoc for 5 years. Not even mountains of gold and silver can withstand such ruin. Have you heard the uproar in the city these past few days? That wretched boy is out of control. He cannot be allowed to continue this way. I happen to know a Taoist named Yang who has some knowledge of thunder magic. Old Li, if you cannot take action, I shall deal with him myself. In 3 years, I guarantee Li Yan will be as exemplary as my own son. Having heard rumors of Li Yan's misdeeds, the prefect of Jingzhou, Fang Xingzhou, swiftly gathered a group of burly men and headed straight to the residence of the northern marquis to confront him. Fang Jia, with its profound mastery of formations, holds a significant position in the martial world. The family head, Fang Xingzhou, and Li Kai have shared a bond forged in the crucible of battle for over 2 decades on the border. This imposing display of capturing individuals may seem intimidating. Yet in reality, it is Fang Xingzhou's way of shielding Li Yan. As rumors escalate to absurd levels, threatening to spiral out of control, the potential for malicious individuals to exploit the situation looms large, endangering the entire town North Marquiate. Impatiently, Fang Xingzhou resolves to take matters into his own hands. Unwilling to wait for the lurking miscreants to act, at the very least, in his grasp, Li Yan would remain whole. Who knows what pieces might be lost if he fell into the hands of others? Make a decision quickly, while no one is reported to the authorities. We must act first and create a smokescreen. Boldly, do speak up. Your silence is driving me to desperation. As Fang Xingzhou tugged at his beard, passionately articulating his thoughts, Li Kai suddenly relaxed his brow and sprang up from his chair. Boldly, have you finally come to a realization? Old Fang, you just mentioned that rumors have circulated for so long, yet not a single report has been made. Li Kai gripped Fang Xingzhou's shoulders tightly, his eyes gleaming with intensity. Everyone is talking. Surely something must be imminent. Perhaps that young man has employed some means to silence others. Fang Xingzhou was momentarily taken aback by Li Kai's sudden fervor. Whether or not there are rumors, you, as the magistrate of Jingzhou, cannot condemn my son, Li Yan. Based solely on hearsay, Li Kai, feeling a sense of calm wash over him, surveyed the officials present, coldly stating, 3 men can create a tiger. Although rumors may spread widely, why is it that not a single identifiable victim has emerged? If Yenner were truly as irredeemable as the rumors suggest, why have they only surfaced in the 2 days since his return to the capital? Clearly, someone seeks to do my son harm. Taking a deep breath to suppress his indignation, he slowly declared, my son is innocent. Upon hearing Li Kai's defense of Li Yan, Fang Xingzhou grew agitated, fervently retorting, this matter was explicitly stated by the 3rd princess, Lian Hongling. You know full well that the 3rd princess has been Li Yan's companion for 5 years, and she is far more aware of the sordid affairs than either of us. The 3rd princess possesses a compassionate heart. Her disappointment stems from a desire to guide Li Yan back to the right path. Fang Xingzhou continued to protest, subtly signaling to his subordinates to hasten to the rear courtyard and subdue Li Yan. Yet before his subordinates could move, they were suddenly overwhelmed by an imposing pressure that rendered them breathless. I dare anyone to try. At this moment, Li Kai's fury ignited. To slander his son and attempt to seize him before his eyes was an affront to his dignity as the family head. Boldly, why subject yourself to this torment? Fang Xingzhou, taken aback by Li Kai's resolve, finally recognized his own impulsiveness. As a minister of the great Xia, I shall ascertain the truth. If Yenner has indeed committed a grievous error, I, Li Kai, shall not show favoritism. However, if this matter is entirely fabricated, those who spread such malicious rumors shall not escape my wrath. Li Kai's aged hand slowly released the now composed Fang Xingzhou as he staggered back to his chair. I have spent the majority of my life in military service. My tongue is clumsy, and I am unable to impart any profound wisdom to my son. My companionship has been woefully insufficient. Thus, I had no choice but to let him venture out for 5 years, and indeed, Yin has shown some promise. I have but a few days left to live. If my son is unjustly slandered, and as his father I cannot shield him, then what purpose does my existence serve? Li Yan's fingers dug into the armrest of his chair, the splinters piercing his palms, yet he felt nothing. Boldly, Fang Xingzhou silently gazed at the slightly emaciated figure of Li Kai, a wave of melancholy washing over him. How spirited his old friend had once been. Only to falter midway, his vitality waning with each passing day. Fang Xingzhou, you now yearn for a few tranquil days with your son, and yet here you are, early in the morning, leading a group to kick down doors. Truly, you are a wretched soul. Alas, it is I, old Fang, who has been inconsiderate. I offer my sincerest apologies. Fang Xingzhou sat beside Li Kai, his heart tangled in a web of conflicting emotions. After a brief moment of internal struggle, he finally retrieved a jar of cherished aged wine from his storage ring. He had intended to save it for his son's wedding, but it appeared that the prospect of marriage was still a distant dream, and he would have to use it to atone instead. Come, let us toast to our brotherhood. Wine? Where is the wine? Before a single sip could be savored, Li Yan suddenly approached with a playful grin. reigniting the flames of anger that Fang Xingzhou had just managed to suppress. "Uncle Fang, why bring wine when you come to visit? You're being overly formal." Without hesitation, Li Yin seized the jar and took 2 hearty gulps. "Impressive. You little rascal, how is your skin thicker than city walls? After 5 years of roaming, what mischief have you been up to? If you want to know what I did, does 5 years of free labor for the Yumiaxian sect count?" Li Yin perked up, listening intently as he took another large swig. Fang Xingzhou's heart bled at the thought. The wine was scarce, and this lad had already consumed nearly half of the jar. "Then let me ask you, did you go out to cultivate or to indulge in pleasures? If you claim it was for cultivation, then tell me." Calmness was escaping him, as this young man was impervious to reason. Fang Xingzhou felt a surge of determination. "Rumors, I have indeed heard whispers, though the versions differ slightly." Li Yin set the wine jar down, carelessly wiping his mouth, and casually remarked, "Out there, they say the young master Fang Yunxi has a penchant for unconventional preferences." At this, the room erupted into a cacophony of whispers, heads huddling together in hushed conversations. Preposterous. Utter nonsense. Fang Xingzhou sprang from his chair, indignant. Fang Yunxi, at such a tender age, had mastered the family's intricate formations and returned from the divine mechanism pavilion as the top scholar. He was the pride of the family. How could an inconsequential upstart dare to speak such slander? "I cannot endure this. Not for a moment." Fang Xingzhou had just risen to unleash a torrent of invective when Li Yin preempted him. "Fang Yunxi, the youngest top scholar since the founding of the Great Xia. Such a prodigious talent at such a tender age. One would think that matchmakers would have flocked to the Fang household by now. Yet, what is the reality? 5 years ago, when I left the capital, he had just achieved his scholarly triumph, and upon my return 5 years later, lo and behold, he remains unwed. While it is true that matrimonial matters are traditionally guided by parental consent and the agency of matchmakers, one cannot overlook Fang Yunxi's exceptional stature. The elder Fangs are remarkably progressive regarding marriage, granting considerable freedom. However, as Li Yin pointed out, over these 5 years, the matchmakers have come and gone in droves. Yet Fang Yunxi has not even deigned to lift his eyelids. I recall that not long ago, the Prime Minister sent someone to propose a match, which surely was a lofty endeavor, yet Fang Yunxi did not even grant them a glance. Oh, so that is why the young master of the Fang family appears more wooden than a block of timber. As the surrounding crowd began to murmur and chatter, Fang Xingzhou found himself at a loss for words, already drenched in perspiration. Chapter 14. Misunderstandings Resolved. Audience with the Emperor. Fang Xingzhou's face flushed crimson, veins bulging upon his forehead, as he argued vehemently, "How can you unjustly tarnish someone's reputation without cause? I shall return and arrange a marriage for Yunxi, this time. He shall have no choice but to agree." The conversation, inadvertently shifting from Li Yin to the Fang family, filled the courtyard with a buoyant atmosphere. Alas, see how my tongue runs wild. I merely jested, and now I've spoken too much. My apologies, Uncle Fang. Li Yin waved his hand, signaling for silence, effortlessly quelling the surrounding chatter. Fang Xingzhou was momentarily rendered speechless, utterly dismayed. Li Yin's gaze swept over everyone present, his expression turning grave as he remarked, "Words can be formidable. Being slandered is a most unpleasant experience." He turned to a potato-faced constable and inquired, "Pray tell, what tales do the people outside spin about me?" "Ah, they say you forcibly abduct young maidens, targeting innocent girls with ruthless efficiency." The potato-faced constable was refreshingly candid, sparing no consideration for Li Yan's reputation. "Sha, I am quite fond of wives, thank you very much." Before Li Yan could respond, a sharp-faced constable interjected, brimming with gossip. "I heard you frequent brothels without paying, strutting about with great arrogance. Nay, is it not rather that you enjoy gathering a few companions to indulge in role-playing?" The floodgates of conversation swung open, various versions of the tale pouring forth, and the atmosphere became lively once more, the rumors growing increasingly absurd. After a considerable time, a sense of unease settled over the crowd as they began to suspect something amiss, hastily engaging in a fervent exchange to verify details. Initially, the scene was chaotic, with speculations and discussion swirling, but soon the volume dwindled. They realized that all the alleged misdeeds attributed to Li Yin were merely hearsay. As for the sources of those tales, or their veracity, no one had bothered to investigate. Everyone was too preoccupied with their moral indignation, venting their emotions without a care for the truth. Eventually, silence enveloped the assembly, including Fang Xingzhou, as they collectively fell into contemplation. The awkwardness was palpable. They had rashly apprehended an innocent man based on unverified rumors, their misguided sense of justice leading them astray. When the moment felt right, Li Yin regarded the averted gazes of the crowd, his fingers rhythmically tapping against the wine jar, and mused, the dogs at the village head bark. And the others follow suit, yet none know the reason for their barking. What distinguishes humanity from beasts, if not the capacity for thought beyond mere instinct? Li Yin's words, seemingly light, resonated like thunder in the ears of the crowd. In that instant, they were akin to quails startled by a storm. Each mind awakening to a singular realization, the fool was indeed myself. How infuriating to have been so easily deceived. Now, since this has been a mere misunderstanding, let us disperse and return to our respective duties. Li Yin waved dismissively, indicating that he would not partake in lunch. With his head tilted back, Li Yin continued to pour the contents of the wine jar into his mouth, draining it to the bottom. Such trivial rumors could hardly affect him. However, amidst his fervent drinking, he remained oblivious to the figure of Ning Lisin, who stood quietly observing him from behind the crowd. Li Yin, you must explain this book to me. A sudden voice pierced the air, nearly causing Li Yin to spew the aged wine from his mouth. Upon looking up, he was met with Ning Lisin's gaze, one that seemed capable of freezing everything in its path. In her hand, she clutched a tattered, yellowed tome, her fingertips trembling slightly, clearly indicating that this icy persona was far from pleased. Isn't that the guide to courtesans? He thought, bewildered. Why is it in Lisin's hands? Did she just enter my room? That wretched Lian Baiyan has led me astray. It's a gift from an old friend. It's none of your business. At this moment, Li Yin felt an overwhelming urge to confront Lian Baiyan. He and Ning Lisin had merely shared a roof for a brief period before parting ways for years of separate cultivation, and she had never reached out to him since. Yet now she was meddling in his affairs. This thought brought a hint of amusement to Li Yin. I will meddle. I dare you to lie. Uncle Li has spoiled you too much. From now on, I shall keep you close until you rid yourself of your bad habits. Concerned for the potential repercussions on Li Yin, their communication took on a more discreet form, relying on silent exchanges. Though they appeared silent to the outside world, their eyes conveyed a flurry of unspoken words. Li Yin's impatience clashed with Ning Lisin's icy fury. The bystanders were left bewildered by this unexpected confrontation. What is happening? What is wrong with that book? Are we perhaps intruding here? As Li Yin remained unmoved, Ning Lisin's frustration escalated. She swiftly approached him and seized his arm, attempting to drag him away forcefully. With a swift motion, Li Yin brushed her hand aside. This action not only thwarted her grasp, but also shattered her expectations. She had not anticipated such a vehement reaction from him, leaving her feeling hollow. Ning Lisin paused, taken aback. Throughout her life, no one had dared to publicly humiliate her in such a manner. She stood there, seething with anger, a stubborn resolve igniting within her. How audacious! To defy authority so blatantly. Uncle Li's health has been declining in recent years, and he lacks the strength to discipline you. If this continues unchecked, you will surely cause chaos. With a steely determination, her eyes glimmered with an icy blue light, and a chilling aura enveloped the surroundings, transforming the courtyard into a winter's grasp in the blink of an eye. Today, even if it means turning you into an icicle, I shall drag you away. An overwhelming chill washed over Li Yin, sending a shiver down his spine. Sister Lisin, is she serious about this? He thought, feeling the abrupt drop in temperature. Perhaps we should take our leave? Something felt amiss, the atmosphere thick with tension. Fang Xingzhou pondered that rather than remaining in this uncomfortable situation, he would be better off returning home to consider his own son's future. As the esteemed individual pondered whether to lift his left or right foot first, a sharp and piercing proclamation of the imperial edict resonated from outside the door. Startled, he found his knees giving way, and he fell to the ground with a thud. This was a reflex honed over many years within the court. Shortly thereafter, several eunuchs clad in crimson brocade entered in 2 neat rows. Leading the procession was none other than Chao Zhengchun, who had shared a brief encounter with Li Yin just a few days prior. Upon entering the courtyard, Chao Zhengchun surveyed the surroundings with his characteristic smile, pausing momentarily when his gaze met Li Yin's. He then unfurled the imperial edict and began to read in a cold and mechanical tone. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees, the Duke of Jinbei, Li Yin, is hereby commanded to set forth immediately to the palace for an audience. Thus it is decreed. Chapter 15. The sister realizes her mistake. Chao Zhengchun read aloud from above, while Fang Xingzhou knelt below. Upon finishing the imperial edict, Fang Xingzhou clutched the ground with his fingers, beads of sweat cascading down his brow. Oh, Lao Li. It seems the heavens do not respond to our calls, nor does the earth heed our pleas. With Her Majesty the Empress personally intervening, We find it nigh impossible to seek refuge, even in the smallest crevice. Oh, Laoli, how I regret allowing you to adopt the name Li Yin. It appears we are soon to meet the King of Hell. Once Chao Zhenchun concluded his reading, he gently cradled the edict and slowly handed it to Li Yin, his face adorned with a warm smile. Young Master Li, with your remarkable talents, it is no wonder you have captured the favor of the current sovereign. Your future is boundless. Li Yin, unperturbed, seized the opportunity to respond. Chao Gonggong, you flatter me. I shall rely on your guidance in the days to come. Their exchange flowed effortlessly, devoid of any semblance of hierarchical tension, resembling the camaraderie of longtime friends. At ease with one another. What? The sovereign holds Li Yin in high regard? Surely, my ears are not deceiving me. That is the head of the Eastern Bureau. The individual closest to the center of power. How do they seem so familiar with one another? The crowd erupted in astonishment, their shock evident. While Li Kai felt a mix of surprise and joy, and Fang Xingzhou wore a bewildered expression. It was said that Fang Yunxi, the top scholar, had never even met the sovereign. What merit does this young man possess? Fang Xingzhou pinched his thigh, feeling pain to confirm he was not dreaming. Oh, is that not the book that the second prince specifically instructed the old servant to deliver to young Master Li? A small token of the second prince's regard. How could young Master Li refuse? Chao Zhenchun blinked playfully, a hint of jest in his tone. He then stepped forward, positioning himself before Li Yin, subtly dispelling the chilling atmosphere that had pervaded the space, his face wide with a smile. What is this? Does Miss Ning also take an interest? Chao Zhenchun, ever astute, recognized the misunderstanding that had arisen between Li Yin and Ning Lisin upon entering. With a cheerful demeanor, he swiftly alleviated the tension, a small act of kindness, which Chao Zhenchun relished. Gradually, the atmosphere lightened, Li Yin remained composed, and the tense expressions of those in the courtyard began to soften. Amidst the clamor, only Ning Lisin stood rigid as an ancient tree, engulfed by an unprecedented sense of panic and helplessness. This book belongs to the second prince? Her hands trembled more violently, her gaze vacant as she intentionally avoided meeting Li Yan's eyes. So it was I who misjudged him, she murmured softly, her voice laden with deep regret and self-reproach. He returned from his arduous journey, yet I met him with repeated indifference, refusing to hear even half of his explanations. What have I done? In that moment, Ning Lisin felt as though a colossal weight pressed upon her chest, making it difficult to breathe. She suddenly realized that the seemingly insurmountable distance between them had been constructed solely by her own actions. Time was running short. Please, let us proceed. Chao Zhenchun gestured forward, indicating that it was time for Li Yin to depart. Li Yin nodded, preparing to set forth. Stood in a daze, gazing at the ever-lengthening shadow before her, a wave of helplessness crashing over her. Suddenly, she realized that if she did not take action soon, the bond between her and Li Yin would likely never return to its former state. Li Yin, she called out, her voice laced with sorrow. I'm so sorry. Truly, I am. It's my fault. I was too impatient. I just wanted to spend a little more time with you. To return to the days when we could talk about anything. Seeing Li Yin remain unresponsive, stumbled forward and clutched his arm, tears welling in her eyes, threatening to spill over at any moment. Li Yin, please listen to me. I truly understand my mistakes. Come back, punish me however you wish. I only ask for your forgiveness. Li Yan's steps halted abruptly, a shiver running down his spine from the warmth of her breath. He was taken aback by the intensity of her reaction. Flustered, gathered her disheveled hair, lowering her head to wipe her eyes with her sleeve, pleading urgently. When you return, you can have your way. I will comply with whatever you desire. Witnessing the rare vulnerability of the seemingly aloof beauty, Li Yin was momentarily startled, then responded with a calm smile. It matters not. I have grown accustomed to being misunderstood. With that, he withdrew his arm from her grasp and turned to leave. Stood there, lost in thought, her gaze ensnared by Li Yin's receding figure until it faded into the throng, a myriad of emotions choking her throat, ultimately manifesting as a silent melancholy. In the grand palace of the great Xia, within the hall of nurturing the heart, tendrils of smoke curled gracefully, and a phoenix carved from redwood appeared poised to take flight. A few palace attendants bowed respectfully, standing aside. Mother, you have no idea how Li Yin has been behaving these past few years, indulging in debauchery. To call him a lecher would be an understatement. He has brought disgrace upon the great Xia. Li Yin Hongling sat cross-legged, her posture straight as she vividly recounted Li Yin's alleged misdeeds to the Empress. The curtains swayed gently, revealing the outline of an ethereal figure. A calm, emotionless voice emerged from behind the drapery. Li Yan, the son of the Marquis of the North. I met him a few years ago. He was a composed and reserved young man, raised under strict discipline. How could he suddenly become so disreputable? Who knows? Lian Hongling quickly donned a sympathetic expression. Perhaps he has been stifled for too long. Upon encountering the world's frivolities, he inevitably went astray. It's quite possible that this is simply his true nature, she hastily added. Then, with a sudden shift in tone, her eyes glistened with feigned sorrow as she delicately brushed her sleeve against her tear-streaked cheeks, adopting a pitiful demeanor. Li Yan has committed a grave error. According to our laws, he must face severe punishment to uphold justice. Yet, considering our childhood bond and my role as a senior, I implore you, mother, to show mercy and be lenient. With that, Lian Hongling gracefully prostrated herself, performing a deep bow, though a sly smile of triumph curled at the corners of her lips. I have comprehended your intentions. You may depart. Once again, a voice emerged, untouched by the worldly sorrows and joys. After receiving the Empress's response, Lian Hongling suppressed the elation swelling within her heart and promptly took her leave from the palace of nurtured heart, skipping away with delight. Behind the curtain, a somewhat pallid hand delicately grasped the memorials laid upon the table. These were the urgent reports from the frontier officials regarding pressing matters at the borders. Recently, a significant event had transpired in the southern territories, prompting the border officials to hastily present their accolades. The tumultuous red fluff sorceress had been vanquished, and the band of brigands she relied upon had been thoroughly eradicated. Within these confidential reports, the officials found various ways to extol their own merits. Yet each dispatch conspicuously contained a striking phrase. Li Yan, the son of the Marquis of Northern Suppression, deserves the foremost credit. Chapter 16. Coach. I am afflicted with a stupidity syndrome. The grandeur of the great Xia divine dynasty was undeniable as the majestic golden steeds pulled the carriage, leaving no opportunity for Li Yan to rest his eyes. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the gates of the imperial palace. Although it was His Majesty who specifically requested to see you, young Master Li, when you meet him, respond to any questions posed, but refrain from speaking unnecessarily, cautioned Chao Zhenchun while personally lifting the carriage curtain for Li Yan. Of course, Li Yan replied, stepping down from the carriage. The imperial palace lay at the very heart of the great Xia capital, a magnificent edifice adorned with rare red sandalwood and exquisite multicolored glass, materials that were virtually priceless elsewhere. The palaces stood like a range of mountains, exhibiting an even more direct and formidable display of imperial authority than the ethereal Jade Mountain. As Li Yan traversed the grounds, bustling court ladies and eunuchs brushed past him in a flurry. Before long, he and Chao Zhenchun arrived at a rather unassuming palace among the many. You shall wait here at the Hall of Nurturing Hearts while I report to His Majesty, Chao Zhenchun said, bowing respectfully before stepping into the hall. Li Yan stood outside, lost in contemplation. Based on his previous experiences, the great Xia Empress was likely secluding herself in an attempt to break through to the Ninth Realm during this period. He had originally contemplated how to harness the Empress's power to refine the celestial energy within him, but unexpectedly, she had sought him out first. This was undoubtedly an exceptional opportunity, yet Li Yan could not fathom why the Empress had specifically requested to meet him before her seclusion. Surely, even the reward for subduing the southern mountain bandits would not warrant her personal involvement. Was there perhaps another matter at hand? Just as Li Yan pondered these questions, a strikingly crimson figure suddenly darted out from the Hall of Nurturing Hearts, bouncing energetically into view. Li Yan. The moment Lian Hongling emerged, she stumbled upon Li Yan. Initially taken aback, the smug expression on her face quickly faded, only for a flicker of schadenfreude to emerge as she realized the predicament he was about to face. Is Mother's efficiency not astounding? I just finished reporting, and she has already delivered the main character to the doorstep. Hope you are well, junior brother. With that, Lian Hongling repeatedly extracted the red bird jade pendant, which she regarded as a token of their bond, and her mind drifted to the dashing visage of Xiaochen, whose porcelain-like features enchanted her once more. In my past life, had Xiaochun not stepped forward to save me from the clutches of the red-beard Lin Long at the brink of destruction, I fear I would have been reduced to ashes in those raging flames. Yet, it was precisely thanks to the red-beard Lin Long that I came to realize his worth. The juxtaposition of the azure and the crimson, one wing and one eye, a pair destined to soar together. Li Yan observed Lian Hongling as she indulged in her infatuation, perceiving it as a test of his own resolve. Coach, I am afflicted with a stupidity syndrome. Lian Hongling's incessant chatter about the azure bird jade pendant still lingered in his pocket, and he resolved to seize an opportunity to sell it swiftly, lest he be drawn into her web. The arguments Xiaochun had presented in their past life were riddled with flaws, yet this love-stricken mind failed to perceive the truth. The truth is that Li Yin was the first to notice Lian Hongling's reckless venture and, without hesitation, rushed to save her, ultimately pulling her back at the last moment. In contrast, Xiaochun merely appeared after Li Yin had plunged into the abyss, inadvertently earning himself the title of a savior. Should the truth be revealed to her? Certainly not. First, with Lian Hongling's minuscule intellect, it would be futile to explain. Second, Li Yin wished to sever all ties with her. Anyone who got too close to her would inevitably suffer misfortune. Noticing the icy glare cast by Li Yin, Lian Hongling felt a twitch in her brow and stormed up to him, defiantly lifting her chin and proclaiming, "Is it such a crime to be confined for a few days? Why this morose countenance?" She continued, "Do not blame me. I am merely defending love in my own way. In this lifetime, I shall never allow you to intrude between Xiaochun and me again. Are you admitting that the rumors about me circulating these days are your handiwork?" Li Yin retorted coldly. Lian Hongling was momentarily taken aback. Realizing she had inadvertently revealed too much, her face turned pale, and in a fit of desperation, she shouted, "So what if I did? Do you really think you can continue to spar with me here? Just wait and see. I will lock you away in the dungeons, with no hope of escape. If you still harbor feelings for me, I suggest you abandon that thought at once. There can never be anything between us." Huh? Li Yin found it incomprehensible that Lian Hongling had so quickly shifted from discussing her relationship with Xiaochun to positioning herself as the third party. The topic had veered so dramatically. "You are overthinking," he replied dismissively, his disdain almost palpable, as he refused to engage further with Lian Hongling. Li Yin's indifference fell upon Lian Hongling like a bucket of icy water, abruptly awakening her from her fervent dreams of romance. Who did he think he was to act so high and mighty before her? A surge of anger bubbled within her, and she retaliated by wielding her soul-refining whip. The last time at Yunmiao Sin's sect, Li Yin had escaped. This time, she intended to settle both old and new scores. After all, he was destined to die sooner or later, so she might as well lash out a few times to relieve her pent-up frustration. With a swift motion, Lian Hongling unleashed the whip, which slithered through the air, propelled by a fierce wind, aiming directly for Li Yan's brow. Bang! What? Lian Hongling's eyes widened in disbelief as she witnessed Li Yin catching her full-force, soul-refining whip with bare hands. Where was the expected bloodshed? Where was the carnage? This was impossible, absolutely impossible. The demonic energy within Li Yin surged, and Lian Hongling could feel the tremors through the whip, a tangible testament to his power. "You have already reached the late stage of the second realm?" she gasped. "On the day of your expulsion from the sect, you were merely at the mid-stage of the first realm. How could you have advanced an entire realm in such a short time?" In her previous life, Lian Hongling had witnessed Li Yan's extraordinary talent, but in this lifetime, his rate of progress was nothing short of astonishing. A sense of foreboding surged within her. And in a flash of realization, Lian Hongling suddenly comprehended a harrowing truth. They had unwittingly birthed a monster, a creature capable of appending everything in its path. Li Yin, dismissive of further discourse, flicked his wrist, and the soul-refining whip flew back instantaneously, causing Lian Hongling to suffer the backlash of the artifact. "Cough, cough, you!" She staggered, retreating unsteadily, her hands pressed against her chest, her face as pale as a sheet. Ultimately, her legs buckled, and she collapsed onto the ground. At that moment, a resounding and piercing summons echoed from within the Yangxing Palace, heralded by Chao Zhengchun. Li Yin did not linger, without casting a glance at Lian Hongling. He strode directly into the hall. Chapter 17. The Empress of the Great Xia, bound by interests. Li Yin stepped into the hall of nurturing the heart, where the atmosphere was serene and profound, with wisps of pale blue smoke entwining the space. The four walls were adorned with engravings of the divine phoenix, a symbol of the Great Xia. At the innermost part of the hall, a grand platform stood tall. Behind a curtain, a shadowy figure sat gracefully. Even through the veil, Li Yin could distinctly sense the unparalleled majesty emanating from the emperor. "I have thoroughly investigated the recent tumultuous rumors, which were all fabricated by Linger. I have ordered the matter to be addressed, restoring your innocence." The voice of the empress, devoid of any emotion, emerged from behind the curtain, immediately unveiling the small ruse of Lian Hongling. Dealing with astute individuals is indeed a relief. This empress was as different from the one outside the hall as heaven is from earth. Li Yin couldn't help but wonder if they were truly mother and daughter. "Quick, thank your majesty for your grace." Chao Zhengchun, bent over in a bow, desperately signaled to Li Yin, his official robe drenched with sweat. Seeing that the emperor did not demand a kneeling, Li Yin deemed it an immense favor. Under normal circumstances, such an act could cost a man his head. The emperor had cleverly provided an escape route regarding the rumors, which, had he been in Chao Zhengchuan's position, he would have prostrated in deep reverence. How could a subject bear such treatment? Li Yin, however, appeared entirely unfazed. How do you intend to punish her, Your Majesty? His tone remained calm and composed. The rumors concocted by Lien Hongling had even implicated his family. Had it been in his past life, he might have truly chosen to end his life to make a statement. Should one not bear the consequences of their actions? Li Yin maintained his demeanor, while Chao Jingchun nearly sputtered blood in disbelief. Such platitudes about princes and commoners being equally guilty should be taken lightly. But he was clearly taking it to heart. After all, she was the emperor's beloved daughter, a princess of the Great Xia. The emperor's mercy in restoring his innocence was already generous. To dare negotiate was utterly reckless. Chao Jingchun felt a surge of panic, wishing to block his ears and eyes, signaling that he knew nothing. Should a real crisis erupt, he hoped not to be splattered with blood. Within the hall of nurturing the heart, an eerie silence enveloped the space, where even the sound of heartbeats could be faintly heard. Confinement. The empress's voice finally broke the stillness, still devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Li Yin nodded in agreement. He did not expect Lien Hongling to be punished as a princess of the Great Xia. A confinement would suffice to prevent her from causing further trouble. This decision shattered all the wisdom Chao Zhengchun had painstakingly cultivated over a century in the palace. Who am I? Where am I? Was this truly the same empress who had vanquished the Japanese invaders, repelled evil spirits, and commanded respect from all corners through her strength? What was she playing at? While Chao Jingchun questioned his very existence, Li Yin understood that Lien Shihuang was utterly indifferent to such superficial rules. With the memories of her past life, the current empress of the Great Xia has been nearly stripped of all emotions. Consequently, her speech is devoid of warmth, lacking any semblance of humanity. Her grandfather, the founding sovereign of the Great Xia, in an effort to secure the dynasty's longevity and to avoid the fate of the second emperor of the chain, imposed a lasting prohibition upon the successors of the divine dynasty. This prohibition harbors unparalleled divine power, capable of propelling the successors' cultivation to its zenith in an instant, forcibly binding their strength to the rise and fall of the Great Xia. However, as time progresses, this constraint robs the successor of all emotions, leaving only an insatiable pursuit for the stability of the dynasty and a voracious desire for power, rendering them a mere automaton existing solely for the continuation of the divine dynasty. This was a secret known only to the emperors of successive dynasties, until the empress of the past life broke free during the imminent threat from the northern demon kingdom, unveiling the truth to the world. At this moment, Li Yin has become privy to the empress's secret ahead of time. Therefore, for the empress, who has little left of her earthly sentiments, the most effective means of communication is through simple and straightforward exchanges of interests. The professed loyalty of her subordinates, reiterated countless times, pales in comparison to the tangible binding of interests. The empress even resorts to leveraging her own daughter as a bargaining chip to win over Li Yin, clearly indicating her dependence on him. In turn, Li Yin seeks to harness the empress's power to alleviate the celestial energy within him. A mutual endeavor. Chao Gongong. You may withdraw, the empress stated lightly, causing Chao Zhengchun to feel an immediate release of tension in his shoulders. He nodded repeatedly in agreement and hastily departed from the Yanxing Palace. With Chao Zhengchun dismissed, the atmosphere signified that what the empress was about to convey to Li Yin was of such gravity that even a trusted confidant like Chao Zhengchun was unworthy to hear. Yet, owing to his prior experiences, Li Yin had already surmised much of what the empress was about to reveal. In the current era, the Great Xia and other formidable powers such as the Yunmiao immortal sect each maintain at least one formidable figure of the Eighth Realm, creating a delicate multipolar balance. The empress plans to enter seclusion and strive for the Ninth Realm, aiming to shatter this equilibrium. The day she breaks through to the Ninth Realm will mark the commencement of war against the myriad sects of the world by the Great Xia. For a century, the surrounding cultivation sects have monopolized countless spiritual herbs and mineral veins, oppressing the powerless citizens with rampant exploitation and tyranny. Led by the Yunmiao immortal sect, these sects have increasingly encroached upon the territories of the Great Xia, leading to its gradual decline. Rather than succumb to a slow demise, it would be prudent to emulate the founding emperor and declare war on the world's sects. However, fate is often unpredictable. In her previous life, the empress's breakthrough was thwarted by a sudden assault from the northern demon kingdom, resulting in her untimely demise. Her death left the Great Xia vulnerable, leading to its swift dismemberment by the various cultivation sects within mere months. Yet, as a reborn individual, if Li Yin allows the timeline to repeat itself, what purpose would his rebirth serve? I hear you have some unresolved matters with the Yunmiao immortal sect, the Empress inquired, eager to explore Li Yin's entangled relationship with the sect. As I departed from the Yunmiao immortal sect, the sect leader, Su Hanwei, implanted a strand of immortal energy within my heart lake. If I fail to refine it in due time, I shall inevitably perish. Assist me in dissolving this immortal energy, so that I may one day tread upon the Yunmiao immortal sect. Li Yin resolutely drew a line between himself and the Yunmiao immortal sect before the Empress. Upon hearing this, the Empress fell into a prolonged silence. Subsequently, a figure on the high platform slowly rose, lifting the curtain to reveal an exquisite visage. The Empress, tall and graceful, donned a resplendent robe adorned with phoenix patterns and shades of gold and crimson, accentuating her delicate form. The cascading pearls hung just above her forehead, enhancing the serene beauty of her unadorned face. Her phoenix-like eyes, filled with authority, scrutinized the young man who had just emerged from obscurity. And she proclaimed, "You are quite astute. I shall retreat into seclusion for a period and require someone to act on my behalf. This individual must possess shallow roots in the court, be devoid of entangled interests, maintain a clear boundary with the various sects of the realm, and possess extraordinary abilities." The Empress finally articulated the purpose of summoning Li Yin privately. Although few meet the 3 criteria she outlined, I pondered why she had chosen me over others. Li Yin voiced his final inquiry. Upon hearing this, the Empress's eyes sparkled with emotion, and a gentle smile graced her lips, for reasons unknown. "I feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity with you, a sentiment I have not experienced in many years. Perhaps it is due to your possession of a magical root, akin to that of our founding emperor." Before Li Yin could respond, the Empress turned and walked toward the rear of the hall. Her voice carried by the gentle breeze. "Come, let us stroll through the imperial garden." Chapter 18. You are mine now. Outside the Yangxin Palace, Li Yin Hongling lingered, her small head peeking into the hall from time to time, eagerly wishing for the Empress to impart a proper lesson to that scoundrel Li Yin. Before long, a stooped figure hurriedly emerged from the palace. Upon recognizing the newcomer as Chao Zhenchun, Li Yin Hongling instantly donned the dignified elegance befitting a princess and feigned concern, inquiring, "Why is Master Chao in such a flurry? Could it be that Mother is truly angry? Wouldn't that spell disaster for Li Yin? Alas, what shall we do?" In stark contrast to the concern displayed in Li Yin Hongling's words was the barely suppressed smirk at the corner of her mouth. Chao Zhenchun hurriedly stepped out of the Yangxin Palace, taking several deep breaths of fresh air, and exclaimed, "Angry? The Empress has been exceedingly lenient with Li Yin. She even sent this old servant away to have a private chat with him." At these words, Li Yin Hongling was instantly petrified. "Did I mishear? This is not what we agreed upon. Mother has dismissed both me and Master Chao, choosing to engage in a private discussion with Li Yin. Such a level of importance has not even been afforded to my royal brother in a long time." The more Li Yin Hongling pondered, the angrier and more fearful she became. She decided to abandon her royal demeanor, grasping Chao Zhenchuan's sleeve and commanding, "Master Chao, you are a master of the late Fifth Realm. The moment Li Yin shows his face, you must incapacitate him." Chao Zhenchun, observing Li Yin Hongling's earnest expression, realized she was not jesting. "What? Me? Invalidate Li Yin? He is currently so close to the Empress. Why would I offend her for someone as useless as you? You are truly pushing this old bone of mine into the fire. I have pressing matters to attend to. I promise to do it next time." Chao Zhenchun could not directly refuse the princess, so he merely agreed for the future. After all, agreeing does not equate to action. Without giving Li Yin Hongling a chance for further words, he swiftly disappeared from sight. In the imperial garden, the Empress leaned gracefully against the edge of the fish pond. Even turned away from Li Yin, her exquisite figure radiated an extraordinary charm. "I intend to enter seclusion to attempt a breakthrough to the Ninth Realm. Both the Crown Prince and the Chancellor strongly oppose it. What do you think?" The Empress casually scattered a handful of bait, causing the fish around her to swarm eagerly. In the present era of the Great Xia, formidable enemies lurked everywhere, with the northern kingdom of 10,000 demons eyeing them hungrily. Alongside the encroachment of the Yunmiao immortal sect and other sects gradually eroding the territory of Great Xia. If this continues, the nation will face ruin. Only with the emergence of a Ninth Realm powerhouse capable of suppressing the era can the tides be turned. Li Yin understood that the current Empress was merely an emotionless machine, resolute in her decisions, even if it meant defying the odds. Reflecting on his previous life, He recalled that even without his support, the Empress would still enter seclusion. Thus, he merely echoed her innermost thoughts. After all, who cannot replay a recording? Oh, your thoughts align quite closely with mine. Li Yan's response took the Empress by surprise, prompting her to slightly tilt her head and inquire. The Chancellor vehemently opposes this and has feigned illness to avoid court for several days. The Crown Prince even resorts to fasting in protest. Is my decision truly lacking in contemplation? Li Yan assured her, this matter is within my expertise. It was yet another instance of knowing how to advise wisely. The Chancellor, a seasoned player in the intricate dealings between the great Xia divine dynasty and the various sects, had been profiting handsomely from both sides. Should either party decide to upend the table, would he still be able to conduct his business? The Crown Prince's objections were straightforward. Should the Empress succeed in her breakthrough, her lifespan would greatly extend, leaving him unable to outlast his own mother. Conversely, if she were to fail, his limited capabilities would render him powerless against the formidable sections. Thus, maintaining a balance served their mutual interests. The Empress's inquiry was merely an attempt to gauge the relationship between Li Yan and the two of them. With this understanding, Li Yan resolved to respond with words reminiscent of the Empress's own forceful prior attempts to breach barriers, spoken before the great Xia army. After a moment of contemplation, he shifted his tone and declared, the ebb and flow of all things in this world hinges upon the concept of contention. The fate of nations is woven with meticulous threads, where even the slightest miscalculation can affect the welfare of the common folk. To seek advancement, one must contend with heaven, earth, and humanity. Opportunities, cultivation, and artifacts, all are governed by the principle of strife. As his words fell, the Empress turned, a flicker of unusual emotion passing through her eyes. The common people, though weak, constituted the very foundation of the great Xia divine dynasty, relying on the privileged bureaucrats to advocate for the populace, or expecting a sudden awakening of conscience from the sects was unrealistic. At this juncture, the Empress abruptly rose, her delicate hand clenched tightly, trembling slightly. Noticing her agitation, Li Yan deliberately slowed his pace, allowing each word to resonate with gravity. If your Majesty leaves a path of retreat, who will provide a way out for the people? If your Majesty does not fight for them, who will? Beyond merely articulating the Empress's innermost thoughts, Li Yan infused a subtle rhythm into his delivery. Upon hearing his words, the Empress gazed at Li Yan, her expression one of astonishment. Why did he become increasingly agreeable in her eyes? Was this young man's tongue enchanted, with every phrase striking a chord in her heart? Perhaps an inexplicable sense of familiarity was at play. In just a few exchanges, the emotions she exhibited surpassed all those she had shown in the past year combined. Realizing the seal on her emotions was loosening, the Empress sensed that this youth might be the key to her breaking free from her constraints. I did not misjudge you. The Empress cast aside the remaining morsel she held, extending her hand with a radiant smile. Come closer, let me have a good look at you. Li Yan, taken aback by the Empress's outstretched delicate hand, momentarily froze. In that instant, her hand mirrored the memory of Su Hanyue's hand when she accepted him as her disciple. One offered kindness, while the other sought to exploit him thoroughly. Why was he suddenly so dazed? Just moments ago, he appeared quite astute. The Empress, undeterred, grasped Li Yan's hand firmly, their palms meeting in a significant moment. In an instant, a surge of blazing red spiritual energy continuously flowed into Li Yan's body. Allowing the two minds to connect at that moment, Li Yan could sense that within the lake of his heart, the trace of celestial energy infused by Su Hanwei was gradually dissolving. Simultaneously, a wave of heat emanated from his palm, as a phoenix feather-shaped spiritual seal slowly began to take form. With a clear and crisp explosion, the celestial energy erupted, transforming into countless specks of starlight, illuminating the ghostly lake within his heart with an extraordinary brilliance. The celestial essence shattered into the purest form of energy, and Li Yan, of course, would not squander it. He immediately activated the reverse refining demonic art, absorbing every last drop of the scattered celestial energy in his heart lake. Second realm, 8th grade. At this moment, the Empress, whose consciousness was linked with Li Yan, distinctly sensed the power he was drawing from the celestial energy, his cultivation soaring at an astonishing pace. This lad, how many surprises can he possibly bring me? To dare treat the netherworld ghost domain as a place to embark on the path of enlightenment. He truly is a madman who defies convention. Yet, it is precisely this nature that I find appealing. Allow me to assist you once more. The Empress's formidable spiritual energy swiftly stabilized Li Yan's recently attained realm, and soon, the resplendent and searing spiritual energy surged above the lake of his heart, causing a profound resonance within the netherworld ghost domain inside him. Second realm, 9th grade. Second realm, 10th grade. Peak of the second realm. As the phoenix feather spiritual seal took shape in Li Yan's palm, the heart lake once again fell into tranquility. Now, you belong to me. As the transmission of spiritual energy concluded, the Empress gently withdrew her hand, her voice returning to its usual coldness. During my seclusion, I shall communicate with you through the phoenix feather seal on your palm. Of course, I shall not allow your efforts to go unrewarded. Whatever you do for me shall not lack compensation. After refining the celestial energy left behind by Su Hanwei, Li Yan felt a lightness in his body and solemnly bowed to the Empress. As for rewards, those were matters for another time. Li Yan merely regarded the Empress's words as grand promises. With the constraints of celestial energy lifted, Li Yan could finally devote himself to training. At this moment, a singular thought consumed him: to become stronger than anyone else. Chapter 19. In a fit of rage. Outside the Yangxin Hall, Lian Hongling remained rooted in place, an overwhelming sense of unease compelling her to uncover the truth of what transpired within. He is coming. The sound of Li Yan's footsteps grew ever nearer, each step resonating heavily upon Lian Hongling's taut heartstrings. Through the dim flicker of candlelight inside the hall, Li Yan's figure gradually came into focus. Contrary to her expectations of imprisonment or incapacitation, the only notable difference was the glaring phoenix seal etched upon his left palm. Could it be the Fengyu spirit seal? Lian Hongling exclaimed in disbelief. This is a token possessed only by those whom her mother held in utmost trust. How did Li Yan come to acquire it? There must be some mistake. Surely, he is concealing something from me. How dare you, Li Yan, harbor secrets from me? Her heart ignited with fury. Lian Hongling swiftly positioned herself in front of Li Yan. Yet, as she prepared to confront him, she lifted her gaze only to meet his eyes. Cold and sharp as a blade, causing a surge of inexplicable dread to grip her heart. Instinctively, she recoiled, allowing him to pass. Li Yan barely acknowledged her presence, his expression tinged with disdain as he brushed past her without a word. Lian Hongling stood frozen, her body trembling with fear, her mind engulfed in turmoil. No, I cannot allow Li Yan to simply walk away. If I let him go free, both Xiao Qin and I will be doomed. He will undoubtedly devise every possible means to tear us apart. To secure a future with Xiao Qin, I must wager everything. The thought of her beloved rekindled the courage within her to confront Li Yan. In that moment, she felt as though love had infused her with boundless energy, igniting her very being. Stop! Lian Hongling shouted, her voice resonating with the pressure of the third realm bearing down upon Li Yan. He halted, casting a sidelong glance at her, his eyes brimming with frost. Almost instantaneously, the palpable aura of murderous intent emanating from Li Yan shattered the momentum Lian Hongling had mustered, weighing heavily upon her chest and rendering her breathless. In a fit of rage, Lian Hongling faltered. Cough, cough. It cannot be. You have already reached the pinnacle of the second realm? She gasped, her voice hoarse from shock. Just half an hour ago. You were merely at the late stage of the second realm. How could you emerge from the Yangxin Hall on the brink of breaking through to the third realm? Such a pace of cultivation defies all logic. Speak. What on earth did you do in there? Her voice trembled violently with fear, the so-called courage and determination appearing painfully fragile in the face of overwhelming power. Disaster. Calamity. A worthless fool who cannot even step through the gates of the Yunmyo sect. You will never stand on equal footing with Xiao Chun. The sheer terror rendered Lian Hongling incoherent. Just as she was about to unleash her fury, ready to unleash a torrent of insults, a chilling wave surged from her feet, coursing through her body, causing her knees to buckle, and she fell helplessly to the ground. Lian Hongling found herself reduced to a state of terror by the very person she held in the deepest disdain. She was utterly convinced that had the Empress not been in the inner palace, Li Yan would have undoubtedly taken her life without a second thought. Fear enveloped her. Her hands clutched her head tightly, her pupils dilated to an alarming degree, and her body trembled as if it might disintegrate. She mumbled incoherently, "Don't come closer. Please. Xiao Lang, save me. This madman truly intends to kill." Li Yan's gaze transformed from initial disgust to a piercing coldness. After casting her a glance filled with disdain, he chose not to squander another moment on such a futile being and vanished in an instant. I was wrong. All wrong. I made a mistake. My senior sister was mistaken. My master erred. The entire Yunmiao Xianzong has misjudged. Lian Hongling, lost in a daze, fell into a hysterical state, mechanically repeating her lamentations. Li Yan would undeniably become the most formidable adversary of the Yunmiao Xianzong. He should have been dealt with decisively from the very beginning. Ah, yes. Yumiao. In her previous life, her senior sisters had not spared Li Yin from suffering, and they were well aware of his vulnerabilities. Surely, they possessed methods to counter him. Lien Hongling, akin to a drowning person spotting a piece of driftwood, hastily rummaged through her belongings for the communication talisman of the Yumiao Shinzo. At that moment, a sudden brilliance emanated from her chest, followed by the talisman gracefully floating towards her. She seized it eagerly, and upon closer inspection, she discovered that her third senior sister, Hixixian, had taken the initiative to send a message. Junior sister, considering the time, Xiaoqin will be arriving tomorrow. Are you truly willing to leave him all alone? Hurry back, or the charming lad you have yearned for over the past 800 years may fall prey to some seductive temptress. Hixixian's voice, laced with a hint of laziness and allure, became animated as she spoke the latter part. Hearing Xiaoqin's name provided Lien Hongling with a fleeting sense of comfort, but it was quickly overshadowed by the dread instilled by Li Yin. She dismissed thoughts of Xiaoqin with a wave of her hand, exclaiming, "Fourth sister, listen to me. Li Yin, he is on the verge of breaking through to the third realm. What's more outrageous is that his power has far surpassed that of an ordinary third realm cultivator. Even I am no match for him. You must believe me. Allowing Li Yin to escape was an egregious mistake. We must join forces now to suppress him, or else, one day, even our master will be powerless against him. You, I, and the entire Yumiao Xianzong will suffer the consequences." The fact that a dignified princess of the great Xia Divine dynasty, a direct disciple of the Yunmiao sect master, would be so thoroughly frightened by a mere errand boy caused Hixixian's brow to furrow in disbelief. Although she was not present when Li Yin left the sect, she distinctly recalled that at that time, he was still a negligible figure in the first realm, hardly worth mentioning. Just a few days have passed, and you tell me Li Yin is about to break through to the third realm? Surely, junior sister, you have become so lovesick that it has affected your mind? Yet, on the other hand, it seemed that junior sister's mind had never been particularly sharp. After a moment of reassurance, Hixixian withdrew the talisman, her earlier composure now completely absent. The mere thought of Li Yin stirred a complex array of emotions within her. In her previous life, she utilized Li Yin to the fullest, becoming increasingly aware of the extraordinary talent possessed by this young man. Yet, what significance does such talent hold when burdened with a demonic root? It is fated to descend into the abyss of the devil's path. Truly a waste of such a splendid exterior. Yin Miao has treated you well. Why do you flee? Do you truly believe you can single-handedly overturn the entire Yin Miao sect? Would it not have been more delightful to remain as my puppet? Hixixian's voice was filled with scorn, and a flicker of resentment glimmered in her eyes. I heard the fifth junior sister's words. Came the voice of the second junior sister, Luo Shuyun, who, adorned in an inkwash-patterned robe, stood at the door unannounced. Second sister, did you not accept the task to descend the mountain and eliminate a beast that has been wreaking havoc in the region? Why have you yet to depart? Upon the arrival of her sister, Hixixian changed out of her nightgown, donning a delicate yellow garment, and elegantly tied her hair into a side-swept ponytail. However, in stark contrast to her gentle demeanor, a multitude of puppets loomed behind her, some crafted from rare and exotic beasts, others from the transformed bodies of mortal cultivators, and even bizarre amalgams stitched together from various creatures. Never mind, the villagers' offerings this year were lacking. If we delay a little longer, let the beast feast. And then they can discern the weight of their losses, Luo Shuyun said nonchalantly, raising her hand to dismiss such trivial matters before steering the conversation back to Li Yin. Indeed, our master acted impulsively, and fifth sister was foolish not to dissuade him. What does the elder sister imply? Hixixian asked, her curiosity piqued as she gazed at Luo Shuyun. To deal with Li Yin, we must employ the most foolproof method. At this point, Luo Shuyun's gaze turned icy. We must request the master to take action and thoroughly suppress Li Yin. Chapter 20. Li Xian's apology, Lin Yu's resurgence. On the other side, at the residence of the Duke of Beijing, Li Kai led dozens of servants, waiting at the entrance for news, occasionally craning their necks towards the palace. After 5 years of arduous cultivation, failing to even touch the threshold of the Lian Yunmiao sect, Li Kai believed his son would remain in obscurity, destined to return home in tears to inherit the family business, with any aspirations of immortality extinguished. Who could have anticipated that this young rascal would return home without a word, only to be summoned by the long-reclusive empress, delivering a resounding slap to Feng Xingzhou's face? What a gratifying turn of events! Boasting that he was favored by the sovereign, being a top scholar, yet even the top scholar does not have an audience with the sovereign. This is true strength. Do you understand? Just as Li Kai was contemplating how to flaunt this to the Fong family, a brilliant purple lightning bolt tore through the sky, accompanied by a deafening thunderclap, striking the bluestone slab before the Duke's residence, stirring up clouds of dust. As the smoke gradually dissipated, a golden chariot drawn by purple steeds emerged. Young master, should you find success in the future, do not forget your old servant. The Eastern Depot is in dire need of talent. Should you come across any promising candidates, feel free to send them my way. Chao Zhenchun respectfully assisted Li Yin down from the carriage, and after exchanging pleasantries, they bid farewell. Upon his return, Li Yin was immediately surrounded by Li Kai and a throng of servants. Son, come, speak to your father. What did the sovereign praise you for in person? Young master, having received the sovereign's favor, you appear positively radiant. Compared to those prominent disciples from various sects, you are by no means inferior. What nonsense. Those so-called prodigies aren't worthy to carry our young master's shoes. Li Yin was overwhelmed by their enthusiastic praise. He had a multitude of matters to attend to. The rumors had been quelled, and he needed to thoroughly contemplate the rewards for resolving the second disaster. After his encounter with the Empress, he could distinctly sense a stirring in his heart, being on the brink of the third realm. He must seize the opportunity. Once he successfully broke through, his strength would undoubtedly undergo a qualitative leap, and it was high time to explore the second layer of the netherworld. Thus, to save time, Li Yin succinctly recounted his experience with the sovereign before excusing himself, leaving the crowd wanting more, and swiftly returning to his quarters. Heaven knows when the disciples of the Lianyun Miao sect might come knocking. He needed to hasten his cultivation. Strength is the ultimate truth. With a firm push, Li Yin swung open the hall's grand door, locking eyes with Ning Lisin, who sat poised in the center of the hall. Upon seeing Li Yin return, Ning Lisin was taken aback, instantly rising to her feet, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, gazing at him with an air of vulnerability. Outside, she had been as cold as ancient iron, yet now she fidgeted with her clothing, rendering Li Yin momentarily speechless. I've prepared a soup with spiritual herbs on the stove. I tasted its flavor. Ning Lisin's voice grew softer, her final words nearly choking in her throat. I'm not hungry, Li Yin replied curtly, unwilling to waste any time. Are you still upset with your sister? It's all my fault. I acknowledge my mistakes. Please don't be angry anymore. All right? Sister assures you that she will never doubt you again. Ning Lisin, feeling the sting of yet another rejection from Li Yin, felt as though her heart had been cruelly twisted. Her complexion turned pale, and disregarding her usual poise, she hurriedly stepped forward to grasp the hem of Li Yan's garment, pleading softly, I have great confidence in my culinary skills. Just one taste, please. I've told you, I am truly not hungry. Li Yin, somewhat speechless, found himself pressed for time. You simply refuse to forgive me. Ning Lisin sniffled, tears welling in her eyes. When we were young, I clung to you every single day. She felt the weight of grievance settle upon her, leaving Li Yin in a state of bewilderment. Wait, why does it seem like I am the one bullying her? With a heavy sigh, Li Yin wiped his face to regain his composure and spoke slowly. I don't have the time right now. I will come find you this evening when I am free. After finishing his tasks, he estimated it would indeed be evening by the time he could visit her. Really? At his words, Ning Lisin's eyes sparkled, and the clouds of sorrow dissipated from her face. She eagerly took hold of Li Yan's hand, nearly colliding into his embrace. Their faces were mere inches apart, and Ning Lisin could distinctly feel the warmth of Li Yan's breath. Suddenly realizing her actions seemed overly intimate, her ears flushed crimson, and she hastily stepped back, twisting the hem of her garment, murmuring, I will wait for you, but you must keep your promise. With his affirmative response, Ning Lisin finally felt a sense of reassurance. Li Yin exchanged a few casual words with her, and amidst this leisurely atmosphere, she gradually regained her usual icy demeanor. After all, they would continue to cross paths, and it was essential to maintain a good relationship. Having resolved another matter, Li Yin departed the hall and briskly made his way back to his original room. Upon reaching the backyard, he discovered that Lin Yu had not relinquished the room she was supposed to vacate after losing to him. Indeed, she was still shamelessly occupying it. As expected. The girl stood confidently with her hands on her hips, assuming a combative stance as she awaited Li Yin. I challenge you to a duel. Even her opening line mirrored their previous encounter. Li Yin felt a headache brewing. Returning to his own room felt akin to traversing through a series of arduous trials. Haven't we already sparred before? Not listening, not listening. Last time, you launched a sneak attack. This time, I'll flatten you, believe it. Before she could finish her sentence, her massive demon-slaying sword was unsheathed, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. The blade shimmered like a dragon, cleaving the grass beneath it in a perfectly straight line. She was a prodigy, second only to Sister Ning in talent within the Guanghan Palace, and she could not accept having been casually defeated by a discarded disciple of the Yun Yao Xianzhou. Our Lady Lin would not swallow this humiliation easily. Be careful with that sword. If you swing it too hard and injure your back, I won't take responsibility. I am not a girl. Lin Yu's temper flared even more at his words. She had already taken her stance, yet Li Yin continued to act nonchalantly, as if he did not regard her at all. Suddenly, Lin Yu seemed to realize something, her brow arching sharply as she questioned, "Wait a moment. You can't possibly still be unaware of my esteemed name, can you?" Faced with Lin Yu's probing inquiry, Li Yin admitted she had indeed hit the nail on the head. Sister Li Xin always referred to this girl as Yuer, which was evidently not her full name. As for Li Yin, she had no inclination to delve into the name of a defeated foe whom she had easily dispatched. The silence from Li Yin was deafening, causing Lin Yu's expression to darken completely, her frustration causing her molars to grind. "Speak. If you don't, I shall turn you into a pig's head." Li Yin pondered deeply, slowly stating, "Dongmei? No. Suihua? No. Taiju? No." Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with indignation, exclaiming, Lin Yu, do I appear to you as some village woman?" "Ah. So it is Miss Lin Yu. I hope you are well," Li Yin responded, striking her palm with her fist, feigning a moment of realization. Lin Yu then grasped that she had fallen for Li Yan's provocation, inadvertently revealing her name. Her cheeks flushed crimson with embarrassment and anger, and she stomped her foot, fuming. "This is utterly outrageous. I shall make sure you cannot rise from your bed for an entire month." Determined to regain her composure, Lin Yu prepared to attack. But at the moment she was about to strike, her pupils constricted in shock. "You have already reached the pinnacle of the second realm?" Lin Yu found it hard to believe. Just half a day ago, you were only at the latter stage of the second realm. How could this be? The fervent battle spirit that had ignited within Lin Yu was abruptly doused with cold water, leaving her deflated. This useless young master. How does he differ so markedly from the rumors? No, what am I thinking? I am the self-proclaimed next holy maiden of the Guanghan Palace. Why should I fear him? Lin Yu shook her head to bolster her spirit, redirecting her gaze towards Li Yan. Where did that fellow go? The space before her was empty, devoid of any presence. Oh no. Lin Yu finally came to her senses, hurriedly attempting to defend herself with her sword, only to find she could not move at all. When did this happen? Lin Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. She had exerted herself to the utmost, fully prepared, yet still could not withstand a single move from Li Yan. "Miss Lin, practice makes perfect." Li Yan emerged from behind Lin Yu, sauntering casually to her front. Lin Yu was compelled to tilt her head back, suddenly realizing that up close, Li Yan was remarkably handsome, causing her cheeks to flush involuntarily. To avoid revealing her feelings, she tightly shut her eyelids. Surely, he wouldn't take advantage of my natural beauty, would he? Lin Yu's tightly closed eyes trembled violently, her heart racing furiously. Yet after a prolonged wait, there was no movement at all. Sensing Li Yan's presence gradually receding, she finally mustered the courage to squint and steal a glance. Where did he go again? Just as Lin Yu was puzzled, her eyes darted around, and she suddenly sensed that something was amiss. Her garments, unbeknownst to her, had been unceremoniously swept outside, haphazardly piled into a small mountain. Then came a resounding thud as the door slammed shut. Endure? Not a chance. Lin Yu felt an overwhelming urge to explode, her body trembling with indignation. Yet, her acupoints were sealed tightly, forcing her to maintain a poised stance as if wielding a sword, her anger simmering coldly within. It was absurdly infuriating. Despite her tremendous strength, her opponent had managed to target her acupoints in both encounters, displaying a rather sinister sense of amusement. As if merely sealing her acupoints was not enough, they refrained from any further action. If one must indulge in malevolent whims, at least let it be done with a touch of normality. Chapter 21. Supreme Sword Intent. The Sovereign's Arrival. Finally, a moment of respite had arrived. Li Yin promptly unfurled the scroll he had been concealing in his embrace. Second Calamity. Accumulated depravities erased. Resolved. Calamity transformed successfully. Acquired the Supreme Sword Intent. First Sword. The heart of the sword illuminates, revealing the true self. Calamity transformed successfully. Acquired 10 drops of the blood of the Demon Emperor. Could it truly be the Supreme Sword Intent? On his way back, Li Yin had imagined the rewards of the Second Calamity countless times. He envisioned divine weapons of unparalleled might, extraordinary techniques, and even the possibility of a transformative cleansing elixir. Yet, he could never have fathomed that what he ultimately obtained would be the Supreme Sword Intent. Why such exhilaration? In simple terms, the Supreme Sword Intent is extraordinarily formidable. The mere presence of the term supreme suffices to convey its significance. It transcends all other sword intents, representing the pinnacle of sword mastery. Regardless of whether it is the Ice Soul Sword Intent, the Immortal Inquiry Sword Intent, or the Returning Yuan Sword Intent, when confronted with the Supreme Sword Intent, they can only kneel in submission. In his past life, Xiaoqin fortuitously stumbled upon this opportunity, yet, to be precise, it could only be considered a half opportunity. The reason it is deemed half is due to the necessity of collecting the scattered pages of the Celestial Tome to comprehend the Supreme Sword Intent. These pages are dispersed across the various secret realms and esteemed sects of the world. The Supreme Sword Intent comprises 3 swords, and not a single page can be missing for its complete mastery. In his previous existence, Li Yin struggled valiantly to gather half of the pages alone, while Xiaoqin seemed to have a mysterious mentor guiding him, enabling him to collect the other half through sheer fortuitous luck. When Xiaoqin discovered that the remaining pages were in Li Yan's possession, a series of relentless pursuits and blockades against Li Yan ensued. Xiaoqin initially adopted the guise of a victim, shedding tears in front of his master and senior sisters, insinuating blame towards Li Yan. Only senior brother Li Yin borrowed the book yesterday, and while it was intact when lent, it returned with missing pages. My younger brother certainly does not doubt senior brother Li Yan's intentions. It must have been a mere accident. If senior brother could kindly return the remaining half to me, I shall mend it myself. Recalling Xiaoqin's performance now, Li Yin felt a wave of nausea at the memory of his theatrics, which were so exaggerated they practically overflowed with insincerity. One must admit, if Xiaoqin were on Blue Star, he would surely win accolades for his acting prowess. The outcome was predictable. The master and senior sisters chose to believe Xiaoqin, positioning themselves on a moral high ground, and unleashed a torrent of scorn upon Li Yin. Their words laden with disdain. How dare you be brazen when your hands are not clean? Do you think us blind? You, with your demonic roots, are envious of Xiaoqin's celestial roots, unable to bear witness to his success. The pages of the Celestial Tome, diligently collected by our younger brother, have all been squandered by you. Theft is theft. Why feign innocence? What have your senior sisters taught you? Mistakes are not dreadful. What is dreadful is the refusal to amend them. Why does the younger brother cling so stubbornly? It is merely a book. Why must matters be so contentious? A man should possess a broader heart. Today, you must apologize to Chener, Ling Hongling, Gu Xiangjuan, He Sixian, until the final one, Su Hanyue. Their prejudices were firmly entrenched, affording Li Yin not even the slightest opportunity for explanation. Ultimately, Li Yin, though valiant, was outmatched. The half-tome of celestial scripture he had fought tooth and nail to reclaim was effortlessly snatched away by Xiaoqin, who feigned a pitiful demeanor. Now, Li Yan's efforts seemed almost futile. With the reverse cultivation of demonic arts preceding him and the Supreme Sword Intent trailing behind, Xiaoqin had already squandered 2 grand opportunities before even formally entering the Yunmiao Immortal sect. Suddenly, Li Yin felt an intense surge in his body temperature. His senses engulfed by a sweltering haze, yet the persistent sound of a sword song resonated in his ears, refusing to dissipate. Gritting his teeth, the sound of the sword grew increasingly shrill, almost piercing through his skull. Simultaneously, at the very heart of his mind's lake, a sword forged from demonic energy rapidly took shape, its oppressive aura trembling every inch of space around it. Buzz! In the instant his temperature peaked, all tumult fell silent once more. Above the heart lake, the sword, solidified and shimmering with an eerie glow, hovered ominously. As its tip oscillated, a formidable sword intent gathered strength, leaving Li Yin both astonished and elated. The first sword of Supreme Sword Intent had awakened, its clarity illuminating his true self. It had come to fruition. Supreme Sword Intent was the last vestige left behind by an ancient sword saint who transcended to immortality. Its profound mysteries nearly impossible for worldly cultivators to comprehend. Even with the guidance of an esteemed mentor, Yichen, in his past life, could barely grasp its threshold. Yet now, Li Yin sensed the Supreme Sword Intent as if it were sentient, eagerly seeking to merge with his heart lake, offering him an expedited mastery. Though merely the first sword, it bestowed upon Li Yin the unparalleled power to reflect upon his heart and sever illusions. He realized he must practice diligently. His ghostly mentors would have to endure further trials. With his thoughts racing, Li Yin's gaze returned to the scroll in his hand. A scroll capable of capturing and embodying Supreme Sword Intent must surely be a relic of the celestial beings. His perception of this enigmatic scroll had begun to shift. Lowering his gaze, he discovered 10 drops of the Demon Emperor's blood, another treasure. Legend had it that the blood of the Demon Emperor could effortlessly dominate lesser demon beasts. Once infused, it signified ownership, allowing the master to wield life and death at a whim, making it the nemesis of lesser demon beasts and a coveted treasure for beast tamers. And here was Li Yin, possessing a full 10 drops. However, this was merely hearsay. The Demon Emperor was on par with the 8 realms of human supremacy, and few could even injure such a being, let alone acquire its blood. He decided a journey to the Netherworld Ghost Realm was in order to ascertain the potency of this Demon Emperor's blood. With Supreme Sword intent combined with the Demon Emperor's blood, even the neighboring ghostly entities would be envious. Without hesitation, Li Yin focused his thoughts. And the scroll rapidly turned dark, an overwhelming force of attraction enveloping him. Off to the Netherworld Ghost Realm. Yet, just as Li Yin closed his eyes, preparing for the teleportation, that powerful pull abruptly ceased. What was happening? Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself in a completely transformed environment. Ornate beams and painted rafters, shrouded in mist, accompanied by the melodious strains of a guqin and an ethereal ambience. This was unmistakably the Yun Miao immortal sect. Li Yin swiftly became alert. Just a moment ago, he was in his own room, yet now, upon closing and reopening his eyes, he found himself inexplicably within the territory of the Yun Miao sect. No, this was not the reality of Yun Miao, but rather a manifestation of the Heart Lake world resembling the Yun Miao sect. The concept of a world within one's palm refers to a divine ability attainable only at the 8th realm of cultivation. By employing this technique, one can create a doppelganger and externalize the Heart Lake of that doppelganger, even if separated by 1,000 miles. One can draw a target into this miniature world governed by their own will. Within the Heart Lake world, everything is under the control of the practitioner's intent, and the lower-tier cultivators trapped within can only be at the mercy of their captors, rendering it a most tyrannical means for the superior to crush the inferior. In the entire realm, there exists but one 8th realm adept who has taken the Yun Miao sect as their path to enlightenment, Su Hanyue. Li Yin squeezed out those 3 words through clenched teeth. Utterly audacious. How dare one speak the name of the master so freely? A chilling voice echoed from the heavens above, Su Hanyue's cold tone resonating through the skies. Moments later, a violet figure materialized at the horizon. Su Hanyue standing upon the clouds, her beautiful eyes like frost, gazing down at Li Yin. Yinner, I have indulged you for 3 days. Now, you are presented with but 2 paths, either return and acknowledge your mistakes, or face death. Chapter 22, Master Yu Miao versus Empress of the Great Xia. After a brief separation of 3 days, Su Hanyue found herself somewhat astonished. She had not anticipated that you were on the verge of breaking through to the 3rd realm. In my previous life, I discerned your exceptional aptitude for cultivation, yet regrettably, it could not be harnessed for the righteous path. This is your final opportunity. Should you continue to defy my guidance, I shall not hesitate to sever our ties. Su Hanyue's voice resonated with an authority that brooked no dissent. Sever our ties? Now that I have utterly dissociated from the Yun Miao sect, what ties do you intend to sever? Do you still regard me as a mere pawn to be discarded at will? Even within Su Hanyue's mental realm, Li Yin felt no trace of trepidation. Those are merely tests imposed by your master, yet you are already seething with resentment. If you cannot endure such minor tribulations, how can you ever contribute to the righteous cause in the future? As Su Hanyue spoke, her familiar rhetoric of self-righteousness and suppression echoed once more. Righteous path? Ha! Li Yin laughed heartily 3 times, admiring Su Hanyue's audacity, which surpassed the walls of a city. What constitutes the righteous path? Is it your feigned acceptance of Hong Ling as a disciple, merely to possess an additional bargaining chip against the great Xia divine dynasty? Is it your tacit approval of Yixishen's creation of spirit and flesh puppets, ruthlessly trampling upon the lives of the innocent? Or is it the way you raised Luo Shuyun, unhesitatingly corrupting the hearts of men, manipulating their minds, reducing countless mortals to mere shells? All for the sake of a few bloodstained lines in a tome? Enough. Li Yin mercilessly hurled the Yun Miao sect's sordid deeds into Su Hanyue's face, her countenance darkening to such an extent that it appeared as if one could wring water from it. Did she, as the sect leader, truly lack awareness of those unspeakable transgressions? Yet, even if she had committed them, Li Yin could not voice these truths, for they pertain to the honor of the Yun Miao sect. Throughout history, those who have achieved greatness have left behind a trail of bloodied footprints. What are the lives of a few commoners? Merely necessary sacrifices. Su Hanyue's voice rang out sternly. mingled with an oppressive force that caused Li Yin to feel as though his legs were encased in lead, making standing a formidable challenge, yet his tongue remained unrestrained. Seeing that he had struck a nerve with Su Hanwei, Li Yin smirked in disdain. Let me guess, it was Hong Ling who informed you. Upon being accurately called out, Su Hanwei furrowed her brows tightly, almost nodding them. Silence. With a wave of her hand, a tempest erupted, the fierce winds lacerating Li Yin's skin, leaving fine trails of blood that stained the edges of his garments. Yet, Li Yin's expression remained unyielding. She fears me but dares not confront me. She must have contacted several senior sisters at the first opportunity. I have told you, silence. Su Hanyue's fury reached a boiling point, the temperature plummeting around them. The world transformed into a silver landscape, and the blood seeping from Li Yan's wounds instantly froze in the biting cold, forming crimson spots that clung to his skin, inflicting excruciating pain deep within his bones. As for Yi Sixian and Luo Shuyan, each of them eagerly wished for my demise, even going so far as to summon the esteemed sect master to personally intervene and suppress me with formidable force. Having coexisted for a lifetime, Li Yin understood the dispositions of those within the Yunmiao immortal sect all too well, often presuming the utmost malice in their intentions. Upon hearing this, Su Hanyue's eyes shimmered with an even more chilling light, the murderous aura surrounding her causing the very heavens to shift in hue. She had finally resolved her course of action. Remember, it is you who has forced my hand. She intended to ignite the celestial energy within Li Yin. Rendering him a cripple or even a fool, he would not escape the grasp of Su Hanwei. Even in death, it must be at my hands. Stubbornness shall be met with punishment. Su Hanyue delicately formed a hand seal, casting a sidelong glance at Li Yin, tinged with a hint of regret for his inability to be of use. However, a second passed. 2 seconds passed. 3 seconds passed. Li Yin stood unharmed in place, his eyes filled with scorn fixated on Su Hanwei, a smirk of derision curling at the corners of his lips. Did you truly believe that everything would unfold according to your wishes? What? You actually managed to resolve my celestial energy? No, that is impossible. What trickery have you employed? Su Hanyue found herself momentarily struggling to accept this reality. From the instant she stepped out of the Yunmiao immortal sect, all your subsequent attempts at remedying the situation have come too late. No sooner had the words left her lips than the world trembled violently, accompanied by a deafening roar, as the heart lake that housed the Yunmiao immortal sect began to collapse. Boom! A profound crack cleaved the heavens and the earth, starkly dividing the heart lake realm in twain. On the other side of the fissure, countless imperial palaces surged from the ground, their majestic might and grandeur standing in defiance against the Yunmiao immortal sect. The imperial palace? The entrance to the realm of the great Xia Empress. Su Hanyue's voice quivered with undeniable astonishment. She had never anticipated that the reclusive great Xia Empress would boldly confront her, utilizing the power of her realm for Li Yan's sake. Lian Qiwang, this is a matter of my Yunmiao immortal sect. What business do you, an outsider, have here? Su Hanyue suppressed the tumultuous waves within her heart, remaining vigilant against this uninvited guest. The figure of the Empress gradually materialized beside Li Yin, her expression inscrutable. Utterly disregarding Su Hanyue's presence, her entire focus resting upon Li Yin as she inquired with concern, "Are you hurt?" Upon hearing Li Yin's robust reply, Lian Qihuang finally felt reassured. "I am speaking to you." Witnessing the proximity between Li Yin and the great Xia Empress, a sudden pang of pain pierced Su Hanyue's heart. In the past, Li Yin would have always been at her beck and call. How could he betray me? You ungrateful wretch. Su Hanyue's fury erupted uncontrollably, her invectives spilling forth with fervor. At that moment, Lian Qihuang finally withdrew her gaze from Li Yin, directing it toward the furious Su Hanyue, seemingly quite entertained. Lian Qihuang gently placed her hand on Li Yin's shoulder to heal his wounds, while a meaningful smile danced at the corners of her lips as she declared, "Li Yin is mine. His affairs are my affairs." These succinct phrases pierced Su Hanyue's heart like countless fine needles, igniting a profound ache within her. Initially dismissive, she now watched helplessly as someone else reaped the rewards. What stirred within her was nothing less than a deep sense of defeat. Li Yin, Su Hanyue's voice cracked with indignation. Yet, she quickly recognized her lapse in composure, swiftly regaining her poise to assert the authority befitting her position. Extending her hand toward Li Yin with a tone of measured calm. "What stands beside you is merely a frigid political machine. How much sincerity can it truly harbor for you? Yinner, the choice between me and Lian Qihuang should not be difficult for you." Chapter 23. I am the way. Su Hanwei lifted her chin, her haughty demeanor unabated. "Indeed, I had intended to ignite the celestial energy within Li Yin, yet my attempt had proved futile. He had not truly suffered any harm. This wayward disciple, having barely departed from my tutelage, now dares to consort with the empress of the great Xia and confront me. His master, to my face. A mere superficial injury, and he wails like a child, utterly unworthy of comparison to Xiao Chun. Yenner, your connection with Qi Huang is tenuous at best. How naive do you believe her to be, that she would consider you one of her own? Is it not true that you feel the imbalance between your contributions and the rewards at Yumiao Xinzong? Return with me, and you may select any 2 artifacts from the storeroom. You have no choice but to choose me. Li Yin, however, regarded Su Hanyue's arrogant demeanor with a silent gaze. Sister, are you truly lacking in intellect? Even at this juncture, you presume I pine for your trifling affections? My grandmother, even in her stroke, would not utter such nonsense. Heh, ha ha. A low, cold laugh escaped from Li Yin's throat. What is so amusing? Su Hanwei inquired. Her brows furrowed in confusion. Choose. Why must I choose? In this rebirth, I seek not the celestial pathways or imperial dominion. Born of darkness, I embrace the boundless realm of the demonic. The antiquated customs and constraints of this world can be cast aside. I shall forge a path that is uniquely my own. In an instant, the fury of the ocean surged, tempests obscured the sun, and a torrent of demonic energy erupted from Li Yin, sweeping across the vast expanse. He raised his head to the heavens, his gaze piercing and disdainful, each word pronounced with conviction. I am the way. Arrogance. Su Hanyue, consumed by rage, was suddenly beset by a vision of the devastation wrought by Li Yin upon Yumiao Xinzong, a scene of carnage and rivers of blood. A chill of apprehension gripped her heart, and she resolved to hold nothing back. With a wave of her sleeve, the landscape transformed, her purple robe billowing wildly as the once clear sky darkened in an instant. The purple cloud divine thunder was brewing. You have already fallen into the demonic path today. As your master, I shall employ this purple cloud divine thunder to cleanse our lineage and restore the righteous order. Ziz, above, the thundercloud vortex expanded relentlessly, with purple lightning dancing within. The mountains and palaces below, ravaged by the encroaching thunderous energy, crumbled and disintegrated, debris swirling upwards. The world dimmed, and light was extinguished. Rivers flowed backward, and mountains shattered. A scene reminiscent of the apocalypse unfolded. Li Yin stood resolute, his demonic energy surging unabated. You wretched fool! Realizing that the malevolent energy emanating from Li Yin was now directed towards her, Su Hanwei hesitated for a moment, her expression twisting into one of ferocity as she snarled. You dare raise your hand against your master? What is a mere avatar to fear? As he felt the resounding thunder of the divine lightning above, Li Yin comprehended his purpose. The newly grasped supreme sword intent had found a perfect target here, sparing him the need to venture into the realm of the underworld for practice. Transforming his fingers into a blade, he closed his eyes, enveloped in swirling demonic energy. As an extraordinary sword intent rapidly coalesced within him, poised for action, in an instant, the world lost its color as the remnants of the ruins, drawn by the divine thunder of the 9 heavens, hung suspended in midair, plunging the realm into an eerie silence. What on earth is this? Su Hanyue's heart raced. Li Yan's sword intent was so formidable that even the Zishu divine thunder was momentarily hindered. At this moment, the Empress Lian Qiwang, standing beside Li Yin, observed everything quietly, her gaze reflecting admiration. Li Yin, you always manage to surprise me. Before my very eyes, you dare to strike at my people. Truly believing I am merely a decoration? Allow me to assist you. Lian Qiwang reached out and patted Li Yan's back, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy pouring into him, continuously enhancing the sword energy that was rapidly coalescing at his fingertips. As Su Hanwei watched this scene unfold, alarm bells rang in her mind. She realized that she could no longer afford to delay. Confronted with Li Yan's imminent, unknown power attack, an indescribable fear emerged within her. This strike is perilous. To betray one's teacher and annihilate one's ancestors, descending into the demonic path truly beyond redemption. Today, I shall act on behalf of heaven. With a command, Su Hanyue declared, and the once dim and obscure heavens were abruptly torn apart by a dazzling silver light. A divine thunder, as mighty as mountains, crashed down from the zenith of the sky. Silver serpents danced wildly, the might of the heavens surged, and all that it touched was instantaneously reduced to ash. The divine thunder punishment seemed as if the heavens were collapsing. Just as the lightning was about to engulf Li Yin, his eyes suddenly opened wide, and he softly intoned, I possess a sword that can sever rivers, overturn seas, pluck stars, destroy cities, open the heavens, and slay gods. It is known as the sword of celestial execution. As the words left his lips, the raging divine thunder was, astonishingly, dissected and distorted by the supreme sword intent. As if a decayed tree had encountered a sharp blade, its might was akin to a deity wielding a brush. Each burst of sword energy contained the power to create worlds, causing the very fabric of space to tremble, the stars to fade, as if all in the universe quaked and submitted beneath this singular strike. Rising from below, the fierce sword radiance cleaved the Zixiao divine thunder in two. No Suhanhua, in terror, realized that the supreme sword intent showed no signs of halting, instead surging towards her along the trajectory of the falling lightning. She could hardly anticipate that the Zixiao divine thunder would be split by a single sword, and in an instant, she found herself unable to evade. No, the supreme sword intent sliced through the sky, severing the celestial canopy, obliterating even the small world summoned by Suhanhua, leaving only the echoes of anguish screams that lingered in the heavens, refusing to fade. Suhanhua, exiled. Cough, cough. In the spirit pool of the back mountain of Yunmiao Xinzong, the consciousness of the sect leader Suhanhua abruptly returned from 1,000 miles away to her corporeal form. She opened her eyes suddenly, her expression profoundly complex. Li Yin. Humph, very well. Suhanhua gently wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, a flicker of resentment flashing in her eyes. What a sort of celestial execution, had it not been for the assistance of the Empress of Daxia by your side. You would think to harm me with merely that sword. Cough, cough. Under the immense pressure of the realm in her palm, she remained as steadfast as a pine tree, yet with a single sword, she could tear apart the very fabric of reality. Reflecting on Li Yan's various performances, Suhanhua found herself compelled to regain her composure. This has far surpassed the limits attainable by a mere second-tier practitioner. It has only been 3 days since departing from the sect, and he has achieved such heights. It is indeed more astonishing than the progress made in my previous life at the Yunmiao immortal sect. As this thought crossed her mind, Suhanhua paused. To acknowledge that Li Yin has advanced further after leaving the Yunmiao immortal sect would imply that she, as his master, had been a hindrance to his progress. What a ridiculous notion. Humph. It is nothing more than a reckless pursuit of success, daring to tread the path of demonic practices. Ultimately, it leads to nothing significant. With this reflection, Suhanhua felt a sense of relief. There was no need to be upset. Her beloved disciple, Xiaoqin, was soon to arrive. With the formidable resources and profound foundation of the Yunmiao immortal sect, it would be a simple matter for Xiaoqin to surpass Li Yin in a short span of time. Furthermore, as a reincarnated being, Suhanhua was acutely aware that a year from now, the beast tide would herald the fall of the Empress of the Great Xia. The Phoenix Guardian can offer protection for a moment, but not for eternity. Suhanhua gazed northward, her eyes glinting with cold resolve. Each word seemingly forced through clenched teeth as she declared fiercely, "The Phoenix Guardian cannot escape, and neither can you." Chapter 24. The Empress's Invitation, the Three Realms finally realized. Meanwhile, within the Northtown Marquis's residence, having just vanquished the formidable adversary Suhanhua, Li Yin returned to the realm of reality, the night deepening around him. He lowered his gaze to the lingering sword intent at his fingertips, lost in contemplation. Is this truly the unparalleled sword intent that claims to surpass all under heaven? Alas, my current cultivation is still shallow. I can only execute the first strike, far from comprehending its entirety. Why the long face after your victory? The Empress's voice filtered through the Phoenix Feather Spirit seal. Regrettably, I failed to slay Suhanhua with a single strike, inadvertently revealing one of my hidden cards. Upon hearing this, the Empress found herself at a loss. What strength does Suhanhua possess? There are only a handful of individuals in this world who could contend with her. And here you are, a mere young man in the second realm, dreaming of toppling an eighth realm powerhouse. Truly outrageous. However, the Empress reconsidered. Miracles are not uncommon in this world. After all, the one making such audacious claims is Li Yin, whose innate talent might indeed allow for such a day to come. Your Majesty has come to seek me for another matter, I presume? Li Yin thought, fully aware that while the Empress had aided in dealing with Suhanhua, such assistance would not come without a price, a debt of gratitude that would one day need to be repaid. After a prolonged silence, the Empress suppressed her turbulent emotions and finally spoke. Are you aware of the Danqing's secret realm? I require you to personally take charge and lead a team to participate in the competition for the secret realm under the banner of the Great Xia Divine Dynasty. The Danqing secret realm is the last masterpiece left behind by the sage of painting before his ascension. The sage used rivers as ink, the sky as paper, stars as embellishments, and mountains and rivers as the foundation to depict this realm that gathers the essence of heaven and earth, filled with rare treasures. The secret realm opens once every decade, allowing cultivators below the fourth realm to participate. It serves as a crucial venue for the young talents of various sects to showcase their brilliance and vie for opportunities. When the time comes, young prodigies from all sects will gather to partake in this grand event. While the surface may appear bustling, one can never know what intrigues may unfold beneath. Li Yin was well acquainted with this. In his past life, he represented the Yunyao Xianzong in this very competition. However, his companion then was Xiao Chun. In his previous life, Li Yin was utterly dedicated to the Yunyao Xianzong, tirelessly searching for treasures. He even scoured the secret realm's mouse dens, ensuring that whenever they encountered a place conducive to enlightenment, he would allow his fellow disciples to take the lead while he stood guard. Just before the secret realm was to close, Li Yin risked his life against the biting gales to reach the center, Lomian Peak, and broke the record set by Ning Lisan for the fourth heaven. Who would have imagined that all Li Yin fought so hard to achieve would earn him naught but scorn? Because of Xiao Chen's backbiting, Su Hanyue turned against him, claiming he only cared for his own gain, leaving his junior brother to fend for himself. His accolades were transformed into accusations, a burden heavier than the mountains. Under the weight of public condemnation, Li Yin was unjustly labeled as selfish. When he attempted to defend himself, he was struck down by Su Hanyue, falling from his realm and bedridden for 3 months. In hindsight, it was likely that Li Yin had unwittingly snatched away the opportunity Xiao Chen had long coveted, inciting animosity in the process. You need not worry. Within the secret realm, I shall take nothing from the resources you acquire. As long as you can represent the great Xia divine dynasty and achieve remarkable feats in the secret realm, I shall reward you handsomely upon your return. Those sons of officials are either of mediocre talent or have already devoted themselves to the cultivation sections. The last time the secret realm opened, our great Xia divine dynasty could not muster a decent team, allowing the cultivation sects to look down upon us and mock our dynasty for its lack of successors. My selection of you this time is merely to temper the arrogance of those cultivation sections. Noticing that Li Yin had yet to respond, the Empress continued. When it comes to the younger generation of Great Xia, Lian Hongling has already reached the pinnacle of the third realm at a young age, and she is the third princess of our dynasty. Would it not be more fitting for her to lead the team? Lian expressed his doubts. Indeed, Hongling had achieved some success, and logically, it made sense, though it felt inappropriate to speak ill of one's own daughter. Her position among the adversaries would ultimately benefit the great Xia divine dynasty more. The Empress had already made arrangements regarding Lian Hongling. This mother truly is quite practical. Li Yin mused. In this manner, Lian Hongling would not cause chaos within the great Xia team, and she could engage with Li Yin as an opponent within the secret realm. Considering the timeline, Xiao Chun would soon be joining the Yunyao Xian sect, which meant that the exploration team sent by Yunyao would be composed of exceptional talents. Suddenly, Li Yin felt an itch in his hands. In his cultivation journey, each advancement in realm consumed an exponentially increasing amount of spirit stones and medicinal herbs. As Li Yin accelerated his cultivation speed, these resources must naturally keep pace. With the abundant financial and material backing of the Yunyao Xian sect, and Lian Hongling being a figure of both Yunyao and Great Xia, now vying for the resources within the secret realm, Li Yin did not mind engaging them in a playful contest. What is yours and mine? Clearly, it is all mine. I shall gladly take on this task. Excellent. The Empress's tone softened slightly. I shall have someone deliver the detailed roster of the Great Xia team to you. I shall await your good news within these high palace walls. With the arrangements for the Danxing secret realm concluded, the Empress severed the communication, leaving Li Yin alone in the chamber. Outside, the moonlight bathed the surroundings and silence reigned. Inside, the candlelight flickered, casting ethereal shadows. The Danxing secret realm. Little Chenzi, be prepared for me. After a long day of toil, Li Yin finally had a moment to breathe. Stretching his limbs, he felt the satisfying crack of his joints. His mind raced with plans for the forthcoming endeavors. First, he would venture into the Nether Ghost domain to break through to the third realm and simultaneously test the efficacy of the Demon Emperor's blood using the malevolent entities within. As for Sister Lisan, he had merely mentioned that he would visit her in the evening without specifying a time. That could wait. Ultimately, enhancing his strength remained paramount. Women only served to hinder Li Yin's swiftness in drawing his sword. Resolute in his decision, he soon gathered his resolve and, after a brief respite, seized the dark scroll from his desk and plunged into the Nether Ghost domain. In the first layer of the nether ghost domain, the winds howled ominously, and the dim space was rarely graced by a few shafts of light penetrating through. The wandering skin demons roamed in search of sustenance, their mouths brimming with sharp teeth and drool. Any unsuspecting creature that inadvertently fell into the haunted realm would swiftly be torn to shreds by the ravenous horde of skin demons. As the malevolent entities embodying the essence of distortion and slaughter in the first layer of the ghost domain, even these terrifying skin demons would instinctively divert their course when passing by a certain shadowy corner of the underworld. A fleeting glimmer of moonlight illuminated the striking visage of a solitary figure. In the dark recesses where the skin demons dared not venture, Li Yin sat cross-legged, cultivating his energy. With his eyes firmly shut, he continuously compressed and refined the external demonic energy until it ultimately converged within his heart's lake. The purity of the demonic energy in Li Yan's heart's lake steadily increased with each cycle of compression, and his realm began to gradually loosen. At last, the moment arrived. Within the ghost domain, the demonic energy appeared remarkably docile. Unlike the harrowing struggles of his previous life, Li Yan's ascent to the third realm unfolded with a natural fluidity, as if it were meant to be. With his hands forming seals, the instant the demonic energy reached its pinnacle of refinement, the shackles binding his realm shattered with a resounding crash. The third realm was finally attained. Chapter 25, the second layer of the ghost domain, Blood of the Demon Emperor. After breaking through to the third realm, Li Yan's aura soared to new heights. Standing amidst the eerie depths of the ghost domain, he resembled a solitary candle flickering in the vast, dark night, drawing countless moths to its flame. The surrounding skin-wearing specters, detecting the intensified life force emanating from Li Yan, could no longer suppress their long-repressed thirst for blood. They instinctively lunged towards him. However, even in the second realm, Li Yan had already navigated through the hordes of skin-wearing specters with ease. Now, having reached the third realm, he was more than equipped to handle them. With his fingers curled into claws, he wielded his power with abandon, and the skin-wearing specters disintegrated like fragile parchment, turning to dust and fading into nothingness. In that moment, the valley echoed only with the desperate and unwilling wails of the specters, as the last few skin-wearing specters emitted dull, guttural sounds and fled in a panic. Li Yan's warm-up battle came to an end. The intensity was somewhat lacking. Watching the few fleeing specters, he felt no desire to pursue them. The terror of the skin-wearing specters lay in their overwhelming numbers and bloodthirsty frenzy for cultivators of lesser skill. The sheer mass of these specters could render them lifeless husks in an instant. Yet, when faced with a formidable opponent, the skin-wearing specters were merely oversized mosquitoes. Thus, Li Yan had no intention of wasting the precious blood of the Demon Emperor on the first layer. He would venture to the second layer. Approaching the precipice of the first layer, Li Yan gazed into the abyss below, feeling the chilling winds rising from the valley floor quicken his heartbeat. Clutching the scroll tightly in his right hand, ensuring he could retreat at any moment, he took a deep breath and leapt without hesitation. The sound of his footsteps echoed as Li Yan traversed the blood-soaked, muddy ground of the second layer, where the air was thick with a nauseating stench. The walls bore the scars of countless battles, and as his gaze extended further, he beheld hills of bones piled high. Entering the second layer proved easier than anticipated. Unlike the dark first layer, this place was bathed in a sinister red glow, reminiscent of a hellish landscape. It appeared that the malevolent entities of this layer possessed a modicum of awareness, albeit limited. Observing everything within sight, Li Yan paused at a corner. Was this a footprint of a malevolent being? He crouched down to examine it closely. The print resembled that of a bull's hoof, yet it was substantially larger, even exceeding the span of a person lying outstretched on the ground. Such a colossal beast lurked within the second layer? Truly, the ghost domain was teeming with marvels. The larger the form, the higher the likelihood that it could withstand the blood of the Demon Emperor, making it an ideal subject for Li Yan's experiments. The initial discomfort of his arrival dissipated, replaced by a sense of exhilaration. Li Yan quickened his pace, racing towards the lair of the giant beast, following the trail of footprints. Along the way, the prints became increasingly dense, and hills of skeletal remains emerged one after another before his eyes. At last, before an immense heap of bones that obstructed the path, the footprints vanished. Li Yan gazed intently at the pile of bones, halting his steps as a low, resonant snort wafted from the other side. The hunt had commenced. Suddenly, the ground beneath him began to tremble as the colossal beast sensed Li Yan's presence. A palpable aura of murderous intent pervading the air. With a deafening roar, a massive axe cleaved through the obstructing bone pile, revealing a monstrous figure with blood-red eyes charging toward Li Yin. It was a minotaur, wielding a gigantic axe. Li Yin finally discerned the beast's true identity. This was no ordinary creature, but a minotaur's spirit. A manifestation born from the remnants of a minotaur nurtured by malevolent energies in the realm of the dead over countless years. The minotaur, hampered by its enormous size, was sluggish in movement, and even at full sprint, it could not match Li Yin's agility. With a leap, Li Yin soared gracefully, evading the minotaur's powerful strike. The axe crashed into the ground, sending a shower of debris into the air, yet it failed to make contact. Looking up, Li Yin stood poised above. While the minotaur's furious bellow echoed in the air, its crimson eyes ablaze with ghostly flames, revealing its sharpened teeth that emitted a chilling rasp. The creature became increasingly frenzied, wreaking havoc upon its surroundings. Li Yin, observing the minotaur's muscular form, felt an exhilarating thrill. Let me test the potency of the blood of the demon emperor. A single drop of the precious blood materialized in his hand. Channeling his demonic energy, he concentrated the blood at his fingertip. As the minotaur reared back to roar, Li Yin flicked his finger, the drop of blood striking true at the center of the beast's brow. A thunderous roar erupted, yet the minotaur's frenzy intensified rather than diminished. The axe flew from its grip, its eyes ablaze with ghostly fire, and its claws began to frantically tear at its own body. As the essence of the demon emperor permeated its form, the minotaur's body began to swell grotesquely, its limbs contorting in an eerie manner until it transformed into a colossal mass of flesh. Hurry, faster. Li Yin observed this transformation with rapt attention, his eyelids unwavering, brimming with anticipation for the final metamorphosis. Just as the shadow cast by the expanding mass threatened to engulf Li Yin, the grotesque form detonated into a shower of sanguine remnants. As Li Yin contemplated the search for his next target, he sensed an unusual presence in the air. Raising his gaze and surveying his surroundings, he was met by countless scarlet eyes emerging from the darkness, burning with malevolence and greed. Clearly, the earlier commotion had disturbed other bull-headed demons inhabiting this ghostly realm. The bull-headed demons surged forth, yet instead of attacking Li Yin, they rushed towards the bloodied remains strewn across the ground, ravenously devouring their fallen kin. The cacophony of feasting was punctuated by the mingling of demonic essence with flesh, melting effortlessly into their mouths. Suddenly, amidst their gluttonous revelry, the bull-headed demons erupted into a series of deep, resonant growls. The ghostly flames flickering in their eyes gradually dimmed, overtaken by an eerie shade of black. In that moment of revelation, Li Yin was astonished to discover that his consciousness had become intertwined with that of the frenzied bull-headed demons, gradually consuming their original awareness. As he felt his consciousness expand throughout this ghostly domain, a mix of astonishment and elation washed over him. He then addressed the throng of bull-headed fiends below with a commanding voice. Kneel. No sooner had the words left his lips than the malevolent demons, brimming with ferocity, discarded their weapons as if bowing to an emperor. They knelt before Li Yin in perfect unison, a testament to his newfound dominion. Chapter 26. Sovereign of the Ghost Realm. The malevolent serpent of the secret abyss. Ha ha ha. I, the Taoist, have succeeded. The blood of the demon emperor proves to be exceedingly potent for a bull-headed specter, and it seems I must dilute it somewhat. Li Yin surveyed the multitude of bull-headed specters kneeling below, deeply savoring the sensation of dominion over a realm. This unexpected boon sparked a bold idea within him. The bull-headed specters under his command lacked independent consciousness, functioning like puppets devoid of pain, and they were fiercely formidable. With such powerful soldiers at his disposal, Li Yin could indeed leverage the nether ghost realm to establish a robust force entirely obedient to his will. As for the great Xia divine dynasty and the Empress, they were merely temporary allies for Li Yin. The Empress would not offer her assistance freely. She would undoubtedly demand recompense in various forms after the fact. Moreover, the Empress might repeat the missteps of her previous life, becoming compelled to break through her seclusion due to the relentless pressure from the Northern Beast Kingdom, ultimately unable to escape her destined demise. Thus, Li Yin must prepare for the worst-case scenario. After all, one must be strong to forge iron. He needed a cadre of capable subordinates to support him. In this nether ghost realm, Li Yin could maximize the potential of his demonic root. The first tier comprised human skin specters, the second tier consisted of bull-headed specters, and the lower tiers hosted peculiar creatures, all sharing a common trait. They were numerous, resilient, and durable. Were they not the ideal subjects for experimentation and training? Such favorable conditions were rare to find. More importantly, The concealment offered here was unparalleled, allowing for a safe period of development. Who would dare believe that someone would cultivate power in this so-called forbidden zone of life, the Nether Ghost Realm? Even if Li Yin were to discuss this matter openly, the immediate reaction would surely be to question his sanity. Therefore, Li Yin resolved to reflect on his past experiences, empowering the ghostly beings with the blood of the Demon Emperor, and through gradual accumulation and streamlined management, he aimed to explore the uncharted waters of the Ghost Realm, completing a perfect ecological loop. In simpler terms, a grand documentary titled My Life as a Godfather in the Ghost Realm was about to premiere. After a flurry of thoughts, Li Yin quickly regained his composure. After all, this venture was still in its infancy. With his current strength at the third realm, he could likely subdue the bull-headed specters of the second tier with ease, yet he felt uncertain about descending further. Contemplating this, Li Yin rolled up his sleeves and commanded the bull-headed specters below, You, and you, come train with me. Upon receiving the command, the bull-headed specters rose in unison, forming a solid wall to clear a square arena for Li Yin. He leaped down, eager to accumulate experience. First blood, 2-hit combo, 3-hit victory, 4-hit superiority, 5-hit marvel. Through the intense close-quarters combat with these muscular behemoths, Li Yin further enhanced his prowess to ensure a sustainable harvest. He even instructed his bull-headed specters to summon their kin from other areas to serve as experience fodder. After a vigorous exchange of blows, Li Yin finally elevated his cultivation to the second tier of the third realm. After much toil, only a minor advancement has been achieved, and the efficiency leaves much to be desired. Li Yin, endowed with the unique characteristics of his demonic spirit root and the blood of the Demon Emperor, commands a realm of ghosts, yet he longs to express his considerable resources. However, within this ghostly domain, the essential spirit stones required for elevating one's cultivation are conspicuously absent. These bull-headed specters possess pockets as barren as their expressions. Relying solely on combat to accrue experience is rather sluggish. Hence, it is said that the starting point for the prodigies of esteemed families and sects is a pinnacle unattainable by the average person in a lifetime. The mere lack of resources has thwarted many. In the path of cultivation, rare materials and treasures are indispensable. Consequently, Li Yin resolved to take decisive action to amass wealth, swiftly and vigorously. As the hour of the rat arrived, the moon hung high, casting its silvery glow. Li Yin concluded his explorations of the ghostly realm, extricating himself from the scroll. At this moment, he was covered in blood, resembling a soldier returning from a harrowing battlefield. Of course, these stains were the result of his training partner's efforts. Just as he was about to exit the ghostly domain, Li Yin unexpectedly discovered that he could bring his bull-headed specters along with him. Contemplating the imminent opening of the Danqing secret realm, he rubbed his neck, and a flurry of thoughts raced through his mind. Conjuring images of the esteemed prodigies from various sects, the creatures within the secret realm were far beneath those pampered scions of the sections. Perhaps I could intensify the challenge and deliver a modest shock from the ghostly domain. Li Yin believed that the denizens of the ghost realm could effectively assist these prodigies in breaking free from their comfort zones. Yet, to assert that the bull-headed and human-skinned specters could easily claim the lives of these prodigies within the secret realm seemed rather unrealistic. After all, even if these prodigies were lacking in strength, they would undoubtedly carry protective talismans bestowed upon them by their mentors before entering the secret realm. And those talismans were invariably formidable. In his past life, these individuals had schemed against Li Yin, and the potency of their protective artifacts had caused him considerable distress. Now, reborn, Li Yin intended to turn the tables, utilizing his bull-headed specters to coax out the hidden protective artifacts. Once these artifacts were exposed before Li Yin's watchful eyes, their ownership would no longer be theirs to claim. Yunmiao Xinzong, Guanghan Palace, Beast Taming Gate, Divine Mechanism Pavilion, Yinyang Law Sect. Li Yin wiped the corners of his mouth, a hint of saliva lingering, and just as he prepared to retract the scroll, he suddenly noticed a change in it. Remarkably swift this time, the scroll, which had just transported Li Yin back to his dwelling, now displayed a striking inscription: The Third Calamity, Evil Flood Dragon of the Secret Realm. Initially narrow, it barely accommodates a person after walking several dozen paces. It opens up remarkably. Finally reaching the depths of the secret realm, my heart remains tumultuous, as if a pair of eyes lurks in the shadows, fixated upon me. How is this possible? The Danqing secret realm, which permits only cultivators below the fourth realm, is infested with a peak sixth realm evil flood dragon. No, the flood dragon is already showing signs of transformation into a dragon. We are no match for it. The fangs, as tall as a man, pierced through my chest, and under the excruciating pain, my consciousness began to fade. Like the previous two calamities, it prophesied in various ways the demise of Li Yan. However, he had grown accustomed to such forewarnings. What truly alarmed him was the malevolent serpent lurking within the secret realm. It possessed a formidable 6 stages. The third calamity was no trifling matter. In comparison to the first two, this disaster had escalated significantly in difficulty, compelling Li Yan to prepare in advance. The blood of the demon emperor. A spark ignited in Li Yan's eyes, since a single ox-headed ghost could not withstand the overwhelming power of the demon emperor's blood. What would be the outcome if it were bestowed upon the malevolent serpent on the verge of transforming into a dragon? Chapter 27. Sister comes to teach you. It is worth noting that the malevolent serpent has a significant connection with Li Yan. In a previous life, if one were to recount Li Yan's achievements, slaying the wicked serpent and quelling the deluge would undoubtedly be among them. The emergence of the serpent brought forth rampant floods, causing immense suffering among the populace. In response, numerous heroes and champions rose to combat the creature. However, this serpent was exceptionally cunning, swiftly evading capture after every act of malice, leaving no trace behind, rendering each attempt to subdue it futile. Just as the world was in relentless pursuit of the serpent, it audaciously presented itself before humanity in an even more grotesque form. Li Yan vividly recalls the moment of his initial encounter with the serpent in his past life. Its visage was horrifying, with interlocking fangs and blood-red eyes. Its massive body stretching over 1,000 feet. A mere twist of its form could effortlessly level an entire village, crowned with a pair of irregular dragon horns. Its body was adorned with dark scales pushing through its flesh, signifying that this malevolent serpent was but a step away from transforming into a dragon. The stages of transformation followed a hierarchy, the first realm into a python, the fourth into a serpent, and the 8th into a dragon. The serpent chose to reveal itself because it had reached the pinnacle of the 7th realm, requiring the accumulation of bloodshed to complete its final transformation into a dragon. The serpent's power far exceeded the expectations of the cultivators who came to hunt it. In just one encounter, their ranks suffered devastating losses. The battle was exceptionally brutal. The remaining cultivators either perished or fled, leaving only Li Yan standing. The confrontation escalated from the heights of the 9 heavens to the depths of the azure waves, lasting 7 relentless days and nights until Li Yan succeeded in severing the monster's dragon head. To prevent any future calamities, he exposed the severed head to the scorching sun for 49 days, ensuring that the malevolent aura dissipated completely before burying it deep in the heart of the western desert, thus effectively suppressing the scourge that plagued the world. No wonder there was no trace to be found. It seems the serpent had taken refuge in the Danqing secret realm. This serpent truly knows how to hide. Who would have imagined that a 6th-realm beast would dwell within a realm that only permitted cultivators of the 4th realm and below? Simultaneously, Li Yan noted additional information on the scroll regarding the Danqing secret realm and the serpent. In his previous life, he had entered this realm but had never encountered this creature. After much contemplation, he surmised that he had perfectly circumvented the serpent's lair during his exploration. It seems that this time, he must search more meticulously, ideally coaxing the serpent to reveal itself. Now that the location of the target has been established, the foremost issue becomes how to subdue this beast. The good news is that this serpent has only reached the pinnacle of the 6th realm, considerably weaker than when Li Yan first met it in his previous life. The bad news is that Li Yan himself has just barely surpassed the 3rd realm, rendering him weaker than the serpent. Although he possesses 9 drops of the blood of a demon emperor, this alone is insufficient against such a formidable upper-tier beast. As for backup plans, the more, the merrier. The malevolent serpent harnesses the power of the flood for its cultivation, dwelling for years in the depths of water. Its nature frigid, embodying the essence of extreme pain. Would it not be prudent to procure some items imbued with robust yang energy to counter it? Speaking of such potent objects, it is rumored that the proprietress of the grandest brothel in the capital, Xilan, has secretly developed a divine elixir for vitality, a remedy of remarkable strength. Let us not misconstrue, for Li Yan is no seeker of fleeting pleasures, harboring little interest in the frivolities of Xilan. How did Li Yan come by this knowledge, you may wonder? It is boldly inscribed within the guide to courtesans gifted to him by that rascal Lian Baiyan. While this mischievous friend may lack skill in many areas, he possesses an unparalleled expertise in the art of visiting brothels, with an array of remedies memorized with precision. Those who have tried them attest to their efficacy. They must surely be reliable. With this thought, Li Yan's mind devised a plan, and he slapped his thigh. Purchase. Acquire a whole sack of it. Upon encountering the wicked serpent, he would first pour half a bag down its throat. Regardless of its effectiveness, one cannot dispute the volume. At this late hour, when the bustling business of Xilan Xian is at its peak, Li Yan resolved to seize the moment and hasten over to negotiate. Without hesitation, Li Yan grasped the scroll, picked up his package, and extracted a jade pendant resembling a bluebird, its surface gleaming with a soft luster. Finances were tight, and this bluebird pendant was worth a fair sum, perfect for trading with the proprietress for her miraculous elixir. Originally, this pendant was the long-sought half of a love token pursued by Lian Hongling, yet Li Yan had no desire to remain entangled in that relationship. Thus, he seized the opportunity to sell it. Cursed fate. After tidying up, Li Yan prepared to step out. Who's outside? Just as he lifted his gaze, he caught sight of a figure outlined by the moonlight, pacing intermittently, appearing quite conflicted. Li Yan, are you inside? Came the voice of Ning Lisin. Sister has waited all night, and since you have not arrived, I was unable to rest easy, so I came to check. Standing at the entrance, Ning Lisin's voice carried a mix of trepidation and subtle probing. As a formidable figure of the fifth realm, she could naturally sense that Li Yan was within. He had promised to meet her that evening, yet after waiting in vain, Ning Lisin could no longer contain herself and decided to visit in person. May I enter? After a few moments of silence with no response, Ning Lisin took the initiative. Since you remain silent, I shall assume your acquiescence. With that, she gently pushed open the door. Accompanied by a soft creak, moonlight flooded in, illuminating the room. In the midst of the silvery glow, Ning Lisin stood at the threshold, poised with the door still ajar, while Li Yan, with a bag slung over his shoulder, was caught in the act of slipping away, their gazes locking. Upon noticing Li Yan covered in blood, Ning Lisin gasped in shock, the reprimand that had instinctively risen to her lips faltering and eventually vanishing. Internally vexed, she chastised herself for almost reverting to her lecturing demeanor, having resolved to mend her relationship with Li Yan. Choosing to trust him, she refrained from further inquiries. Thus, the two of them exchanged silent glances, the atmosphere tinged with awkwardness. But wait. Ning Li broke the silence first. Previously, her sister had sent Yuer to guide your cultivation, but your talent is astonishingly high, rendering even Yuer no match for you, let alone capable of instructing you. However, my sister would not allow such a promising seedling to languish idly. Li Yan frowned, pondering whether it would not be more delightful to quietly nurture her development. Immediately afterward, Ning Li lifted her skirt and twirled in front of Li Yan, smiling brightly as she said, "From now on, I shall be your teacher." Chapter 28. Choose whatever you desire from sister's possessions. What? Upon hearing that Sister Ning Lisin intended to personally instruct him, Li Yan was taken aback. However, upon further reflection, he realized that among all those in the entire Guanghan Palace, there was no one whose talent could rival Lin Yu's, save for Ning Lisin herself. Though her intentions were undoubtedly well-meaning, Li Yan truly felt no need for such guidance. As the saying goes, women merely serve to impede my swiftness in drawing my sword. No need. Li Yan promptly declined without hesitation. Splendid. My sister has commissioned a sword crafted from the 9 nether cold iron for you, so you may have to make do with that. Suddenly, Ning Lisin found herself at a loss for words. Li Yan's statement struck her like a heavy blow, leaving her momentarily dazed. Have I been rejected? Throughout her life, whether in terms of innate talent on the path of cultivation or her breathtaking beauty, Ning Lisin had always possessed absolute confidence. Despite her frosty demeanor that kept others at bay, she was still pursued by many eager admirers. For her, the concept of rejection felt distant and foreign. In fact, she could scarcely recall the last time she had faced such a thing. No, wait. It seems the last time was indeed Li Yan. Ning Lisin gazed at Li Yan in bewilderment, her initial shock gradually transforming into embarrassment and indignation. I am, after all, the youngest 5th-level genius since the inception of Guanghan Palace, and my talents are by no means inferior to yours. There are countless individuals eager to meet me. How could you? Naturally, such proud musings remained unspoken, as she, burdened with the mantle of a saintess, could never voice them aloud. Are you certain? Have you truly considered this fully? This would be an opportunity to be in close proximity to this saintess. Truly unnecessary. Everyone possesses their own path of cultivation. And your way, Sister Lisin, does not resonate with mine. Li Yan spoke truthfully. His journey diverged vastly from that of Ning Lisin. One was the ice spirit route, the other the demon spirit route. One was nurtured with care as the revered saintess of Guanghan, while the other struggled to survive under constant oppression. Moreover, Guanghan Palace had historically only accepted female disciples. It was unreasonable to expect Li Yin to cultivate the techniques of a female sect. I have my own methods of cultivation. The teachings of Guanghan Palace do not suit me. Li Yin discerned that Ning Lisan's stubbornness had resurfaced. His own methods of cultivation? Ning Lisan scrutinized him, noting that he appeared as though he had just emerged from a grave, and she couldn't shake the feeling that Li Yan's approach to cultivation seemed somewhat primitive. Surely, he had yet to witness how true prodigies of a sect conducted themselves, which explained his obstinacy. No, I cannot idly stand by and watch a gem become tarnished. Ning Lisan resolved to change her approach, donning an expression of sympathy as she circled around Li Yin, sighing softly. Brother, after 5 arduous years of solitary cultivation, you have indeed begun to grasp the essence of the path, achieving results that surpass your peers by a significant margin. This is undeniable. Then, crossing her arms and surveying Li Yin, she continued, but within the realm of the strong, there are always those who are stronger. One mountain surpasses another in height. And you must understand this principle. Relying on the mere achievement of breaking into the second realm at the tender age of 18, one begins to exhibit arrogance. Clearly, you have yet to witness the true prowess of those esteemed prodigies. As Ning Lisan spoke, she instinctively cast a glance at Li Yin, her concern stemming from apprehension that this youth might be pushing himself despite his injuries. However, that fleeting glance rendered her momentarily speechless. Covering her mouth delicately with her jade-like hand, her almond-shaped eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, You have reached the third realm already? If Li Yin had returned just the day before, making a leap from the early to the late stage of the second realm within a single day, Ning Lisan might have reluctantly convinced herself that it was the result of 5 years of intense cultivation in the Yunmiao immortal sect. Yet, merely a day later, he had ascended to the third realm, unless an ancient master had forcibly imparted their life's worth of cultivation to him. Ning Lisan could not fathom how Li Yin had accomplished such a feat. The speed of his advancement was nothing short of extraordinary. Not only Ning Lisan, but even the most gifted cultivators in the realm would find themselves overshadowed by Li Yin. It is essential to recognize that those prodigies were nurtured through the abundant resources and funding of their sects, while Li Yin was purely a self-taught talent. His rapid progression was unparalleled, disturbingly so. Could it be that even someone of my caliber is unworthy to teach him? Li Yin consistently shattered Ning Lisan's understanding, leaving the esteemed saintess of the Guanghan with an unprecedented feeling of helplessness akin to a mayfly gazing at the vast sky. How did her younger brother cultivate so diligently to elicit such awe from his sister? Ning Lisan, with her captivating eyes, tugged gently at Li Yan's sleeve, seeking to rouse him from his reverie. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment before Li Yin turned his gaze skyward at a 45-degree angle. Exhaling a long sigh as he remarked, "It is merely a recent stroke of fortune." Another stroke of fortune. Where in this world does such abundant fortune arise? Ning Lisan thought. Each time he returned, he locked himself away for an entire day without seeing anyone. What enlightenment could possibly be gleaned from such isolation? She couldn't shake the feeling that Li Yin was concealing something from her. The thought left her feeling uneasy, realizing that their bond had grown estranged, as he was unwilling to confide even in her. Feeling rebuffed, Ning Lisan encountered a wall of dismissal, her pride stinging as she hesitated to press further. Yet, could she truly allow this to pass without asserting her usual role as the meddlesome sister? Thus, she resolved to approach the matter indirectly. Initially narrowing her gaze upon Li Yin, she quickly softened her expression, adorning her face with a gentle smile as she said, "What a coincidence. I have been struggling with the challenges of the fifth realm for several years now. Yet recently I too have experienced a stroke of fortune and wish to engage in a friendly exchange with my brother." If Li Yin were to demonstrate even a fraction of his prowess in her presence, she would discern the nature of his recent endeavors, what techniques he had been practicing, what methods he employed. With her keen insight, she would surely uncover everything. At that point, she could offer him guidance, addressing his weaknesses and shortcomings. This way, she would carve a new path to bridge the gap between them. However, before she could execute her plan, Li Yin had no intention of granting her the opportunity. "I'm rather preoccupied at the moment. What could a fifth realm cultivator possibly wish to spar with me for? What do you seek, and what do I gain from this? Farewell." "Oh, don't go." As Li Yin raised his leg to depart, Ning Lisan hastily grasped his arm. "What you may not know is that as a sword cultivator, I have been stuck at a bottleneck for several years. Seeing my younger brother's exceptional talent, I thought perhaps you could lend me a hand." Sword cultivator? Li Yin turned with sincerity etched upon his face as he fixed his gaze on Ning Lisan. What good could I possibly offer? Benefits? Well, Ning Lisan's eyes drifted, feeling disheartened that Li Yin, upon being called, immediately sought something tangible. I have only the best intentions. How could he respond in such a way? Enough. If you can surpass me in sword intent, you may choose anything belonging to me. Are you satisfied now? Ning Lisan was truly putting everything on the line this time. Then let us not delay, Li Yin replied, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. Shall you go first? Or shall I? Ning Lisan felt utterly disheartened. He was so obedient as a child. How has he changed so much now? Under the moonlight, Li Yan's handsome demeanor was captivating, yet the mischievous smile at the corner of his lips was enough to rouse impatience. He certainly hasn't learned well outside. Nonetheless, at least he was willing to stay. In the realm of swords, she could never concede defeat. With a profound understanding of the ice-soul sword intent, Ning Lisan could even outshine the elders of the sword cultivators in the Guanghan Palace. Observing Li Yan's eager demeanor, Ning Lisan silently steeled her resolve. Just wait and see. There are greater heights beyond the skies. When you witness the spectacle of a single sword sealing the sea, you will surely be begging me to teach you the ways of the sword. At that time, I shall instruct you properly. Chapter 29, The Frozen Expanse. A sword splits the sea. Beneath the luminous glow of the moonlight, Ning Lisan gently clapped her hands. The distant horizon seemed to respond, and in an instant, a cry pierced the air as an ice crystal phoenix broke through the clouds, diving gracefully downwards. Its wings radiating a cold light that illuminated the courtyard as if it were day. Come forth, let us journey to the eastern sea together. As she spoke, Ning Lisan's long, dark tresses gradually turned white, her eyes shimmering with an icy blue brilliance, exuding a goddess-like solemnity. At that moment, Li Yin truly perceived the otherworldly side of Ning Lisan, who appeared so ethereal in the eyes of the world. With a single leap, accompanied by another melodic cry from the ice phoenix, the two vanished swiftly into the horizon. How swift! Above the 9 heavens. Li Yin glanced back at the rapidly diminishing structures behind him, gaining a newfound appreciation for the grandeur of the Guanghan Palace. Indeed, the Guanghan Palace was a formidable sect, once capable of rivaling even the Yunmiao immortal sect at its zenith. Alas, fate had other plans. One of the founding purposes of the Guanghan Palace was to suppress the remnants of one of the 4 ancient ferocious beasts, the Taodai. However, the founding ancestor had underestimated the Taodai, leading to the current sect leader, Qin Zhaoli, inheriting a seal on the brink of collapse. On the day of the Guanghan Palace's millennium celebration, as the mountains were adorned with festive lights, the Taodai broke free, transforming the anticipated celebration into a hellish nightmare. From that moment onward, the Guanghan Palace ceased to exist. The events of the past life replayed vividly in Li Yan's mind. Turning his gaze, he met Ning Lisan's ice-blue eyes, and she was looking back at him. Upon noticing Li Yan's attention, a smile blossomed on Ning Lisan's frosty visage, reminiscent of the warmth of March sunshine, prompting a calm smile from Li Yan in return. Indeed, why ponder so much? Enhancing one's strength was the pressing matter at hand. That ancient ferocious beast, which even the combined might of the Guanghan Palace could not subdue, surely possessed strength far surpassing that of the malevolent flood dragon. Even with intent, Li Yan might be powerless. If he could restore or even exceed his past cultivation before the Taodai broke free, perhaps, in consideration of Sister Lisan, he could leverage the disparity of information from 2 lifetimes to aid the Guanghan Palace. However, those considerations were for another time. In less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, the ice phoenix folded its wings and gracefully landed on a remote seaside cliff. Li Yan's gaze fixed upon the boundless ocean before him, the moonlight cascading like silk, creating a sparkling spectacle. Here, far from the madding crowd, the tranquility was remarkable. Ning Lisan strolled along the shoreline, leaving a trail of footprints in the soft sand until they stood roughly 10 meters apart, where she finally halted. Without any preamble, Ning Lisan elegantly raised her delicate hand, and in an instant, a resplendent, chilling sword materialized in her grasp. With a graceful turn of the blade, she lightly touched its surface with her fingertip and proclaimed, "Do not feel tense. This so-called sparring is not merely a matter of offense and defense between us. I shall suppress my cultivation to match yours at the 3rd realm. Do you see the vast ocean before you?" Ning Lisan was enveloped in an aura of chilling energy, her sword intent ascending relentlessly. She extended her hand towards the horizon and declared, "I shall strike but once. If you can break my sword intent within 3 strikes, I shall concede defeat. Otherwise, victory belongs to me." Upon hearing her words, Li Yin surveyed the area around Ning Lisan. The icy sword intent had coated the surrounding beach in a layer of frost. Icebound sword intent. Indeed, a thrill coursed through Li Yin's heart. This young lady is attempting to maintain her composure, is she? If I do not reveal my prowess, will she truly believe I lack temperament? With such a grand display from Ning Lisan, Li Yin stood there unperturbed, her teeth grinding in frustration. At that moment, Ning Lisan's sword intent had reached its zenith. The once tranquil sea had inexplicably begun to fall under a flurry of snowflakes, the figure of the sword wielder merging seamlessly with the snowy backdrop. Icebound sword intent. Seal. With a graceful lift of her sword-bearing hand, she directed her gaze towards the sea, gently gesturing. In an instant, the fierce chill radiating from Ning Lisan surged forth into the depths of the ocean at an astonishing speed. Everything in sight became encased in ice. Even the fish leaping from the surface were frozen mid-air, suspended in time. With merely a single stroke of her sword, she transformed the entire coastal expanse into a realm of ice and snow. The mountains lay silent beneath a blanket of snow, and vast stretches were locked in frost. Truly a testament to the icebound sword intent. Li Yin could not help but exclaim internally. Sister Lisan not only holds the record for the swiftest breakthrough to the fifth realm, but her mastery of the icebound sword intent is nothing short of transcendent. It is no wonder that the palace of Guanghan cherishes her as a treasure. However, Li Yin rolled up her sleeves, confident that such a level of prowess would not pose a challenge to her unparalleled sword intent. Meanwhile, Ning Lisan slowly sheathed her sword, feigning a calm demeanor as she regulated her breath, though her peripheral vision couldn't help but dart towards Li Yin. Are you stunned? Have you been subdued by my formidable strike? I recall the days when the holy son of the divine mechanism pavilion, due to his flippant words, was rendered incapable of rising from the ground after experiencing one of my strikes. Do you wish to learn? Come and plead with me. Humph. After having turned me down so many times, I shall relish keeping you in suspense this time. Ning Lisan attempted to maintain her aloof facade, her lips curling into a smirk before she quickly suppressed it. Just then, Li Yin took a step forward, facing the now frozen ocean, her fingertips silently gathering a torrent of sword intent. Ning Lisan was taken aback, gazing at the eager Li Yin with astonishment. Is there truly a need to continue this contest? It is essential to recognize that my icebound sword intent was cultivated through the palace of Guanghan's extensive resources and the meticulous guidance of my esteemed masters, forged through countless trials. Looking at Li Yin, who lacked resources and equipment, her power barely reaching the third realm, she appeared as insignificant as a grain of sand in this vast world of ice and snow. Did she still aspire to cleave the sea and split mountains? Though vexed, Ning Lisan stepped aside, crossing her arms, prepared to witness what Li Yin could conjure. Li Yin's gaze penetrated the distance, her mind replaying the astonishing sword strike she had unleashed in the realm of the Heart Lake, now having attained the third realm of self-cultivation. Yet devoid of the Empress's protection, what is the true magnitude of this supreme sword intent? Li Yin gently closed his eyelids, and in that instant, the sword intent converging at his fingertips erupted with fierce intensity. Just then, a snowflake descended from the heavens upon its delicate touch with the ground. The sea began to tremble violently. A fissure quietly extended before Li Yin, initially imperceptible, yet swiftly expanding with the force of thunder, threatening to cleave the entire expanse of the ocean in two. This, Ning Li's earlier pride had dissipated like mist, as she nearly forgot that since Li Yin's return, everything he displayed had consistently redefined her understanding. The supreme sword intent surged with wild abandon, and the snowflakes, once swirling chaotically, abruptly stilled. The crack upon the sea's surface had reached its limit, on the verge of collapse, as if the very heavens and earth held their breath in anticipation of Li Yin's impending strike. Li Yin slowly raised his hand above his head, suddenly opened his eyes wide, and declared in a deep voice, Supreme Sword Intent. Unleash. Chapter 30. I choose you, Sister Lisan. With a decisive tone, the clouds dispersed, and the brilliance of daylight emerged. Beneath the deep sea, the thunderous sound of shattering ice echoed, followed by the surface of the water fracturing continuously. As torrents of seawater gushed forth from the fissures, the sea roared with fervor, dividing at Li Yin's fingertip as the waters were forcefully pushed apart, creating two magnificent curtains of water that resembled a grandiose wall. In that moment, the underwater landscape was laid bare before all eyes. An unparalleled sword intent cleaved the ocean. This formidable sword intent transcended even the ice spirit sword intent. Ning Lisan was utterly astonished by the spectacle before her, her mouth agape, completely oblivious to her usual aloof demeanor, her mind racing with a singular thought. This individual is terrifyingly powerful. As the holy maiden of the Guanghan Palace, Ning Lisin had faced the foremost geniuses from various sects and had witnessed all manner of extraordinary sword intents and techniques, yet none could compare to this singular stroke. The sheer destructive force was akin to the collapse of heaven and earth, its reach so vast that it could submerge mountains beneath the sea. Unprecedented. With a mere third-realm cultivation, to split the ocean with a single sword, such an event, if spoken of, would surely be dismissed as a tale from a fantastical novel. Yet, this astonishing scene unfolded vividly before Ning Lisin, compelling her to believe. If Ware could not teach him, then neither could I. Master, it seems you must intervene. What? You say the Guanghan Palace only accepts female disciples in principle? Our principles can be somewhat flexible. Ning Lisin was convinced that either Su Hanwei was blind, or the disciple recruitment mechanism of the Yunmiao Xianzong had failed to recognize the extraordinary talent that was Li Yin. No, upon my return, I must promptly seek an audience with my master, even if my master is unwilling to accept him. As long as I can procure a few suitable magical artifacts to aid Li Yin, I shall be content. Ning Lisin gracefully descended behind Li Yin, gazing at his solitary figure, truly embodying the essence of a celestial being. She felt a genuine happiness for Li Yin, desiring to engage him in conversation, yet found herself at a loss for words, so she chose instead to savor the exquisite nature of that sword stroke, mimicking Li Yin's movements. She found a spark of understanding. Having stagnated in the fifth realm for many years, she felt a slight loosening of her own boundaries. The journey of cultivation, especially after reaching the fifth realm, is fraught with challenges, where each advancement is as arduous as climbing to the heavens. It cannot be achieved solely through solitary effort. Countless so-called masters and prodigies find themselves trapped at the threshold of the fifth realm, unable to progress throughout their lives. Ning Lisin was no exception. She was not one to covet worldly fame, and her achievements were enough to inspire admiration among countless cultivators. However, with the resources invested by her sect, failing to stand as a pillar of strength a century hence would be the greatest betrayal to her lineage. She had once believed her path of cultivation had reached its end, but the sword struck by Li Yin, embodying the purest and most untainted power of heaven and earth, illuminated the fog that had shrouded her heart like the first rays of dawn breaking across the horizon. Ning Lisin lowered her gaze in contemplation, only to look up and find Li Yin standing before her with a mischievous grin. Sister Lisin, he chuckled, we agreed on 3 strikes, yet I only needed 1. Surely you haven't forgotten our little wager? His piercing gaze caused a faint blush to rise on her cheeks. Though inwardly reluctant, she found herself murmuring, what is it you desire then? Now it was Li Yan's turn. Stroking his chin with scholarly affectation, he circled her slowly, musing aloud. The techniques of the Moon Palace are tailored for female cultivators, hardly fitting for a man like me. And that sword of yours, while undoubtedly celestial grade, is far too ornate for my taste. Suddenly, his eyes brightened, and he halted, turning to face her with earnest intensity. Why not? I simply choose Sister Lisin herself. That way, all your treasures would naturally become mine. You. Ning Lisin was utterly unprepared for such audacity. Her mind blanked momentarily. But before she could retort, Li Yan's clear laughter cut her off. Haha. Look how flustered you are, just teasing. Don't take it to heart. As for what I'll claim, I haven't decided yet. When the time comes, I'll come collect. Ning Lisin seethed, her teeth gritted in frustration. How dare he treat me this way? Utterly shameless. That wretched boy, learning nothing but mischief out there. Back at the Marquis of Northern Garrison's estate, the two retired to their quarters after their duel. Ning Lisin gently closed her door and settled before a full-length water mirror, lost in thought. Since parting with Li Yin, she had sensed his intent to venture out. At this late hour, where could he possibly be going? Surely not to those unsavory places. Just as her thoughts tangled, ripples shimmered across the mirror's surface, and a tall figure emerged from its depths. Master. Ning Lisin bowed solemnly. The visitor was none other than Qin Zhali, the Moon Palace's sovereign. How curious. I wondered which night owl was still awake. Only to find it's our dear Lisin. Fancy you remembering this old teacher after descending the mountain, came the languid, almost careless reply. Master, you jest. This disciple simply missed you. Enough, enough. If you truly missed me, the teleportation seal could be brought you back to the Moon Palace in an instant. At this hour. Get to the point. Caught. Ning Lisin offered a dry laugh before composing herself. As perceptive as ever, master. This disciple has recently encountered a prodigious talent and wished to recommend them to you. Oh, for you to praise someone so highly is rare indeed. Speak. Do you recall Li Yin of the Northern Garrison's household? After 5 years of seclusion at the Mistvale Immortal sect, he has returned. In our brief interactions, I found his gifts nothing short of extraordinary, a genius unparalleled. After Ning Lisan finished speaking, there was a prolonged silence on the other end of the water mirror. When the Lord of Guanghan Palace spoke again, her previously languorous tone turned serious. Li Yin, is he not the son of Li Kai from the Marquis residence? Are you, my dear girl, perhaps still in a daze? My Guanghan Palace has always accepted only female disciples. I must take your words as jest. Master, please discern. Ning Lisan respectfully bowed again, clearly having anticipated the Lord of Guanghan Palace's reaction. However, I firmly believe that Li Yin possesses unparalleled talent. Guanghan Palace could make an exception for him. Utter nonsense. The Lord of Guanghan Palace's voice unmistakably carried a note of displeasure. I am aware of the favor the Marquis of Northern Town has shown you, which is why I permitted your descent from the mountain to return to the Marquis residence. The rule that Guanghan Palace only accepts female disciples was established by our founding ancestor, and I cannot alter it. Do you not feel it excessive to speak on behalf of Li Yin? Chapter 31. Can the firefly compete with the bright moon? In the face of her master's reproach, Ning Lisan maintained a slight bow, her expression as tranquil as still water. She spoke softly, Master, please calm your anger. I wholeheartedly recommend Li Yin, as I am fully confident in his abilities. Oh, the mistress of the Moon Palace could hardly have anticipated that her most steady and considerate disciple would take such a firm stance for Li Yin, and she felt a twinge of annoyance. Very well then, enlighten me. And how old is Li Yin? Since her master was willing to listen, Ning Lisan did not hold back. 18. The mistress of the Moon Palace furrowed her brow slightly, her tone laced with disdain. At 18, he remains obscure in the martial world. His aptitude seems rather mediocre. She continued her inquiry, and what of his cultivation level? Ning Lisan replied, he has just broken through to the third realm. At 18, he has reached the third realm? That is commendable. He indeed possesses some skill. The mistress of the Moon Palace conceded with a slight nod. However, she shifted her tone. But, my dear, you stepped into the fifth realm at merely 16. In terms of potential, Li Yin pales in comparison to you. It is no jest. My dear has achieved the fifth realm at such a young age. Truly a remarkable feat. Although her progress has slowed in the last 2 years, one must ask, which sect in the realm of cultivation can produce such prodigious talent? With such an extraordinary disciple, the future of the Moon Palace shall surely shine brightly. As for Li Yin reaching the third realm at 18, it may be deemed a rare talent by outsiders. Yet for Ning Lisan, it merely grazed the threshold of expectation. Moreover, if Li Yin truly possessed such extraordinary potential, how could the higher-ups of the Yunmiao Immortal sect, who allowed him to escape, be so blind? Ning Lisan's unwavering recommendation of Li Yin struck the mistress of the Moon Palace as somewhat amusing. A singular thought crossed her mind. While it was conceivable that Li Yin's aptitude might surpass that of Ning Lisan, the likelihood of such an assertion was dubious. Just the day prior, he had only just broken through to the second realm. Ning Lisan's unhurried words fell upon the mistress of the Moon Palace like a bucket of icy water, chilling her demeanor. What? You mean to say he ascended from the second realm to the third in just one day? The mistress of the Moon Palace found it hard to believe. Observing Ning Lisan's earnestness, she reined in her earlier dismissiveness. To break through a realm in a single day, what a fantastical notion. Not only that, but Li Yin's prowess in swordsmanship vastly exceeded that of her disciples. Ning Lisan continued. I was fortunate enough to witness Li Yin's astonishing sword intent. With a mere wave of his hand, he parted the seas and cleaved rivers. The memory still leaves me in awe. The third realm. With a single sword strike, he parted the seas? The mistress of the Moon Palace murmured, questioning if this were a scene from a fantastical tale. Knowing Ning Lisan's character, she understood that her disciple would never deceive her. Finally, she began to take the matter seriously and asked, how do you compare to him? My light is but that of a firefly, while Li Yin shines like the brilliant moon. Upon hearing this, the mistress of the Moon Palace gasped in astonishment. Her intrigue for this obscure young man deepening. She yearned to witness firsthand the prowess of Li Yin, who could purportedly cleave the sea with a single stroke. Next month, Danqing's secret realm would see her in attendance. Perhaps it would be prudent for Xiner to bring Li Yin along, allowing this young lad to broaden his horizons, and for her to assess his true worth. Does the master mean? Ning Lisan sat up straight with excitement, her face brimming with anticipation. Certainly, accepting him as a disciple was out of the question. The ancestral laws were immutable. However, if Li Yin truly possessed the extraordinary capabilities that Xiner spoke of, it would not be unwise for her, representing the Moon Palace, to foster a connection with him. Ultimately, The mistress of the Moon Palace relented. Ning Lisan, upon hearing this, felt a surge of joy within. She understood that by initially proposing a seemingly impossible request, subsequent concessions would naturally follow. After all, Li Yin was still a junior. She hoped her master wouldn't arrive empty-handed. Understood, you little rascal. After all these years of pampering you, I see you still have your mind on others, the mistress of the Moon Palace teased with a chuckle. The master and disciple continued their light-hearted banter, shifting the conversation from her junior sister Lin Yu to the upcoming Danqing's secret realm, and eventually back to Li Yin. As Ning Lisan's cultivation insights meandered. At this moment, Li Yin, engrossed in his development, remained blissfully unaware that he had already become the focal point of attention for numerous influential figures ahead of the Danqing's secret realm's opening. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the Yunmiao immortal sect, an elaborate initiation ceremony was unfolding with great fervor. Colorful silks fluttered in the air, ethereal energies enveloped the space, and spirit beasts, along with celestial birds, filled the atmosphere with excitement. Thousands of disciples, clad in uniform attire, stood in orderly fashion around the hall. In a bid to leave a favorable impression on the sect master, Su Hanwei, the rarely seen elders set aside their affairs, donning splendid garments to gather in unity and witness this momentous occasion. At the hall's center stood a young man, resplendent in fiery red attire, radiating vigor and confidence. Such a grand display was orchestrated solely for Xiaochen. My goodness, what an extraordinary spectacle! Not only is our sect master personally present, but also the esteemed masters Gu, Luo, He, and Qin from the Sword Hidden Peak, Ink Peak, Spirit Puppet Peak, and Pill Cauldron Peak, respectively. What is Xiaochen's true background? I must admit, my experience within the sect spans decades, yet I have never witnessed such grandeur. Why do I not possess such fortune? Shu, what are you murmuring about? From now on, remember to refer to him as Master Xiao, not just Xiaochen. As in his previous life, Xiaochen arrived at the Yunmiao immortal sect at this precise moment. Without hesitation, Su Hanwei took him as her personal disciple, extravagantly organizing a grand apprenticeship ceremony for her most favored student. Upon the high platform, Sect Master Su Hanwei gazed at her long-lost beloved disciple with tender affection, flanked by 4 of her personal disciples on either side. The master-apprentice ceremony is about to commence. The 4th senior sister, Qin Yiqing, glanced left and right but failed to spot the figure of the elusive Hongling. Unable to contain her curiosity, she leaned closer to the 3rd senior sister, He Sixian, and in a hushed tone inquired, "What play is the 5th junior sister performing?" In her previous life, she would have dashed towards Xiao Chun without hesitation, yet now that the principal is present, she has vanished without a trace. Upon hearing this, He Sixian gently played with the hair cascading over her chest, her voice a blend of allure and a hint of resignation. Alas, the 5th junior sister has been confined by the Empress of Great Xia and is currently in reflection. Confined? What misdeed has she committed? Qin Yiqing's voice involuntarily rose a few octaves as she pressed for more information. He Sixian, upon hearing her query, curled her lips slightly and exchanged a quick glance with Luo Shuan, the 2nd senior sister. With her overly sweet voice, she continued, the 5th junior sister, in her cleverness, attempted to spread rumors to undermine Li Yin, only to be outmaneuvered in return. Now, she finds herself imprisoned, and surely her resentment is not to be underestimated. When Li Yin was mentioned, Luo Shuyun's gaze turned icy, and she interjected sharply, however, one must acknowledge that the 5th junior sister is, after all, senior. Does he not possess a sense of propriety regarding this hierarchy? While the 5th junior sister may be a bit mischievous, it is utterly unreasonable for Li Yin to disregard their past bond and directly report her to the Empress. How could our Yunmiao sect have nurtured such a petty and vengeful character? Chapter 32. Xiaochen enters the sect and pays his respect to his master. Once again, it is Li Yin. He has already withdrawn from the sect, yet he continues to cling to us. Had I known this would happen, I should have reduced this scourge to ashes. If I had been present at that time and witnessed his audacity towards our master, I would have cast him into the alchemical furnace to endure the flames for 81 days, allowing him to taste the torment of a scorched heart and soul. After hearing the entire context, Qin Yiqing's anger intensified, his words laced with resentment. Provoked by Qin Yiqing's fervent remarks, Luo Shuyan boldly stepped forward, engaging him directly in conversation. Not long ago, the 5th junior sister came crying to report, and after conferring with the 3rd junior sister, we promptly decided to seek our master's intervention, hoping to persuade Li Yin to return to Yunmiao. Really? For a brief moment, Qin Yiqing's eyes sparkled with hope, but he quickly regained his composure. Where is that person now? Humph. He may have gained significant strength, and now shamelessly serves as a hound for the Empress of Dacia, to the point where even our master cannot summon him back. As Luo Shuyun spoke with increasing fervor, she let her voice rise. Previously restrained due to the formalities of the Master-S ceremony, our master initially considered their past friendship and intended to administer a light punishment. But who would have thought that Li Yin would stubbornly refuse to change, daring to conspire with the Empress of Dacia to lay hands on our master? This detestable scourge, a scoundrel who betrays his master and ancestors. Even a dog knows to protect its master, yet he seizes every opportunity to bite. The venom in Luo Shuyun's words was palpable. Qin Cheng felt a surge of rage, exclaiming, "In my past life, he severed my path to immortality, and in this life, he dares to be so arrogant." That scoundrel should have been pierced with several transparent holes. Reflecting now, it truly feels like a mercy. As Qin Cheng vented his anger, he suddenly felt a gentle tug at his sleeve. Turning to find Yi Huan frowning, the third junior sister was pursing her lips, shaking her head at them. Silence. A tremendous pressure descended from the high platform, causing both Luo and Qin to weaken at the knees, nearly collapsing to the ground. Why is the junior brother howling at the Master-S ceremony? This grievance with Li Yin will eventually be settled. If you two continue to cause a ruckus, do not blame your senior sister for sending you to reflect at the cliff of contemplation. The voice of senior sister Gu Xiangjuan resonated in everyone's hearts. Though her gaze did not sweep towards them, the oppressive aura she exuded was impossible to ignore. Oh dear, what if he merely entered the sect a tad earlier? Relying on his close relationship with our master, he behaves as if he is invincible, pretending to be impressive for whom exactly? Given the undeniable prowess of senior sister, Yi Huan could only roll her eyes inwardly, maintaining a docile demeanor outwardly. Once more, all eyes turned to Xiaochen below the platform. Observing the resolute expression on his face reminiscent of their first encounter in a previous life. Instantly, the clouds of despair dissipated from everyone's hearts. This time, the junior brother has truly fallen into a nest of fortune. Not to mention that our master is one of the few formidable beings of the eighth realm. Merely the mountain of heavenly materials and earthly treasures amassed by Yun Miao immortal sect, combined with the heartfelt cultivation from the senior sisters. It is merely a matter of time before the junior brother becomes invincible among his peers. I shall resolutely protect this foolish lad, repaying in full what was owed to him from our past life. No matter how swiftly Li Yan's cultivation progresses, he remains a demon, destined to bring calamity upon the world. When my junior brother attains his full potential, it will be the moment for him to vanquish Li Yan. At that time, Xiaochun will rise to fame by vanquishing this fiend, showcasing his prowess before the righteous sects. The hearts of Yun Miao and the others swelled with greater expectations for Xiaochen. With a command from the elder in charge, celestial melodies filled the air, and praises echoed as everyone vied to present their tributes, slowly unfurling the grand ceremony of apprenticeship amidst an atmosphere of tranquility. Xiaochen felt elated, without exerting much effort. He had effortlessly secured the favor of Su Hanwei, promptly bending his knee to perform 3 respectful bows. Rise, Su Hanyue's voice softened by threefold. As she hurriedly extended her hand to assist him, her gaze shimmering with warmth akin to honey as it danced upon her young disciple. This bone structure, this spiritual root, truly is a divine gift to the Yun Miao immortal sect. Then, with a flourish of her wide sleeves, Su Hanyue cast her gaze across the assembly, her clear voice resonating with authoritative grace. Listen well, everyone. From this day forth, Xiaochun shall be the Holy Son candidate of the Yun Miao immortal sect. At her proclamation, a pin drop could be heard in the hall, only to be followed by an eruption of astonished murmurs. Goodness! To be named Holy Son on the very first day of apprenticeship is no ordinary connection. Surely this is a blessing accrued from a previous life? I had suspected that the position of Holy Son had remained vacant for so long precisely to reserve it for this young man. Everyone understood that this title of Holy Son candidate was merely a formality. The sect leader had taken only this male disciple, leaving no rivals for him. Why complicate matters? They could simply bestow the title of Holy Son upon him directly. From this day forth, Xiaochen is undoubtedly the confirmed Holy Son of the Yun Miao immortal sect. As the crowd stood in stunned silence, Xiaochen himself was momentarily taken aback by this sudden surge of happiness. Despite his usual acumen, he almost let slip a smile. Quickly pinching his thigh to suppress his joy, forcing his expression into one of trepidation as he stammered, I, disciple Xiaochen, am profoundly grateful for the honor bestowed by my esteemed master. This kindness is a debt I fear I shall never repay. However, as a newcomer with limited cultivation, My meager strength at the third realm may bring shame upon the illustrious name of the Yunmiao immortal sect if I were to rashly assume the position of Holy Son. Life is but a performance, reliant on skillful acting. Though Xiaoqun had always believed himself to be the chosen one of this realm, Su Hanyue's eagerness to elevate him to the position of Holy Son was overwhelming. He could not simply take his seat without due consideration. This act of modesty, he felt it necessary to maintain appearances. Master, please reflect. My doubts are not regarding my junior brother's talent, but rather, is it not a touch hasty to confer the title of Holy Son upon him so swiftly? At that moment, Gu Xiangjuan interjected, lowering her voice to offer a cautionary reminder. This unexpected betrayal caught Xiaoqun off guard, a fleeting shadow of resentment crossing his gaze before it vanished just as quickly. Xiaoqun initially intended to exchange pleasantries, hoping to leave a favorable impression on everyone before reluctantly accepting their sentiments. To his surprise, Gu Xiangjuan publicly undermined him, making it seem as though Xiaoqun was unworthy of his position. Upon hearing this, Su Hanyue's expression darkened instantly. She turned her head, her gaze so frigid it could freeze a soul. Gu Xiangjuan felt a wave of trepidation wash over him, as the senior disciple, with unparalleled cultivation. You have always been the most astute. How is it that today your ears seem to have dulled? Xiaoqun is merely a provisional candidate for the Holy Son. When did he ascend to that esteemed rank? Or could it be that, as his senior, you harbor ambitions for the position of Holy Son yourself? As Su Hanyue's words lingered in the air, Gu Xiangjuan felt a chill creeping down his spine, prompting him to quickly bow and kneel. Stammering a defense, disciple harbors no such intentions, I merely. Before he could elaborate, Su Hanyue had already redirected her attention to Xiaoqun. She extended her hand, and amidst a haze of violet light, a finely carved redwood box materialized gently in her palm. Leaning slightly forward, her tone gentle, Su Hanyue addressed Xiaoqun. Chinner, you have traveled a great distance to join my Yunmiao sect. How could I treat you poorly? This tome, reverse refinement of demonic arts. Take it and cultivate diligently. This technique is extraordinarily powerful, rivaling even those of heavenly rank, and is remarkably easy to grasp. Chinner must devote himself to his training. And when he achieves a modicum of success, I look forward to you bringing honor to our Yunmiao sect in the upcoming Danqing Secret Realm. Chapter 33. Why are there no words? At the summit of Yunmiao Peak, within the esteemed Yunmiao immortal sect, the disciple Xiaoqun, surrounded by a multitude of senior sisters and elders, arrived at the meticulously prepared cave dwelling that awaited him. Xiaoshidi, behold this cave. The feng shui is impeccable, and the location is superb. Not only does it boast a clear view to the north and south, but it also conceals a precious high-grade spirit spring within. Perfect for cultivation. Gu Xiangjuan, leading the group, enthusiastically introduced the cave to Xiaoqun. Qin Yiqing, taking Xiaoqun's hand, placed a softly glowing golden pill in his palm. Here, this is the Ziyun golden pill I specially concocted for you. It is an essential remedy for beauty and vitality, suitable for both home and travel. I truly invested considerable effort into this. What do you think? Impressive, isn't it? Alas, her fifth junior sister must be brimming with 1,000 words she longs to share with you right now. Xixian, twirling a fan in her hand, furrowed her delicate brows and exhaled softly, captivating those around her. Suddenly, she turned, as if struck by inspiration, and lightly tapped Xiaoqun's forehead with her fan. Beaming brightly, Shidi, your cave is the closest to mine. If anyone dares to bully you in the future. As she spoke, her gaze swept pointedly over the disciples behind her, causing them to shrink back in fear. Rolling her eyes, she continued, just come find me. I happen to be in need of some treasures. Throughout their journey, the group was all smiles, with the elders presenting gifts one after another. After a round of modest refusals, Xiaoqun ultimately returned laden with offerings, engaging in pleasantries until the crowd gradually dispersed, bringing the occasion to a close. Standing at the entrance of his cave, Xiaoqun bid farewell to the last visitor. As he turned away, the smile on his face slowly faded. Rubbing his cheeks, he reflected on the day's events. Smiling incessantly had nearly strained his facial muscles. Gazing into the cave, he marveled at its luxurious yet tasteful decor. The treasures sent from all directions had piled into a small mountain, leaving Xiaoqun momentarily dazzled. Ah, my wretched charm! It is evident that I, Xiaoqun, am indeed the fated son of destiny. Stretching contentedly, Xiaoqun initially anticipated that ascending within such a prestigious sect as the Yunmiao immortal sect would require considerable effort from the ground up. Yet, having been showered with such star-like treatment upon arrival, he felt an increasing conviction that he was the man chosen by fate. His laughter transformed from a low, brooding tone to a wild, unrestrained exuberance. Ha ha ha. Heaven did not give birth to me, Xiaochen. The ages are but a long night. At that moment, a small sword pendant hanging around Xiao Chun's neck suddenly burst forth with a brilliant green light, radiating dazzling brilliance. Subsequently, the ethereal figure of an elderly man with flowing white hair gradually materialized beside him. The old man, stroking his long beard, emanated a sword intent that soared like clouds. He smiled gently at Xiaochen and said, "Young one, do not be arrogant. Aspiring to the path of sanctity, joining the Yunmiao immortal sect is merely the first step." Upon seeing the old man, Xiaochen's smile instantly vanished. He replied earnestly, "Elder Sword, your words resonate deeply. My current achievements are entirely due to your guidance and support." Xiaochen, originally born into a lesser branch of a secluded family, had over the years seen his cultivation inexplicably regress, gradually earning the disdain of his kin as a failure in their eyes. His plight was further exacerbated when his childhood betrothed publicly annulled their engagement. It was only with the awakening of the Sword Elder, a supreme master of the sword path, that Xiaochen's journey of cultivation began to flourish magnificently. The Sword Elder, with a hint of amusement in his gaze, observed Xiaochen's earnest demeanor and jested, "Young man, throughout this journey, your eyes have strayed quite often towards your senior sisters. What is this, a burgeoning springtime affection? Come, enlighten me on your thoughts regarding them." Xiaochen cleared his throat, unabashedly declaring, "The eldest sister, Gu Xiangjuan, commands great respect, standing out among her peers in strength. The second sister, Luo Shuyun, possesses profound knowledge of the art of calligraphy. The third sister, He naturally exudes charm, yet her presence seems to instill fear in others. As for the fourth sister, Cheng, she is unblemished in beauty, seemingly obsessed with alchemy. There is also a fifth sister, whose other identity is that of the third princess of the great Xia divine dynasty. Although she appears to be preoccupied with pressing matters, given their attentive interest in him, Xiao Chun resolved to seek opportunities for deeper interactions with them to foster closer bonds. After all, as children of destiny, it would not be excessive to have more beautiful confidants, right? The Yunmiao immortal sect would welcome any who possessed a modicum of charm. Just as the Sword Elder was about to caution him about the perils of beauty, he caught sight of Xiao Chun's unabashed demeanor and, recalling his own reliance on this youth to help him reconstruct his corporeal form, swallowed his words and shifted the topic. "Something feels amiss. This journey has been too smooth sailing. It seems that the ladies of the Yunmiao immortal sect are quite familiar with you, young friend." "Haha, Sword Elder. You need not fret." Xiaochen swiftly grasped his storage ring, expertly collecting the vast array of materials piled within the cave, declaring, "I have always been thorough in my endeavors. Even distant relatives within my family have been thoroughly dealt with, leaving no old acquaintances behind." The Sword Elder, reflecting on this, acknowledged the wisdom in Xiaoqin's approach. One must eradicate the roots of a problem. There is no time to waste. You must promptly test the reverse refinement demon technique bestowed upon you by Sect Master Su. This technique was renowned in my era, and once you master its essence, your cultivation path will soar to new heights. With the Sword Elder's encouragement, Xiaochun excitedly rubbed his hands together and cautiously opened the redwood box gifted by Su Hanyue. Inside lay an ancient tome, resting peacefully. Xiaochun's eyes gleamed with excitement as he lifted the book, inhaling deeply before slowly turning to the first page. "What is this? There are no words at all?" Xiaochun stared in disbelief, flipping through several pages only to find them all blank. "Crack! Su Hanyue, how dare you toy with me?" Xiaochen, consumed by rage, forcefully hurled the manual onto the ground, his furious roar echoing throughout the cave. At that moment, the discarded tome was suddenly enveloped by a green light and began to levitate gently. The old sword master, quick-witted and nimble, flicked his sleeve, and the reverse refinement demon technique returned to Xiaochen's grasp. You see, he was anxious again. The old sword master had long been concerned about the impetuousness of young men like Xiaochun, had it not been for his timely establishment of a soundproof barrier. Xiaoqin's earlier shout could have reached Su Hanwei, a master of the Eighth Realm, whose hearing was no trifling matter. If she had heard her newly accepted disciple speak of her in such a manner, would they still have a place in the Yunmiao immortal sect? This technique had a history of at least 1,000 years, and in the old man's opinion, its enduring legacy through such a vast expanse of time surely indicated that it possessed certain protective measures. Upon hearing this, Xiaoqin's bloodshot eyes cleared somewhat, and he turned to the old sword master, leaning forward to inquire, "So, what does the old master mean?" The old sword master stroked his long beard, exuding an air of confidence. "You should place it above the candle flame and observe closely." Xiaoqin, filled with delight, swiftly opened the reverse refinement demon technique and, aided by the flickering candlelight, widened his eyes to meticulously search every character on the pages. The candlelight flickered inconsistently, casting reflections upon the pristine pages, causing Xiao Chun's eyes to feel dry. This shouldn't be the case, he exclaimed as he noticed the pages remained utterly blank. The old sword master mirrored his confusion, suggesting, try intensifying the candlelight. Without hesitation, Xiao Chun channeled his spiritual energy, and the flame transformed into a roaring azure blaze. Yet, as seconds ticked by, the pages remained spotlessly clean. Xiao Chen's expression darkened to the point where it seemed he could wring water from it. He cast a doubtful glance at the old sword master and voiced his dissatisfaction. Are you certain this method is reliable? The old sword master, caught off guard by Xiao Chen's query, appeared somewhat awkward. He averted his gaze and replied hesitantly, it shouldn't be this way, in my era. We all use this method to read heavenly texts. Could it be that the techniques have evolved? What is that burnt smell? Chapter 34. I still possess supreme sword intent. Xiao Chen's nostrils quivered slightly as he detected the acrid scent, causing him to raise an eyebrow in intrigue. Suddenly, realization struck him. He turned around to find that the manual in his hands had been heated by flames, emitting wisps of green smoke, its cover charred black, and flames licking between the pages. This is dire. Xiao Chen's expression shifted to one of horror as he hastily closed the book, patting it vigorously, only for the flames to grow fiercer. In a moment of desperation, he tossed the book to the ground and stomped on it frantically. Yet, it was to no avail. Right. The spirit spring. Quickly, use the water from the spirit spring. The sword elder urged urgently. Without a second thought, Xiao Chen dashed to the spring, unhesitatingly plunging the book into the water. A hissing sound erupted, accompanied by a wisp of white smoke, as the flames were finally extinguished. Phew, Xiao Chen exhaled deeply, his mind finally settling somewhat. After a brief moment of respite, he eagerly reached into the spring. However, each attempt yielded only emptiness, leaving him increasingly frustrated. Irritated, Xiao Chen clawed at the water, but when he withdrew his hand, all that remained was a sticky, blackened mass. Gazing at the indistinguishable substance in his palm, he slowly lowered his head. Laughter escaped from his throat, clearly a manifestation of suppressed anger. Su Hanyue had instructed him to practice the reverse refinement demon technique, anticipating that he would represent the Yunmiao Xinzong in the forthcoming Danqing secret realm. Yet now, with the technique lost, what could he possibly practice? What would he say if Su Hanyue inquired later? Surely he could not admit, I ignited it, and it burned away. What more is there to say? Xiao Chen glared at the incomprehensible goo in his hand, then turned to look at the sword elder, declaring, I trust you as far as I can throw you. You wretched old man. The sword elder began to perspire profusely, for it was he who had suggested the method of exposing the manual to flames. Unaware that it would ignite so readily, both fell into a silence, each lost in their thoughts. Xiao Chen shook his scorched palm and plopped down beside the spirit spring, hastily washing his hands. He was the first to break the silence. Sword elder, we must settle this fairly. It was your ill-conceived idea that caused me to lose a treasure comparable to a celestial-grade technique. To compensate for my loss, henceforth, any gains shall be divided 70-30 in my favor. This had been the agreement established upon the sword elder's awakening, wherein he would exert himself to assist Xiao Chen in seizing opportunities, the spoils divided proportionally. Initially, the split was 70 for Xiao Chen, 30 for the sword elder. However, as the sword elder's contributions became increasingly substantial, the ratio shifted to a 50-50 division. While their partnership was fruitful, and Xiao Chen acknowledged that he would not have arrived at this point without the sword elder's guidance. The fact that he had to relinquish half of every acquisition weighed heavily on his mind. Now, an opportunity had arisen. It was time to negotiate. You little rascal. One must have a sense of integrity. I have extended my assistance to you countless times. Even if I misjudge this occasion, you cannot treat me thus. Is there no sense of justice, no law to abide by? Old Jian was truly anxious this time. He recalled his first encounter with Xiao Chen, when he was merely a despised underachiever. After offering a few casual suggestions, Xiao Chen had bowed deeply in reverence, as though he had wandered through life without encountering a worthy leader. Now that he had risen to power, was he ready to kick him into the abyss? Old Jian, do you really believe your so-called advice could manifest without my implementation? Without me, your ideas would amount to nothing. Throughout this journey, my accomplishments have been solely the result of my own efforts. Now, I merely seek to take a modest 20% of the profits. I am not excluding you from the venture, yet here you are, haggling over minutiae. Xiao Chen lounged comfortably, knowing that old Jian needed his assistance, remaining completely unperturbed. Old Jian wanted to erupt in anger, but alas, he was now but a wisp of a soul, his strength utterly diminished. He had no choice but to swallow his fury, transforming it into a feeble sigh, shaking his head despondently. Cough. So, what are your plans moving forward? Seeing old Jian relent, a triumphant smile crept across Xiao Chen's face. He then deftly leapt from the edge of the spiritual pool and retrieved 2 tattered pages from his storage ring. His eyes sparkled with intensity as he declared, "Without the reverse refinement demon art, I still possess the supreme sword intent. In comparison to the reverse refinement demon art, the acquisition of the supreme sword intent was considerably more arduous." The pages of the supreme sword intent were scattered across various secret realms and esteemed sections. Under old Jin's guidance, Xiao Chen had annihilated 2 minor clans and leveled several villages, barely managing to collect these 2 pages. Yet, even these fragments imbued Xiao Chen with an overwhelming sense of the sword's celestial power, their profound mysteries akin to the vast expanse of the cosmos, which he had yet to fully comprehend. With time now at his disposal, he was determined to seize the opportunity to cultivate. Soon, Xiao Chen, shall become the sole sword immortal of this realm. He laughed heartily 3 times, picking up the pages to examine them closely. Despite having perused them numerous times before, he still found their contents perplexing. But never mind that. Let us practice first. As the destined child of fortune, enlightenment will surely come in time. Meanwhile, as Xiao Chen fervently delved into the supreme sword intent, Li Yin sat contemplatively in his chamber, gazing at the list before him. Having just finished sparring with sisterly Xin, he was eager to rush to Xylan Pavilion to exchange for the supreme Yang divine herb that countered the malevolent flood dragon. However, as he stepped outside, he encountered the envoy from the Great Xia dynasty delivering the list. The Danqing secret realm served as a platform for the younger generation of various factions to showcase their prowess, with all the sects sending forth their most exceptional talents. Yet, the list sent by the Great Xia was somewhat challenging to evaluate. Besides the familiar names of the second prince of Great Xia, Lian Baiyan, and Fang Yunxi of the Fang clan, the remainder consisted of only a handful of first and second realm cultivators. Li Yin quickly scanned the list, repeatedly confirming that he had not overlooked anything, before slamming it onto the table in frustration. No wonder people claimed there was no one of worth in the Great Xia. This was entirely justified. Furrowing his brow, he cast his gaze once more over the list. What an odd assortment this is. Lian Baiyan, esteemed as the second prince of the Great Xia divine dynasty, is well known to Li Yin, who perceives him as utterly inept. Despite having ascended to the 3rd realm through sheer expenditure of spirit stones, his body has become frail from incessantly indulging in entertainment, to the point where a gentle breeze could easily sway him. He is, at best, a mere super soldier. Fang Yunxi, the cherished son frequently mentioned by Fang Bo, is a prodigy who, at the tender age of 10, has mastered the Fang family's martial arts and formation techniques with remarkable finesse, even earning a place as an inner disciple of the divine mechanism pavilion. However, he later withdrew from the sect for reasons unknown, suggesting that his prowess may not be exceptional. Recalling memories from his past life, Li Yin notes that other sects possess a generally superior level of strength compared to those from Great Xia, especially considering that their prodigies wield various artifacts far more formidable than those held by 4th realm cultivators. Contemplating this, Li Yin thumped his thigh and declared, "In this venture into the Danqing secret realm, it seems I shall have to rely solely on myself." Chapter 35, Earning Money. Why not? Accustomed to adversity, Li Yin swiftly adjusted his mindset and began to devise his next course of action. Crisis, after all, is a fusion of peril and opportunity. The so-called prodigies of sects may seem formidable within their own domains, yet Li Yin, in his previous life, had ample dealings with them. Frankly speaking, most of them are merely delicate flowers nurtured in a greenhouse. Once faced with actual combat, they wither. In his past life, they had already fallen to Li Yan's prowess. And in this life, he had the advantage of foresight. What? You assert that they possess protective talismans? Once they enter the secret realm, bereft of their sect's backing, even the mightiest prodigy, if ensnared, would divulge everything under a comprehensive memory restoration technique. In that eventuality, the prodigies would gain battle experience, while Li Yin would acquire artifacts. Thus, a bright future would await them all. However, plans remain mere plans, and one must possess the strength to execute them. As it stands, the most significant threat to Li Yin in this Danqing secret realm is undoubtedly Xiao Chun of the Yunmiao immortal sect. Perhaps Xiao Chun's strength is not at its pinnacle during this period, but Li Yan has an unsettling intuition that there is a formidable figure guiding him from behind. Speaking of Shaochen, he must have joined the immortal sect by now. Li Yan was well acquainted with the temperaments of the sect's elders. Shaochen would surely be cherished and treated like a prized possession, with an abundance of spirit stones and materials at his disposal. This holds true not only for Shaochen, but for prodigies from other sects as well. Thus, after careful consideration, Li Yan realized that what he currently lacked the most was spirit stones. The Daxia realm is notoriously stingy. Before he accomplished something significant for the Empress, he could hardly expect to gain any advantage. Though it was said that a list would be sent over, it merely consisted of a piece of paper inscribed with names. Perhaps it was time to embark on a side venture. The declining Northtown Marquisate had long prompted Li Yan to contemplate developing a supplementary business. Earning money, after all, is nothing to be ashamed of. As Li Yan pondered this, a gentle breeze swept through, rustling the pages of the Guide to the Art of the Yao Sisters, which Lian Baiyan had gifted him. Observing this scene, Li Yan fell into deep contemplation. Come to think of it, aside from the intimate affairs between men and women, the main business of Xylan Pavilion seems to also encompass chess games, storytelling, and book selling. Could I perhaps write something enticing, treating it as a submission? Presently, the brothel scene within the Daxia Divine Dynasty is predominantly monopolized by the Hehuan sect, affiliated with the Yinyang Law sect. The disciples of Hehuan sect excel in the art of charm, catering to every aesthetic preference of their clientele, allowing their business to expand rapidly across the entire Daxia. Yet, in the capital, Hehuan sect has been overshadowed by the rising Xylan Pavilion in recent years. The reason Xylan Pavilion could carve out a slice of the pie from such a powerful competitor lies in the astute analysis of market demands by its shrewd proprietress, who delineates potential user profiles to unearth differentiated pathways. What tricks does Hehuan sect employ? Xylan Pavilion employs even more elaborate strategies. With a focus on music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, Xylan Pavilion blossoms across various domains, cultivating courtesans who possess a modicum of knowledge in these arts, thereby perfectly aligning with the desires of cultured scholars. Consequently, storytelling and book selling have become significant sources of income for Xylan Pavilion. When it comes to literature, the popular reading materials in the Great Xia Divine Dynasty in recent years can only be described with a single word: dreary. It can be said that the cultural domain of the Great Xia Divine Dynasty has long been permeated by the cultivation sects, rendering it akin to a sieve. The books circulating in the market, apart from indoctrinating the outdated principles of 3 cardinal guides and 5 constant virtues, are largely devoted to extolling sect supremacy, propagating the notion that all else is inferior, with only the cultivation of immortality being exalted. Consequently, from the lofty officials to the humble commoners, there exists an unbounded yearning for the cultivation sections. Countless examples abound of entire villages sacrificing everything to support a single individual in pursuing cultivation. And even if one is cast aside after a few years of menial labor, gratitude abounds. Thus, this has fostered a plethora of ethereal beings like Fukaming. For the struggling populace at the bottom, daily life is already arduous enough. When they finally find a moment to unwind with a book or an audiobook, they are met with figures like Luo Shuyun from the cloudy immortal sect, who tirelessly weave an illusory dream of cultivation. Over time, books that should serve humanity have instead transformed into mere empty promises. Therefore, the market for literature aimed at the common people remains a vast, untapped blue ocean. Li Yan is clear about his own positioning. The books he intends to write will neither indulge in convoluted jargon nor delve into obscure philosophies. Nor will he make grandiose promises without substance. He seeks to be grounded, to provoke stimulation, and to create works that will elicit smiles from the citizens of the Great Xia during their leisure moments. This approach not only promises profitability, but also aims to push the works of Luo Shuyun and her ilk out of the market, thereby diminishing the influence of the cloudy immortal sect. 2 birds with 1 stone. However, what genre should he write? Li Yan picked up his pen, his mind invigorated. In the distant recesses of memory, prior to arriving in this realm, he was an unadulterated bookworm on Blue Star, having dabbled in various genres, among which the most memorable were those exhilarating novels that seemed to cram 10 climaxes into every chapter. With this thought, Li Yan cast a glance at the illustrated guide to brothel beauties beside him, and then at the blank sheet sprawled across his desk. He was not concerned about a lack of material to write. If he were to write, he would craft something utterly irresistible. He resolved to adopt the formula of fast-paced novels, infused with boundless imagination, complemented by strikingly vivid descriptions that would undoubtedly drop a bombshell in the currently stagnant industry. With his creative direction established, Li Yan's pen flew across the paper, and he swiftly inscribed his book title, The Immortal Matron of 100 Cleanliness. In the bustling and vibrant streets of the great Xia capital, there exists a den of delights. Women adorned in various garbs gracefully sway their sleeves, charming the passers-by with alluring smiles, rendering the onlookers utterly beguiled. As the dawn begins to break in the sky, Li Yan stands before the opulently decorated entrance of the Xylan Pavilion, feeling slightly dizzy after a night of fervent writing amidst this intoxicating environment of revelry and excess. Beside the intricately carved door of Zelangshuan, a captivating woman clad in a wine-red peony-patterned qipao languidly reclines on a chaise lounge. Her elongated, graceful legs emerge from the slit of her dress, and as she shifts her position, the alluring movement stirs a palpable yearning in the hearts of passers-by. Lu Muping lifts her smoking pipe, delicately inhales, and exhales a plume of melancholic blue smoke, her languid gaze sweeping over each pedestrian on the street. Alas, the business today has rendered her voice hoarse, yet no one seems to care. The patrons who do arrive are either unremarkable in appearance or lacking in funds. With a soft sigh, Lu Muping's beauty mark accentuates her sorrowful expression, but in the next moment, her eyes catch sight of Li Yan amidst the crowd, and she is instantly invigorated. What a handsome young man. Li Yan's striking presence electrifies the proprietress of Zelangshuan, prompting her to spring up from her seat. She swiftly spritzes herself with perfume to mask the scent of smoke and approaches him with a radiant smile. As Lu Muping gracefully draws closer, Li Yan's visage appears even more enchanting in her eyes. With years of experience in discerning people, she surmises he is still an innocent youth. Just wait. I shall have you today. Chapter 36. I have a friend. Lu Muping approached with a light step. But just as she came within a stride of Li Yan, she accidentally stumbled, her alluring figure beautifully accentuated by her qipao, spinning around 2.5 times. She fell directly into Li Yan's arms. Young master, be careful. Although Li Yan was unfamiliar with such establishments, he had gleaned a few insights from Lian Baiyan. When faced with the affectionate advances of the proprietress, however, he sidestepped gracefully, evading her embrace. Oh dear. Lu Muping found herself sprawled on the ground, her expression one of astonishment. She could hardly believe that Li Yan had not even flinched, leaving her to fall into empty space. Could you not lend a hand? She reproached, a hint of displeasure in her tone. You were the one who told me to be cautious, Li Yan replied with a smile. Momentarily at a loss for words, Lu Muping rubbed her sore backside and tidied her disheveled hair, regaining her composure as she stood upright. If you find me unappealing, simply say so. We have many maidens at our establishment, each as beautiful as a flower, fiery, gentle, forward, or aloof. We welcome you to choose, she said, extending her hand invitingly, suggesting that Li Yan indulge in their services. To her surprise, Li Yan suddenly exerted force, gripping her wrist tightly, causing her to shiver in shock. He gazed deeply into Lu Muping's eyes, his voice low and filled with intent. I desire something truly exhilarating. In the innermost room of Zelangshuan, Lu Muping hurriedly closed the door behind her. Her voluptuous form sank into the soft cushions as she deftly lit her pipe and took a long drag. Striving to calm her racing heart, she glanced at the expressionless Li Yan beside her, a sense of unease creeping into her thoughts. Having been in the profession for many years, her skills were unparalleled, and she was accustomed to leading her clients. Yet today, this seemingly harmless young man had exhibited a surprising assertiveness, dragging her to the innermost chamber while disregarding the flirtations of the ladies along the way. It had been a long time since she had experienced such passivity, and she absent-mindedly wiped the corner of her mouth, where a bit of saliva had escaped. In the opposite corner of the room, Li Yan observed the flustered proprietress, momentarily perplexed. Should he directly inquire about the potency of the aphrodisiac? Wouldn't he that imply his own inadequacy? Certainly not. After much contemplation, he resolved to take a more circuitous approach, suggesting tentatively, I have a friend. He has been feeling somewhat weak lately and heard that the proprietress has intriguing novelties, quite potent indeed. Thus, he entrusted me to inquire. As he spoke, his gaze conveyed his intentions clearly to Lu Muping. Ah, so you've come merely to ask about the medicine, leaving me in vain anticipation. Lu Muping shrugged in exasperation, placing her pipe on the table and rising leisurely. A savvy vixen of the trade, she understood Li Yan's insinuation instantly. Yet a sense of wariness instinctively took hold of her. Within her grasp lies a recipe capable of granting a man the ability to indulge 7 times in a single night. However, the question lingers, how does Li Yan know of it? Although the great Xia divine dynasty does not prohibit establishments of pleasure, It has explicitly outlawed the ancient practices of Miaozheng witchcraft due to its historical upheavals. The punishment for engaging in such sorcery is severe, often resulting in immediate execution upon discovery. The concoction she privately developed, known as 10 Days of Sustenance, inadvertently contains elements of these forbidden arts. To safeguard her interests, she restricts its sale to the affluent VVVIP clientele of Zhelanxuan. Should anyone dare to brazenly market it, their head would hardly suffice as a price for such audacity. Ironically, this young man, who had never even graced the threshold of Zhelanxuan, now boldly requested. Lu Muping's instincts were troubled. She scrutinized Li Yin from head to toe with a gaze filled with suspicion. There was something about the pattern on his garments that felt eerily familiar. Suddenly, an epiphany struck her. The Duke of Jinbei's residence. Everything began to align. Li Kai, once a formidable general guarding the frontier, belonged to that esteemed house. And rumors whispered that the young master Li Yin maintained a close connection with the empress. The presence of someone from the Duke's household here, without any apparent entanglements, directly inquiring about a potion, this was undoubtedly a case of entrapment. Yet, given his distinguished status, if Lu Muping were to resolutely decline, it would only serve to expose her own duplicity. What was to be done? She decided to feign ignorance. With a smile that curved like a crescent moon, she clapped her delicate hands and called out, "Bring forth something novel for the young master." At her command, a striking beauty with golden waves, evidently from the western regions, entered the room. Her eyes lit upon Li Yin, visibly pleased, and she greeted him in her broken Mandarin. "And I how?" Lu Muping, undeterred, began to elaborate on the western beauty's unique attributes, seemingly oblivious to Li Yan's true intent. Frustrated by Lu Muping's misunderstanding, Li Yin exclaimed, "I am not referring to a person." Lu Muping, with a knowing expression and a delicate hand covering her mouth, dismissed the western beauty. Shortly thereafter, a spirited beast girl clad in a sailor outfit and a miniskirt bounced into the room. Li Yin, wide-eyed, gazed at the girl drawing hearts towards him, his patience wearing thin. "I am speaking of a potent herb, one of great strength." Lu Muping feigned enlightenment, then opened the door and called out to the shop. Moments later, a vibrant assembly of women, each cradling towering stacks of medicinal herbs, entered the room. Leading the procession, Lu Muping enthusiastically began her introductions. "Behold, young master. This is the whip of the Three Realms mystic tiger, standing taller than a man. If your companion were to partake, oh, the wonders. This here is the antler of the Four Realms red deer, which I procured at great expense. Most would be unable to acquire it from me. And here we have angelica and goji berries." Lu Muping, with the enthusiasm of a seasoned connoisseur, continued her detailed descriptions. After a series of maneuvers, the elusive elixir remained hidden, yet Li Yin found himself encircled by an array of enchanting women, with piles of medicinal herbs forming small mountains around him. He quietly observed Lu Muping's performance, realizing her intentions. "Playing the fool, are we? Since you have chosen to engage in this dance of Tai Chi, do not blame me for employing the grand art of memory restoration." Suddenly, Li Yin rose, loosening the ties of his garment, allowing his clothing to slide away piece by piece as he advanced toward Lu Muping, his intense gaze seemingly capable of consuming her whole. Sensing his unusual actions, Lu Muping, who had been animatedly speaking moments before, was taken aback, her words halting abruptly as she trembled and inquired, "Why has the young master suddenly?" "Ah, do not stand on ceremony." Li Yin gently shook the loosened cuffs of his attire, revealing that he was now clad only in a sheer inner garment. "I merely find that the proprietress still possesses an enduring charm." The other maidens in the room, comprehending the situation, exchanged encouraging gestures with Lu Muping before discreetly retreating, locking the door behind them. Within the confines of the room, only Li Yin and Lu Muping remained. He advanced steadily, while she retreated repeatedly. In an instant, Li Yan's figure flickered, and he seized Lu Muping's wrist, rendering her unable to escape. The suddenness of his advance left her pale and breathless, their proximity so close that they could count each other's eyelashes. "Young master, I am not yet prepared." Sensing the tremor in her voice, Li Yin remained unfazed, leaning closer to whisper in her ear, "Do not worry. As long as you comply, I shall cease." No sooner had he spoken than a surge of dark energy coursed through the grip he held on Lu Muping's hand, penetrating her very being. In that moment, Lu Muping's body quivered, as if her senses had been magnified 1,000-fold. It felt as though her consciousness was lifted from her feet to the heavens, her gaze becoming unfocused, and her alabaster waist instinctively arching into a crescent shape. Chapter 37. After all, I am not a demon. It is said that Li Yin only needs to focus on obtaining the divine medicine, while Lu Muping has many concerns. Whether it is the red fluff demon from the Three Realms or the colossal wandering spirit turtle, the demonic aura emanating from Li Yin acts as a potent drug, capable of driving them completely out of control. Lu Muping is no exception. Given that the proprietress appeared to possess no cultivation whatsoever, Li Yin deliberately reduced the intensity of his demonic energy, allowing her merely a fleeting taste of its power. Within the room, Lu Muping's piercing scream echoed, her proud figure trembling uncontrollably under the onslaught of the demonic energy. Before long, just as Lu Muping was about to succumb, Li Yin released her. The stimulation from the demonic energy ceased abruptly, and Lu Muping collapsed to the ground like a lifeless mass, her hands barely supporting her weight. A fine sheen of sweat drenched her back, and drool glistened at the corners of her mouth. Her eyes, once rolled back, gradually returned to normal as she gasped for breath. Huh. Li Yin crouched down, aligning his gaze with Lu Muping's, and chuckled softly. Now, I trust the proprietress understands my intentions? Still gasping, Lu Muping was taken aback by Li Yin's devilish whisper, her body jolting in response. She raised her eyes to meet his, her expression flickering with uncertainty, as if she were still deliberating. Noticing Lu Muping's reluctance, Li Yin raised an eyebrow and sighed. In the Great Xia, there is an old saying, those who know the times are the true heroes. If the proprietress remains oblivious, I shall not be so courteous. Upon hearing this, Lu Muping trembled once more. She was a beauty renowned throughout the region, yet this young man showed no hint of chivalry. If he continued to toy with her, she feared her very essence might become unhinged. What a stroke of misfortune this day had turned out to be. With a heavy heart, Lu Muping slapped the ground in frustration. After a mental struggle, she finally relented. I remember now. I do indeed have a recipe for a fortifying tonic. However, mid-sentence, Lu Muping suddenly halted, casting a furtive glance at Li Yin, still apprehensive. Why had she fallen silent? Did she harbor unspoken reservations? Li Yin discerned the proprietress's hesitations and scratched his head. He then retrieved the Qingyao jade pendant he had long wished to part with, presenting it before her. This was his attempt to demonstrate sincerity. This jade pendant, coveted by none other than the third princess of Great Xia, possessed no other flaws. Carved from the rarest frosty jade, it may seem small, but it could easily be exchanged for a residence in the capital. This was the most valuable possession Li Yin owned, as he required spirit stones for cultivation and sought a potent artifact to combat vile creatures. Thus, he intended to trade it for something substantial. The Qingyu jade pendant emitted a gentle luster, swaying before Lu Muping, who had just been listless but now regained her vigor. My old comrade, how sincere you are. Lu Muping was known for her discerning eye, and the moment the pendant appeared, she immediately recognized that Li Yin must be a man of good character. She eagerly took the jade pendant into her hands, examining it from every angle, her eyes gleaming with delight. Subsequently, Lu Muping supported herself against the wall and slowly rose, bowing towards Li Yin with a gentle tone. Oh dear. I truly apologize for the misunderstanding. Allow me to offer my respects. With that, Lu Muping extended 2 fingers, gradually reaching towards the depths of her chest, and shortly after, a delicate blue and white porcelain vial emerged. Here, this is the 10-day strength you requested. Lu Muping handed the vial to Li Yin, then leaned closer, lowering her voice. This medicine is as potent as its name suggests, so do be cautious when using it. Li Yin accepted the vial, still warm from Lu Muping's touch, and weighed it lightly in his hand. Not enough. Lu Muping widened her eyes, pondering how this could only last half a year even with daily use. Was this young man truly so vigorous? Her gaze inadvertently drifted to Li Yin's robust physique, and she swallowed greedily, reaching once more into her chest to extract 3 additional vials. Still too little. Li Yin remained dissatisfied. This left Lu Muping utterly bewildered. What was happening? Was he made of iron? This is all I have, she confessed. While Li Yin dared to ask for more, Lu Muping hesitated to comply. What if this young man encountered problems? Would she be to blame? Seeing her hesitation, Li Yin did not mince words. Dark energy gradually coalesced in his hand, exuding an air of unyielding authority as he cornered Lu Muping against the wall. Let us not beat around the bush. You know well the value of this jade pendant is far beyond your mere few vials of medicine. Do you think I can be easily dismissed with 4 small vials? As if I were a fool? Upon realizing that Li Yin was about to escalate the situation, Lu Muping felt her legs weaken and pleaded. I recognize my error, truly. How much more do you require? A sackful. Li Yin's response was resolute. Lu Muping felt a wave of darkness wash over her. Wait, a sackful? Not even a colossal beast could withstand such a demand. Cough. Regardless of how I utilize it, just provide it to me. Li Yan coughed lightly to ease the tension. As long as you can meet my requirements, this jade pendant shall be yours. Lu Muping gazed at the young man before her, her mind racing. How could she part with her entire stock, especially when it was reserved for her loyal customers? Just as she was about to assert herself, she caught sight of the ominous energy swirling in Li Yan's hand, and her words took a different turn. You truly have a keen eye. Allow me to fetch it for you. In the end, Lu Muping acquiesced. After all, who would willingly turn away from profit? Young master, here it is. All my goods are right here. In a dim room of Xylan Pavilion, Lu Muping revealed her entire stock of 10-day strength to Li Yan, without reservation. Li Yan, unceremonious, retrieved his storage ring and absorbed the medicines within. The young master desires what I have already presented with both hands. If there are no further instructions from the young master, I must attend to other guests and take my leave. Lu Muping felt a mix of fear and respect for this gentleman, wishing desperately to find a crevice to slip away into. Just as she lifted her foot, Li Yan suddenly spoke, startling her into a rigid stance, nearly losing her balance. With a forced smile that was almost impossible to maintain, she turned around and managed to utter, "May I inquire if the young master has any further matters to discuss?" Li Yan picked up the manuscript he had hastily prepared the night before and handed it to Lu Muping. Smiling as he said, "I have heard that Xylan Pavilion also engages in the book trade. Might the proprietor grant me an opportunity?" No. We agreed to discuss the matter of medicine." Lu Muping quickly waved her hands in refusal, having already endured enough for one day. The thought of Li Yan wanting to negotiate a long-term collaboration was akin to seeking her demise. "Ah, is that so?" Li Yan deliberately elongated his tone, stroking his chin while pacing, feigning deep contemplation. "In that case, I shall have to seek collaboration elsewhere." With a playful glance at Lu Muping, he produced the small blue and white porcelain vial from his bosom, grinning as he continued, "Since we are not in a partnership, the ultimate fate of this medicine is no longer of your concern. I have some connections in the Eastern Depot. They would undoubtedly be quite interested in how this medicine came to be." Lu Muping, having been startled by Li Yan's repeated assertions, felt her heart racing as if it might leap from her throat. What had she done to deserve this? Clutching her chest, she looked at Li Yan with a pitiful expression, attempting to feign innocence. "After all, I am not some malevolent being. All I need is for the proprietor to open a parlor for me. Should my book fail to garner support, I shall bear the losses myself." Li Yan remained unmoved, leaving a few remarks before exchanging some spirit stones and departing. Watching him fade away, Lu Muping could no longer contain herself and exclaimed in frustration, "What a blatant act of coercion! What is the meaning of this?" At that moment, several young ladies outside, hearing the commotion, poked their heads in. Seeing the scene before her only fueled Lu Muping's ire. She cried out, "Ungrateful wretches! After all these years of nurturing you, not one of you came to my aid when I was calling so loudly from within?" They believed she was. The girls outside stammered in response. Lu Muping, upon realizing their hesitation, felt a mixture of amusement and exasperation. Rising from her seat, she picked up the manuscript left by Li Yan and idly leafed through it. Her expression shifted rapidly from indifference to shock, then confusion, followed by fear, and finally, her cheeks flushed crimson as she slammed the book shut. Blinking in disbelief, it was as if she had opened a door to a new world. How peculiar. Let me take another look. Chapter 38. Is he not at fault at all? As Li Yan and Lu Muping engaged in business discussions, within a side hall of the Great Xiao Imperial Palace, a cacophony erupted. Bang. Crash. Due to the exposure of her slander against Li Yan, Lian Hongling found herself confined by the Empress. In her fury, she wreaked havoc within the hall, smashing anything that came to hand, turning the entire chamber into chaos. "Please, do not destroy that exquisite 7-colored glazed porcelain, which was arduously transported from the western regions. Oh dear, my precious drag-enchanting pearl is more valuable than my own life. Sister, my dear sister, if you have grievances, direct them at me, not at these precious items." Lian Baiyan had initially planned to enjoy a leisurely day, indulging in music at the brothel. However, just as he prepared to slip away to Xylan Pavilion, he encountered a palace maid in a frantic rush, seeking assistance. She informed him that the princess was in a furious state, impervious to persuasion. With a longing to see his sister after a long separation, he decided to offer her some comfort. Yet, upon opening the door, the sight before him nearly caused him to lose his breath. Lian Hongling, consumed by rage, caught sight of her plump brother rushing to console her, only to have her fury escalate. "It is all your fault. You prevented me from seeing Xiaochen in time. What if he suffers from the local climate? What if some fool dares to bully him? What if some scheming vixen steals him away?" You all are to blame. Lian Hongling was like a lit firecracker, her anger threatening to erupt from her very eyes. You. Get out of my sight. Her uncontrolled screams sent the frightened palace maids fleeing faster than rabbits. Still unsatisfied, Lian Hongling seized the crystal inkstone from the table, preparing to hurl it. But Lian Baiyan swiftly intervened. With his hands raised high, he carefully cradled the inkstone tightly held by Lian Hongling. Ah, this is more like it. It's merely a matter of staying home for a few extra days. Is it truly such a grave issue? Seeing Lian Hongling relent, Lian Baiyan gently placed the inkstone back on the table, exhaling a relieved sigh. He cast a sidelong glance at his ineffectual second brother, a disdainful scoff escaping his lips. Is it really that significant, these broken toys? Indeed, a fool is a fool, destined to remain so. However, despite her internal disdain, Lian Hongling refrained from voicing her thoughts, opting instead to dramatically flick her sleeve and turn her back, continuing to stew in her anger. Lian Baiyan, sensing her heightened agitation, felt a headache brewing. Yet, having arrived, he felt compelled as an elder brother to offer some words of solace. What exactly transpired between you and Li Yin prior to his arrival? Lian Baiyan had gleaned the general circumstances from the palace staff, but he could not fathom why his sister felt compelled to speak ill of Li Yin. Their relationship had been quite amicable during their childhood. Moreover, having spent so many years together, they were now of the age for courtship, and as a supportive friend, Lian Baiyan found himself wishing to see them united. Lian Hongling initially vented her frustrations, her mood slightly improved, yet upon hearing Lian Baiyan mention Li Yan's name, a surge of anger ignited within her. She exclaimed loudly, "Isn't it because that guy is deliberately making my life difficult? What's wrong with me saying a couple of things to him? What? That brat dares to bully you?" Lian Baiyan replied, instantly inflamed. However, as he pondered the situation, a sense of unease crept in. How could this be? You are now the direct disciple of the Yunmiao sect's leader. Who would dare to bully you? Lian Hongling felt a swell of indignation and was just about to recount Li Yan's misdeeds, but the words caught in her throat. This matter was indeed difficult to clarify. The rumors she spread about Li Yin stemmed from her suspicion that he might, like in her previous life, obstruct her relationship with Xiaoqin. Thus, she sought to take preemptive action to dismantle Li Yin first, in order to safeguard her love. Yet in this lifetime, it seemed Li Yin had never even acknowledged her existence, let alone interfered between her and Xiaoqin. It appeared that her unwarranted actions had not only been unnecessary, but had also contributed to the current predicament. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Lian Hongling shook her head vigorously. No, I am the third princess of the great Xia Divine dynasty, the direct disciple of the Yunmiao sect's leader, destined to be a figure revered in the martial world. How could I possibly be in the wrong? Even if there was a minor misstep this time, does Li Yin bear no fault? Why does he not submit like in my past life? If he had just shown a little forbearance, wouldn't everything have been fine? Perhaps Xiao Chun and I would be happily together now, leisurely watching the clouds drift by. Thus, despite her inability to clarify the rumors, Lian Hongling resolved not to let Li Yin off the hook. He is nothing but a waste, destined to stray from the righteous path. I merely wish to act first to prevent him from causing future harm. Lian Baiyan felt as if he too had been scolded. But accustomed to his own identity as a waste, he brushed it off and retorted, I find Li Yin to be rather decent. Why can't he walk the righteous path? He possesses a demonic spirit root. Does no one in the Yunmiao sect know this? The demonic spirit root is inherently a vessel for nurturing demonic energy. It is clear he is destined to descend into the demonic path. Lian Hongling could no longer contain her fiery temper and revealed the secret of Li Yan's demonic spirit root. Lian Baiyan intended to lift his teacup to moisten his throat. But upon hearing the words demonic spirit root, he nearly spat out the tea he had just sipped. He struggled to swallow the liquid, gazing at his sister in astonishment. What did you say? Demonic spirit root? Yes, absolutely true, Lian Hongling replied, bewildered as to why Lian Baiyan was so taken aback. Lian Baiyan, astonished, leaned closer to his sister and said incredulously, You didn't know? The founding emperor of the great Xia, our great ancestor, possessed a demonic spirit root. Sister, you truly are oblivious. It is one thing for others to be unaware, but how can you, as a member of the royal family, not know that our founding emperor, who established the great Xia Divine dynasty and stabilized the realm, was a demonic spirit root? Is it still said that those with magical roots are destined to stray from the righteous path? The illustrious Emperor Gaozu has indeed forged a magnificent and virtuous path. Fortunately, this discourse is taking place in my presence. Had it reached the ears of those rigid censors, they would undoubtedly have sought to incriminate you. As Lian Baiyan contemplated this, he couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his brow. Why does it feel that since my third sister joined the immortal sect, her cultivation has undoubtedly improved, yet in every other aspect, there seems to be no progress at all? Li Yin has also embraced the magical roots, yet he remains so close to their mother. The thought of attempting to unite my sister with him is plainly a recipe for hindrance to Li Yin. With this in mind, Lian Baiyan quickly dismissed the notion of matchmaking them. One must not jeopardize Li Yan's prospects. Chapter 39. Can it be the same? Great-grandfather. He too possesses a demonic spirit root? Lian Hongling felt as if she had stumbled upon a colossal secret, hastily covering her mouth, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. This time, Lian Baiyan, with his eyes narrowed into slits, turned his gaze toward her. It did not appear to be an act. Even he could not recall what kind of spirit root their ancestor had, which oddly aligned with the persona of their third sister. Lian Baiyan observed silently. Yet Lian Hongling's growing anxiety was palpable. She hurriedly concealed her earlier disbelief and retorted emphatically, "Can it truly be the same?" Great-grandfather was a legendary hero, renowned for slaying evil beasts and rescuing countless lives from peril. His demonic spirit root symbolizes the attainment of the sacred path. Li Yin, however, is merely a scorned young lord of a marquise, a mere servant of the immortal sect. His demonic spirit root must surely be something unsightly. As she spoke, Lian Hongling's voice rose increasingly high, seemingly attempting to bolster her argument through sheer volume. Yet, Lian Baiyan's gaze towards his sister grew tinged with disdain. So, what gives you the audacity to assert that Li Yin will become a scourge upon this world? Lian Baiyan clung tightly to the flaws in Lian Hongling's words. At this juncture, Lian Hongling found herself at a loss for words, since the demonic spirit root bore no connection to the so-called fallen to darkness. Her long-held prejudice against Li Yin was fundamentally unfounded. Lian Hongling stared blankly at Lian Baiyan, her mouth opening and closing, ultimately transforming into an inexplicable pang of sorrow. Indeed, when did this bias take root? The anger in Lian Hongling's eyes gradually softened, her gaze inadvertently drifting to a corner. There, a handful of dust-covered light-seeking flowers stood out amidst a pile of glittering treasures. These flowers, though commonplace and merely sun-seeking, were once dear to young Lian Hongling's heart. In her recollections of a past life, whenever she felt despondent, Li Yin would timely present her with a handful of light-seeking flowers. During a particularly challenging period in her cultivation, when her spirits had plummeted, he silently planted a vast expanse of these flowers on the mountainside behind her residence, solely to elicit a genuine smile from her face, if only for a fleeting moment. Now, Lian Hongling gazed vacantly at the forsaken light-seeking flowers, her thoughts swirling. In her previous life, having spent countless days and nights with Li Yin, she had witnessed his extraordinary talent firsthand. Now, having departed from the immortal sect, Li Yan's strength had not only remained unimpeded but had blossomed with astonishing rapidity, akin to a butterfly emerging from its chrysalis. In the wake of Li Yan's meteoric rise, Lian Hongling found herself at odds with him. She feared that one day he would unleash a torrent of vengeance upon her. It was this very fear that compelled her to stubbornly compete with Li Yin. While Lian Hongling was lost in her reverie, Lian Baiyan had no desire to linger any longer. Having come to visit, he felt he had fulfilled his duty as an elder brother. Everyone has their troubles in this day and age. The legendary Danxing secret realm is a battleground where the prodigies of various sects vie for supremacy. Who has triumphed over the multitude? Who has emerged victorious? And who has set records? For Lian Baiyan, it suffices to applaud amidst the crowd, accustomed to being deemed inconsequential. Lian Baiyan adopts a laid-back attitude, approaching life with a carefree demeanor. However, this time, the proverbial melon has fallen squarely upon his face. Unexpectedly nominated as the representative of the Great Xia dynasty to participate in the Danxing secret realm, no one even bothered to consult him, the second prince of Great Xia. Upon reflection, the reasoning becomes clear. Crown Prince Lian Baiyan seizes the opportunity to publicly embarrass him, which he will undoubtedly relish for years to come. Regardless of Lian Baiyan's reluctance to compete, the Crown Prince has no intention of letting him off lightly. After all, they are brothers. Therefore, this morning, Lian Baiyan resolved to indulge himself at the bustling Xylan Pavilion before the opening of the Danxing secret realm, seeking a measure of revenge. His philosophy on life is simple: if you kick me, you might as well be kicking cotton. A day of joy is a day well spent. Amongst the myriad of formidable talents who can shatter mountains with a mere gesture, how many truly live comfortably? In the end, it may very well be that Lian Baiyan outlasts them all. Seizing the moment, he murmured to himself as he prepared to slip away quietly while his third sister was lost in sorrow. After all, he is a VVIP at Xyland Pavilion, with ample funds to indulge. Brother, are those establishments truly so enjoyable? Lian Hongling's sudden interjection startled Lian Baiyan. What a way to speak, having struck a nerve. Lian Baiyan straightened his back, feigning composure as he retorted, with so many solitary sisters, as a friend to women, what harm is there in offering a listening ear? Easing their burdens, and perhaps boosting their morale? Lian Hongling turned to him, the melancholic expression on her face gradually replaced by a knowing smile. Clearly, Lian Baiyan's flimsy excuse resonated with her. I've grown weary of staying here. I wish to accompany you. Not a chance. Lian Baiyan began to regret his decision to come here. Lian Hongling let out a cold huff, slowly retrieving a soundstone from her pocket. Stepping closer to him with a hint of threat in her voice, Brother, you wouldn't want Mother to discover your interest in boosting morale, would you? Caught off guard by his sister's unexpected maneuver, Lian Baiyan's face shifted through shades of anger and embarrassment. In a fit of rage, he rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront her, only to retreat once more. While he might not be able to win a physical confrontation as the second prince of the Great Xia dynasty, he held his principles dear. His principles, however, were primarily rooted in his reverence for the Empress. Though the Empress had placed Lian Hongling under house arrest without imposing strict restrictions, her imperial authority was such that no one dared to defy her command. Go ahead and report me. Worst case, I too shall be confined, Lian Baiyan declared, dramatically collapsing onto the ground, adopting the demeanor of a defiant pig unbothered by boiling water. There was no need to risk anything for the sake of his younger sister. Witnessing Lian Baiyan sprawled on the ground like a limp rag, Lian Hongling was momentarily taken aback, then quickly adjusted her approach. Her face blossomed with a delicate smile as she tossed aside the recording stone and gently called out. My mother advised me to take this time for deep reflection and refrain from wandering aimlessly. I have indeed engaged in profound contemplation, however. Accompanying you for a leisurely stroll hardly qualifies as aimless wandering. Upon hearing this, Lian Baiyan sat up abruptly, casting a dubious glance at Lian Hongling. Witnessing the initial success of her performance, Lian Hongling continued, in all the world, there is no land but that of the emperor. Consider this as a princess. The third daughter of the Great Xia Divine Dynasty, the capital of Great Xia is undoubtedly my home. How can a stroll in my own abode be deemed wandering? At this, Lian Baiyan furrowed his brow slightly. This convoluted reasoning, surprisingly, bore some semblance of logic. No, this simply wouldn't do. Seizing the moment of hesitation, Lian Hongling resorted to a display of tears and tantrums. The intensity of her emotions was remarkable, prompting Lian Baiyan to exclaim in astonishment. After her relentless coaxing, Lian Baiyan ultimately found himself unable to withstand her charms. Remember, you must remain under my watchful eye. Do not entertain thoughts of acting independently. Should any trouble arise, you shall bear the consequences. With this agreement secured, Lian Hongling ceased her antics, transforming into the model of obedience. While she may not excel in orchestrating plans, when it comes to throwing a fit and being stubborn, she is truly a master. Chapter 40. How did the Bluebird Jade pendant end up here? Stepping out of the palace, I looked up to find the sky already dimly lit. Today's sunlight lacked the usual brilliance, and the cheerful chirping of the spirit birds from the eaves was absent, leaving an unusual aura permeating the surroundings. The Lian siblings had deliberately disguised themselves, meandering leisurely through the streets. Along the way, the market had come alive, with the sounds of vendors, discussions, and playful scuffles intertwining, creating a vibrant tapestry of human life. Escaping the imperial palace proved more effortless than anticipated. Lian Hongling's initially cautious steps had transformed into a relaxed stroll as she surveyed the bustling crowd, disdainfully remarking, "These mundane mortals, toiling from dawn till dusk merely to scrape by. Those with a little surplus inevitably squander their lives in frivolity. How pitiful and lamentable. With life spanning but a few short decades, they exist solely to satisfy their most basic desires. I wonder what they truly seek." Having been fortunate enough to gain royal resources and cling to the influential Su Hanyue, Lian Hongling had embarked upon the path of immortality. After merely a few years of cultivation, she now regarded the citizens of the Great Xia from a lofty perspective. Cultivation leads to enlightenment. These mortals bow and worship at the altar of the celestial and yet fail to consider their own potential for ascension. She continued her tirade. Meanwhile, Lian Baiyan took small, discreet steps to distance himself, treating his sister's monologue as mere background noise. Did they not desire to cultivate? The common folk, devoid of resources and burdened with the need to provide for their families, had neither the time nor energy for such pursuits. It was easy to speak from a position of privilege, after all. Thus, they walked on, one silent and contemplative, the other incessantly chattering, until they reached a corner and encountered the resplendent entrance of the Xylan Pavilion. Before Lien Baiyin could step through the door, the young women inside seemed to have caught the scent of wealth and swarmed towards him. Why has our young master been so infrequent of late? Chanang has been waiting by the door, her eyes nearly worn out from watching the comings and goings. Go away. You haven't even properly applied your makeup and dare to approach. This time, it's my turn to shine, so don't think of stealing the spotlight. The maidens chattered excitedly, vying for the attention of the generous young master, while Lien Baiyin, grinning widely, opened his arms to bask in their affection. Perhaps it was only in such moments that he could momentarily escape the burdens of reality. Ah, is this what makes one forget all else? The allure of the Xylan Pavilion? Closing his eyes to savor the moment, he was soon doused with cold water by Lien Hongling's voice. Standing a distance away, she made no move to enter, casting a scornful glance at the gaggle of young women that surrounded them, her disdain palpable, a bunch of superficial courtesans. Then, she turned her gaze toward the disheveled guests within, a gathering of societal scum. Lien Hongling's tone was unabashedly loud, provoking a chorus of eye rolls from the surrounding maidens, who, out of respect for Lien Baiyin, could only mutter silent curses at this audacious woman of unknown origins. Upon hearing these words, Lien Baiyin felt a surge of frustration. Swiftly pushing aside the young women around him to pull Lien Hongling aside, exclaiming, "Your identity is unique. No matter how well you disguise yourself, it remains perilous. The proprietress here is astute. Do not let her recognize you. Soon, your brother will engage in business negotiations, which may take some time. You must stay put and refrain from wandering off." Lien Hongling had always held disdain for her second brother and regarded this place with contempt. Lien Baiyin's repeated admonitions merely prompted her to turn away, treating it as an acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Lien Baiyin faced pressing demands from the other party and did not linger any longer. He promptly turned, donning a cheerful demeanor, and immersed himself in the inviting atmosphere. Time slipped away, and the sky grew overcast. Lien Hongling wandered aimlessly through the streets, the red bird jade pendant in her hand inexplicably radiating warmth. She ought to have sought out Xiao Chun, yearning to rush 1,000 miles to be with her beloved. However, having evaded scrutiny from the Empress of the Imperial Palace was already a considerable feat. Venturing abroad was out of the question. Lien Hongling lifted the red bird jade pendant, which had been handled countless times, and gently shook it before her, hoping to evoke memories of her beloved. Suddenly, a flash of green light caught her attention. Oh dear. The price cannot be this unreasonable. This pendant shimmered with a green hue when I first received it, clearly nurtured by its previous owner's spiritual energy. Look at this exquisite Bihuaningxiang jade, only 300 spirit stones? Who are you trying to fool? A sultry voice reached her ears. As Lien Hongling peered through the throng, she spotted a seductive beauty holding a piece of green jade, and the pendant in her grasp suddenly burned with an intense heat. Her heart raced. The green jade bore an uncanny resemblance to the bluebird jade pendant from her memories, a perfect match. Considering we are on the same street, 500 spirit stones. No haggling. The voice sliced through the bustling crowd once more. Lien Hongling's fingers spasmed around the red bird jade pendant, heedless of her reddening palm. As she fought her way through the crowd and swiftly reached the pawnbroker's door. Ugh, you stubborn old hag, nothing gets through to you. Just watch me. Before Lu Muping could finish her tirade, she felt a sudden warmth at her shoulder. Turning, she encountered a pair of bloodshot eyes staring vacantly at her, causing her to tremble in fear. Lu Muping froze in place, and before she could react, Lien Hongling seized the blue bird jade pendant, acquired through all her precious medicinal herbs. The blue bird jade pendant lay quietly in Lien Hongling's palm, while she trembled uncontrollably. In that fleeting moment, she nearly succumbed to a delusion, wishing that the jade in her grasp was merely a mundane imitation. Yet, the unique patterns at the tail, the fine cracks at the beak, and the resonances emanating from the red bird jade pendant, all these details spoke of an undeniable truth. The pendant in her hand was indeed the object of her long-held desires. How could the bluebird jade pendant appear here? In her previous life, when Xiao Chun identified the pendant, he explicitly stated it was the ancestral token of the Xiao family. As Lien Hongling's heartbeats grew increasingly fervent and her breaths deepened with weight, a premonition began to stir within her. Everything she had steadfastly held on to was on the brink of crumbling into chaos. Her gaze fixed intently upon the two jade pendants cradled in her palm, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Her fingers trembling with excitement yet resolutely drawing the red bird and blue bird pendants closer together. When the first intricate patterns intertwined, The warmth at Xiao Qin's fingertips suddenly turned frigid within her recollections. The silhouettes of their moonlit vows began to decay. The patterns of the jade birds gradually wove and overlapped, and in the depths of Lian Hongling's memory, Xiao Qin's tender affections, the sweet whispers shared in close embrace, and the faded oaths they had exchanged began to blur, fading gradually until they distorted into a grotesque grin. With a click, the red and blue merged, soaring together in perfect harmony. At the instant the final pattern locked into place, the cacophony surrounding Lian Hongling elongated infinitely, ultimately dissolving into a piercing tinnitus. Chapter 41. Why does he never speak? Lu Muping was utterly bewildered. A little girl who had suddenly appeared from nowhere had snatched away her precious jade pendant without uttering a word. Instead of fleeing, she stood there, trembling with her head lowered, as if lost in a daze. What kind of performance was this? Whatever it was. She hoped the girl would run off and not hinder her from making money. Where had this madcap come from? Lu Muping swiftly advanced, blocking the door, and reached out to reclaim her pendant. However, before she could get very far, she heard the girl, Lian Hongling, emit a whimper akin to that of a young animal. Fraud. Fraud? Lu Muping wondered, puzzled by the girl's mutterings since earlier. Lian Hongling kept her head bowed, processing the scene in her mind where Xiao Chun was playing with the green bird jade pendant, flipping through pages until the imagery faded, leaving behind a vast void of uncertainty. Suddenly, she clenched the jade pendant tightly, allowing its sharp edges to pierce her palm, blood trickling down, yet she felt no pain. Consumed instead by her inner turmoil. Oh dear, my little ancestor, do have some sense. This is something we sacrificed greatly for. It cannot withstand such ruin. As she watched blood seep from Lian Hongling's delicate palm, Lu Muping's heart ached, but the girl's volatile demeanor was clearly not to be trifled with. Thus, Lu Muping could only raise her voice, pouring all her strength into her call. You thieving scoundrel! Robbing in broad daylight! Someone come quickly! Her piercing cry resonated, halting the activities of those nearby, who quickly gathered to investigate. This outburst jolted Lian Hongling from her stupor, causing her to lift her gaze and fix her fiery red eyes upon Lu Muping, as if they might bleed from her rage, sending shivers down the spine of the seasoned proprietor. Of course, this jade pendant must have had an original owner. Could it be that Xiao Qin had traded for it? But wasn't this pendant a treasured heirloom of the Xiao family? How could he? Had he encountered some hardship and thus entrusted the pendant here temporarily? Indeed. That must be it. How unscrupulous of this shopkeeper to attempt to sell a customer's belongings, especially one belonging to Brother Xiao. Lian Hongling finally grasped the situation. Perhaps unable to accept an alternative reality, resorting to self-deception, Lu Muping had successfully summoned a throng of onlookers, filling her with newfound courage as she placed her hands on her hips, assuming an authoritative posture, ready to confront the situation. Unexpectedly, Lian Hongling's fury surged even more. Disregarding her already crimson palm, she seized Lu Muping's wrist, forcefully pinning her against the wall. Ouch, that hurts. Lu Muping was once again left in a state of confusion. This was not right. Shouldn't she be the victim of the theft? Why was the supposed antagonist acting more brazenly than the victim? And why did this scene feel so eerily familiar? The atmosphere surrounding Lian Hongling grew increasingly charged with tension, her crimson silk cascading around her as her long hair writhed like serpents, embodying the fierce demeanor of a ravenous tiger poised to pounce. The two stood face to face, their noses nearly touching, yet neither made a move forward. Under the weight of such oppressive pressure, Lu Muping felt an escalating panic, yearning for someone amidst the crowd to emerge and speak a word of reason. However, as she glanced around, she found only an audience captivated by the spectacle, their murmurs unceasing, but not a soul willing to intervene. With their faces so close, influenced by the red spiritual energy, Lu Muping began to feel warmth enveloping her body. After much stammering, she finally forced out a statement. Esteemed lady, if you are interested in Miss Huan, Xylan Pavilion offers corresponding services. I can escort you there at once. The moment the words escaped her lips, Lu Muping shut her eyes in regret, realizing that her intention had been misconstrued, her professional instincts betraying her as she inadvertently resorted to solicitation. Pray tell, where did you acquire this Qingyo jade pendant? Lian Hongling's voice was nearly frigid. Should this woman dare to utter Xiao Qin's name, the mere act of belittling their token of affection would warrant her immediate demise, a fate she would consider a mere mercy. Lu Muping trembled in fear, struggling to steady herself, yet she mustered the courage to reply, I assure you, I possess professional integrity. I would never disclose a client's information unless absolutely necessary. You insolent wretch, I command you to speak the truth. The thunderous command pierced the very soul, causing the onlookers, previously relishing the drama, to shrink back in unison, like startled quails. Lian Hongling's brows furrowed fiercely. Her body enveloped in swirling red spiritual energy, the disguise she wore igniting in flames, revealing a resplendent red gown reminiscent of a phoenix. In an instant, the crowd recognized her as the true embodiment of the third princess of the great Xia divine dynasty, and in their astonishment, they knelt, not daring to breathe. Lian Hongling's fingertips had grazed Lu Muping's skin, mere millimeters from her pulse point, a blatant threat unmistakable in its intent. At that moment, Lu Muping was utterly petrified, her mind racing as she realized that a mere jade pendant had entangled her with royal affairs. Desperate, she thought, I must be prudent. I have unwittingly offended her highness. I truly did not know, only that the one who delivered the jade seemed to be from the Duke of Jinbei's household. The mention of the Duke of Jinbei's residence slipped from her lips like a blade, carrying the chilling weight of a poisoned dagger, piercing Lian Hongling's heart. Where did you hear of the Duke of Jinbei? Speak no nonsense. Tell me the truth. Lian Hongling seized Lu Muping by her collar, her voice strained with fury, her emotions more tumultuous than if she had merely heard Xiao Chen's name. Cough, cough. Is there truly another Duke of Jinbei in this world? Lu Muping felt overwhelmed, realizing that the one who had delivered the jade was a formidable figure, and the one demanding it was even more so. Who had she inadvertently crossed paths with? Who was it? What did they look like? Lian Hongling's heart wrestled with the denial of the name, her obsession driving her to seek answers relentlessly. He was a striking young man, with eyes like bright stars and a face resembling jade, dressed in a manner unbefitting that of a mere servant. It was the private belief of the common folk that he was the young master of the Marquis's residence. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, the strings of her heart snapped. Lian Hongling staggered backward as if her spine had been wrenched away, her hands falling limply to her sides. Before her eyes, the crowd morphed into a dark, ghastly shadow. The old man selling candies brandished a broken bluebird's wing with a sinister grin, while the waiter on the second floor of the tea house cast a scornful glance. A woman cradling a child incessantly chattered, unleashing her criticisms. Get away, all of you. Just leave. Lian Hongling bit her tongue hard enough to draw blood, the metallic taste igniting a flicker of rationality that urged her to push forward. Why was it him? Why had he never spoken? Tears swirled in her eyes, yet she stubbornly withheld them. In a sudden burst of determination, Lian Hongling lifted her skirts and charged ahead, her golden embroidered shoes discarded by the roadside, heedless of their loss. Amid the startled cries of the crowd, she transformed into a crimson blur, darting across half the street. The Marquis's residence in the north was not far. The truth awaited her there. She was resolute in her quest for verification, determined to unearth the reality with her own hands. Chapter 42. I only desire the truth. The crimson robes blended with the clouds, painting the sky a sanguine hue. Suddenly, a scarlet light plummeted from the heavens, gradually coalescing into a human form. The startled cries of children erupted, while the fleeing townsfolk could not help but mutter curses at the madwoman, all of which were disregarded by Lian Hongling. Before her loomed the resplendent vermilion gates of the Duke of Beijing's estate, the copper rings reflecting Lian Hongling's disheveled and sorrowful visage. Along the way, she had repeatedly admonished herself to remain composed, rehearsing the words she would utter upon encountering Li Yan. Yet, upon arriving at the gates, she found herself at a loss. This inner turmoil struck her unexpectedly and was suffocatingly intense. She yearned to see Li Yan, yet the prospect of facing him filled her with dread. Even the courage to greet him had been stripped away by this internal conflict. Suddenly, she realized she did not even know how to engage Li Yan as an equal. After a moment's hesitation, Lian Hongling steeled herself. With a flourish of her sleeve, a gleaming soul-forging whip materialized in her grasp. He is merely a subject, a servant. If I cannot find the words to speak to him, then I shall resort to direct interrogation. With a swift motion, the soul-forging whip, imbued with crimson spiritual energy, lashed out, carving a deep fissure into the bluestone floor, splitting the stone lion at the entrance in two. Lian, come forth. I have matters to discuss with you. The stone lion crashed down, startling a flock of birds, yet the Duke of Beijing's estate remained unresponsive. Lian Hongling trembled with rage, her voice a furious roar. You audacious dog of a servant. Come out. Come out. I shall count to 3. And if you do not surrender, Li Yan. In the midst of her tirade, Lian Hongling caught sight of the frost flowers crystallizing on the door ring. In the next moment, the red door was gently pushed open, revealing Ning Lisin, draped in moonlit white, who stepped forward, flanked by Lin Yu, standing resolutely with her sword. Due to her connection with Li Yan, Lian Hongling and Ning Lisin were old acquaintances. Years had passed, and upon meeting Ning Lisin's cold, abyss-like gaze, Lian Hongling's heart raced. Faced with the formidable presence of Ning Lisan, Lian Hongling regained a measure of clarity, yet her innate pride compelled her to shout, "Sister Lisan, I grant you one last chance. I wish to see Li Yan. I have. Do not raise your voice, Your Highness." Before Lian Hongling could finish her sentence, Ning Lisan's icy tone interrupted her. With a mere gesture, Ning Lisan conjured a blooming ice lotus that scattered its crystalline petals, instantly enveloping the entire red door in frost. Carrying an unmistakable air of threat, Li Yan has not slept a wink all night. If Your Highness has urgent matters, you may approach me. Do not disturb his tranquility. At these words, Lian Hongling lifted her chin defiantly, a cold smile gracing her lips. What a fine princess we have here. I extend you my grace. Still mindful of our past camaraderie. Once upon a time, you were merely an orphan who relied on the imperial bounty of our great Xia to embark on a path towards transcendence. By a stroke of fortune, you have progressed somewhat in your cultivation. And now, upon our reunion, you dare to exert authority over me? What does it matter if your cultivation surpasses mine? Do not forget, this is the domain of the Great Xia divine dynasty, and I am the third princess of Great Xia. Whether it be a dragon, it must be coiled. If it be a tiger, it must be subdued. Such audacity. Lian Hongling, in a fit of rage and without any guards by her side, transformed the soul-refining whip into a crimson serpent, striking directly at Ning Lisan's face. Clang. The sound of metal clashing resounded as, in the moment of Lian Hongling's ambush, Lin Yu swiftly dodged and swung her great sword, forcefully repelling the soul-refining whip. Simultaneously, a patch of white frost rapidly spread across the ground, encircling Lian Hongling completely. By the time she realized what was happening, her legs were already firmly frozen in solid ice, rendering her immobile. Feeling the rigidity creeping up from her feet, Lian Hongling's fury escalated, and she nearly screamed, "You dare to treat me with such disrespect? I shall annihilate your entire lineage." No. Even 10 lineages would not suffice for my vengeance. Struggling against the numbing cold that made her hands tremble, Lian Hongling desperately hurled a handful of ice shards forward. In the face of Lian Hongling's childish tantrum, Ning Lisan remained utterly unfazed, not even blinking. "How dare you? I shall tear your mouth apart and cleave every unsightly servant in this marquis's residence in twain." Slap. A resounding slap, laden with shards of ice, struck Lian Hongling's face, the cut inflicted by the icy fragments not yet bleeding before it was frozen. The blow came so suddenly that Lian Hongling's mind went blank. She stared vacantly at Ning Lisan, whose countenance was as cold as frost. This strike was to chastise your arrogance, to silence your disruption of Li Yan's tranquility. Trembling, Lian Hongling gingerly touched her swollen left cheek, finally snapping back to reality. Her eyes blazed with fury as she bit down on her silver teeth, indignantly cursing. "You dare to hit me? Even my mother has never struck me." Slap. Another loud slap, this time to the right side. This blow was to reprimand your insolence. The 100 individuals within this marquis's residence are innocent, yet you brazenly declare the death of the innocent. This is the residence of the Northern Town Marquis, and it is my home, protected by me, the Santis of Guangkan. Do you understand? You are mistaken. I have allies who will not allow you to go unpunished. Due to the swelling on both cheeks, Lian Hongling's voice took on an odd tone. Slap. A third strike, this time on the left side, was delivered with such force that it sent Lian Hongling sprawling to the ground. This strike was to condemn you. A mere family servant, who, lacking ability, resorts to posturing and bullying others. Ning Lisan's words sliced like knives, each phrase a dagger to the heart. After suffering 3 unprovoked slaps, the psychological barrier Lian Hongling had been clinging to finally shattered. Tears streamed down her swollen cheeks, glistening like pearls. What have I done wrong? I only sought the truth. Why must I be bullied so? The flood of grievances overwhelmed her, and Lian Hongling, in despair, collapsed to the ground. Flailing her arms like a headless fly, sobbing heart-wrenchingly, "I just wanted to see him." "You must hand over Li Yan. Quickly, hand him over." In the span of 2 lifetimes, when has Lian Hongling ever endured such humiliation? With a doting mother, a protective master, a caring senior sister, and the affection of her elder brother Xiaoqian, when has she ever faced such disgrace? Now, looking at Ning Lisan, the Santis of the Guanghan Palace. Blessed with both background and strength, Lian Hongling truly feels utterly insignificant in the presence of such a destined figure. As this thought crossed her mind, Lian Hongling wept like a sorrowful soul, but just then, her peripheral vision caught sight of Ning Lisan's slowly rising hand, causing her to cease her cries in fear of receiving another slap. Smack. Just as she feared, Lian Hongling was sent sprawling to the ground by that strike. Her heart racing with shock and dread. Struggling to lift herself, she turned her head, her eyes wide with astonishment and confusion. At that moment, Ning Lisan finally displayed a hint of disdain. Unwilling to linger on the side of the fallen princess, she gracefully turned away, leaving behind a final remark. Let me remind you once more, do not forget to repair the stone lions at the entrance. Chapter 43. The disturbance of the earthly script and the conspiracy of the malevolent cultivators. As minor skirmishes transpired outside the Marquis's residence, Li Yin sat contemplatively within, fixated on an earthly script token, a communication device he had acquired after vanquishing the red fluff demon a few days prior. He had presumed that with the demise of its original owner, the token would lose its utility, and he contemplated seeking a buyer in the black market to dispose of it inexpensively. However, to his astonishment, while returning from Xylan Pavilion, the token unexpectedly stirred to life. The red fluff demon, a malevolent cultivator who operated under the guise of banditry along the borders of the great Xia Divine dynasty, was known for her elusive tactics. Li Yin had always believed she was a solitary figure within the realm of evil cultivators. To his surprise, she had established a group with other malevolent practitioners. For several days, the group had been eerily silent, devoid of any activity. Yet, just moments ago, the chat erupted with fervor, messages soaring rapidly and reaching over 99 in no time. The group comprised only 4 individuals, including the red fluff demon, all of whom remained anonymous, adopting codenames such as A, B, C, and D. The codename currently held by the red fluff demon, now under Li Yin's control, was A. B. The list of 57 rogue cultivators has been finalized and will be handed over at the third watch. An empty slot has been reserved for you all to infiltrate if the opportunity arises. The handwriting of B was robust and precise, each character meticulously spaced. C. Why does A seem so glum today? You're usually the most loquacious, yet today you've uttered not a single word. A haphazard scrawl intruded upon Li Yin's focus, concluding with a crude drawing of a urinating dog. After remaining silent for a while, Li Yin found himself directly addressed. From C's remark, he gleaned 2 insights. First, the other malevolent cultivators were unaware of the red fluff demon's demise. Second, judging by C's tone, this individual was likely a rough, masculine character. With a finger poised as his pen, Li Yin slowly inscribed his response upon the earthly script. He resolved to involve himself in these matters. The impetus for his decision stemmed from the fact that through the token's historical record feature, he discovered the malevolent cultivator's plans to stir trouble within the Danqing secret realm. Li Yin held no qualms about interjecting himself into the affairs of these rabid cultivators. After all, a rabid dog could be a formidable ally if it bit the right target. B. Crass. Before Li Yin could formulate a reply, B preemptively dismissed him with a disdainful retort. C. Oh? Are we being selective now? Isn't our line of work inherently about bloodshed and arson? When the time comes for action, you might find yourself more ruthless than I. So why play the gentleman here? Though B did not engage further. This exchange served as a wake-up call for Li Yin. Currently masquerading as the red fluff demon, he needed to adopt her tone to avoid revealing any inconsistencies. Li Yin swiftly perused the historical records, formulating a strategy, and then responded in a manner befitting the red fluff demon's customary tone. Hey, last night was quite the ordeal. I barely managed to catch a wink of sleep and have just now awakened. See, trying to act coy with me? Having observed us for quite some time. Do you truly believe that a mere lie can suffice to deceive us? Li Yin furrowed his brow, realizing that this B was indeed no trifling character. B. Hey. When we first met, I humbly offered my apologies to grandfather. Once his temper has cooled, perhaps he might even reward you with a candied hawthorn. As B's words materialized, a delicate haze of pink ink spread forth, revealing the following. See, I've heard that the beggar sect has recently lost quite a few of its urchins. Is that your doing, brother B? B. He. The experience of those little ones is simply exquisite. But back to the matter at hand. I have specially prepared the heart-devouring demon array for this trip into the Danqing secret realm. This formation can draw out the inner demons of those who enter, forcibly suppressing their cultivation. If one remains within for an extended period, they are sure to become an alchemical puppet. See, Pa, do not mention that again. The last demonstration you sent resulted in 8 out of 10 transforming into alchemical puppets, while the remaining 2 stood idly gnawing at each other's necks. What kind of outcome is that? Should there be another mishap this time, I would not hesitate to turn you into a human lantern. The pink words conveyed a chilling aura, culminating in a skeletal grin. B. Rest assured, I have prepared over 100 pounds of corpse oil specifically to inscribe the array markings. Once ignited, Every cultivator within this dancing secret realm will find themselves unable to escape. Surprisingly, B's temper was tempered as he addressed C with courtesy. But he swiftly turned to Li Yan, exclaiming, B, this formation requires a sacrifice of a treasure of at least Earth grade as its focal point to be activated. Hey, are you prepared or not? At this juncture, and considering previous historical records, Li Yan had largely unraveled the roles of these individuals. The opportunities within the dancing secret realm had always been a coveted prize among the various sects, yet they would symbolically reserve a few spots for wandering cultivators. B was responsible for securing positions for the rogue cultivators, allowing this band of malevolent practitioners to infiltrate. C had meticulously devised the heart-devouring demon array, which would ensnare cultivators of the fourth realm and below into an illusion, providing the chance to plunder their cultivation, and subsequently transform the ensnared into alchemical puppets for sale at exorbitant prices on the black market. D appeared to be the leader of this scheme, holding the highest status, while also facilitating the activation of the array. As for A, the original red fluff demon, her task was to procure an Earth-grade treasure to serve as the focal point for the formation. It was no wonder that the red fluff demon mingled among the mountain bandits. She sought to capitalize on their plunders in hopes of uncovering an Earth-grade treasure. Li Yan mused, stroking his chin. After a single individual had vanquished the entire bandit lair, he indeed had acquired a plethora of treasures, including several artifacts. Yet he had not encountered any Earth-grade treasures, and all had been absorbed by him. After all, to an ordinary cultivator, an Earth-grade treasure is a rarity, not something one can simply seize at will. B, have you prepared it or not? Speak. B evidently had little patience for A. Meanwhile, Li Yan pondered that although the red fluff demon appeared quite arrogant, her standing in the realm of malevolent practitioners was not particularly high. As he swiftly inscribed on the ground, A, indeed, I have procured one. Ah, young rascal, you had better not cause any trouble. Having decided to wade into these murky waters, Li Yan naturally felt compelled to express that he was well prepared with an Earth-tier magical artifact. The current dilemma, however, was where to procure such an item. Sisterly Xin, as the Holy Maiden of the Moon Palace, possessed more Earth-tier artifacts than she had new garments to don each day. Previously, during the swordsmanship competition, Ningli Xin had even promised Li Yan that he could choose one at his leisure, should he voice his request. Acquiring a mere Earth-tier artifact would be a trivial matter. Yet, to take advantage of this opportunity felt somewhat unworthy. Li Yan scratched his head, pondering deeply on how he might effortlessly acquire an Earth-tier artifact. A vivid image of a crimson figure flashed through his mind. The soul-reaping whip that Lian Hongling had employed to trouble him on several occasions could indeed qualify as such. However, that presented its own challenges. As she and Li Yin were not on amicable terms, it would be unrealistic to expect her to deliver it to him willingly, wouldn't it? Chapter 44, Your Highness. Has this been adjusted? B. I have received word that the Holy Son of the Divine Mechanism Pavilion, Yishur Su, will also attend this alchemy and painting secret realm. After a period of silence in the group chat, B abruptly introduced a new topic. C. Is there any need for speculation? That young man has gained quite the reputation in the martial world over the past 2 years. His absence would be the only exception on the Divine Mechanism Pavilion's list for this alchemy and painting secret realm. Li Yin leaned languidly against a couch, a faint smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. He was no stranger to the name Yishur Su. In his previous life, Yishur Su of the Divine Mechanism Pavilion held the greatest animosity towards Li Yin, second only to a few from the Cloud Miao Immortal sect. The reason for such hostility from the Holy Son of the Divine Mechanism Pavilion towards Li Yin, whom he had never met, stemmed from another label he carried, Ning Lisan's second devoted admirer. The concern Ning Lisan showed for Li Yin was evident to Yishur Su, who grew increasingly anxious, already regarding Li Yin as a thorn in his side before they even entered the secret realm. Li Yin flicked the wind chime on the window, the sound ringing clear. As he recalled the confrontation from his previous life, where Yishur Su's mechanical puppet nearly shattered the entire secret realm, only to be eliminated by Li Yin in the end. In his mind, the image of a capricious and violent Holy Son gradually came into focus. Despite his lack of character, the mechanical puppet in his possession rivaled the power of a fifth realm cultivator. Li Yin needed to devise a way to acquire it. D. Why did Brother B suddenly bring this up? D voiced the question that Li Yin also pondered. The discussion fell silent for a moment before B's sharp, precise handwriting slowly emerged. B. Does your formation have any effect on Yishur Su? Goodness, I haven't even made a move yet. And Yishur Su has already attracted someone's attention? Li Yin was slightly taken aback. Targeting the holy son of a cultivation sect was no trivial matter. If successful, it would amount to uprooting the future of the Divine Mechanism Pavilion, inviting ruthless retribution from them. The Divine Mechanism Pavilion was one of the major sects, harboring countless formidable figures. B's casual inquiry was indeed rather audacious. See, what the hell are you talking about? If you're going to die, don't drag me down with you. The entire discussion suddenly erupted, coalescing into a three-headed, six-armed Rakshasa figure. See, we had previously agreed to target the disciples of smaller sects or, at worst, catch a few rogue cultivators. Now you're setting your sights on the holy son of the Divine Mechanism Pavilion? What are you thinking? C was genuinely furious. He had initially aimed to catch small fry, never anticipating that B would dare provoke the holy son of the Divine Mechanism Pavilion. Did he think the Divine Mechanism Pavilion's soul-chasing decree was as cheap as cabbage in a marketplace? Regardless of the potential bounty, merely harboring such thoughts would earn him a severe reckoning from the ancient figures within the Divine Mechanism Pavilion. Throughout C's outburst, no one, including D, interjected. Clearly, each person had their own thoughts. C, you jinx, I'm putting this out there. B, if you dare entertain any crooked ideas, I'll be the first to deal with you. After C issued his warning to B, the conversation concluded on a rather sour note. The realm of Danxing is even more exhilarating than anticipated. Li Yin tucked away the earth book as the thoughts of the sixth brother began to stir uncontrollably. However, before assuming the role of the sixth brother, a treasure of earthly rank was required as a stepping stone. Li Yu. At that moment, Lin Yu's melodious voice resonated from outside the door. With a swift kick, she flung open the door and, hands on her hips, coldly declared, "The third princess of the Daxia Divine Dynasty has blocked the main entrance. Senior sister inquires whether you will make an appearance." Suddenly, she paused, retracting one foot that had stepped into the room. "Oh, your smile is rather distasteful." "Am I?" Li Yin thought. "Why does he come unannounced?" He attempted to compose his expression, quickly rising to adjust his attire and striding purposefully towards the main door. "One must not disappoint the princess's goodwill," senior sister also said. Lin Yu abruptly turned to block his path, fiddling with her hairpin. "If you plead with me a bit, I wouldn't mind begrudgingly sending that mad woman away for you." It seemed as though Lin Yu had added a bit of theatrics to her own performance. Li Yin smiled gently, stepping forward to stand directly before her, simply gazing at her in silence. Under his close scrutiny, Lin Yu's initial playfulness began to blush with a hint of crimson. "What are you staring at? I told you not to smile indiscriminately at people." Li Yin remained silent, gently brushing aside the hairpin resting on her shoulder, and leaned closer, whispering, "Thank you, dear you, for taking the trouble to come here to inform me." Lin Yu's heart skipped a beat at his unexpected gesture. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Li Yin had already slipped out the door. As Lin Yu regained her senses and realized she had been played, her temper flared, and she kicked the door frame in frustration. You wretchedly." Her master often admonished that in cultivation one must remain focused and undistracted. "Look at you, always in disarray. If only you channeled this cleverness into your cultivation." Lin Yu seethed, echoing her master's frequent words of reprimand towards Li Yin. Yet halfway through, she faltered. Her master's words seemed ineffective against Li Yin. He had already entered the third realm, a level above her own. Remarkably, during their first encounter just days prior, he had still been at the initial stage of the second realm. Even more astonishing was the fact that Li Yin, with his second realm strength, had effortlessly surpassed Lin Yu, rendering her a mere non-entity in his eyes. For Li Yin, cultivation seemingly posed no challenge whatsoever. Lin Yu's fervor gradually diminished as she recalled that the Danxing realm was about to open. Despite her daily practice of wielding her sword 1,000 times, her own progress showed no signs of advancement. During these past few days at the Marquis's residence, her confidence had been thoroughly shattered. The thought of asserting her determination before her master, only to find herself stagnant now, brought a tear of strong self-esteem to the corner of Lin Yu's eye. "What's wrong?" Noticing her unusual demeanor, Li Yin turned back to inquire. "You look like a cat that has been caught sneaking around." Lin Yu swiftly wiped away her tears and strode past Li Yin without a glance back. Outside the noble residence, Lien Hongling lay crumpled on the icy surface, having been met with several slaps, looking utterly wretched. The grand door creaked open, and Li Yin stepped outside. Upon seeing this, Ning Li hurriedly approached with concern, saying, "Do not be afraid, your elder sister is here. Even if she is a princess of the great Xia Divine Dynasty, she cannot harm a single hair on your head." Li Yin nodded in gratitude, then turned her gaze towards Lien Hongling, who had just moments ago appeared utterly helpless on the icy ground. Upon spotting Li Yin finally emerging, she stubbornly mustered the strength to rise. Li Yin looked down at Lian Hongling's trembling legs, shaking like a sieve, then raised her gaze to Lian Hongling's foaming features. Feigning surprise as she inquired, "Has your highness undergone a slight adjustment?" Chapter 45. Is it not you? As Lian Hongling focused all her attention on Li Yin, her pupils trembled, causing her to take a step back. 3 realms? How many heavenly treasures have you devoured? Unlike Princess, who benefits on both ends, I, Li, have merely had a few recent gains. Li Yin spoke with an air of composure, while Ning Li beside him shared a knowing smile. And Lin Yu appeared with a complex expression. It is indeed a challenge for the princess to come all this way to deliver a whip, Li Yin remarked, pointing to the soul-refining whip in Lian Hongling's hand, which was just what was needed for hanging clothes in the manor. Lian Hongling completely disregarded Li Yan's sudden jest. Her purpose for coming was to seek the truth. Lian Hongling suddenly pulled out the Qingyao jade pendant from her bosom, her voice quivering as she spoke. Is it yours? Such a trinket. Li Yan did not even lift his eyelids, surmising that it must be a mistake from the proprietress. I could carve a cart's worth in the time it takes to play a game of chess. No, this is not just any trinket. This is the one and only Qingyu jade pendant in the world. The more Li Yin remained nonchalant, the more Lian Hongling's determination surged. This Qingyao jade pendant resonates with my Qi bird jade pendant. Look. Lian Hongling desperately sought to prove something. Her earlier trepidation towards Ning Li completely forgotten, she staggered forward, raising the red and blue jade pendants high, eager for Li Yin to see them more clearly. Since you have obtained the other half, congratulations on your destined union with Xiaoqin, never to part. Li Yin was indifferent. Enough. Lian Hongling erupted with a shattered scream from her throat. That woman spoke as if she were telling the truth. Answer me. Is this pendant yours? Blood tears streamed down her cheeks, forming a striking dark river, her pupils swirling with an obsession on the brink of collapse. Li Yin gazed down impassively at the wretched figure before him, the girl raising her hand in a defiant pose that mirrored her past beneath the claws of the red-beard Lin Long. Yet in this moment, there was no longer any spark in her eyes to move him, only the remnants of madness left behind. Li Yan's patience with Lian Hongling had long since evaporated beneath that sword strike. He felt not a ripple within himself, his expression remaining indifferent as he uttered softly, "You have mistaken the person." These 5 words, laced with a chilling coldness, pierced through her wavering hope like icy daggers the moment they entered her ears. In an instant, Lian Hongling's gaze dimmed slightly, her hair dancing wildly in the wind. She looked up to the heavens and fell silent for a long while, suddenly letting out a fragmented laugh. Hee, I am indeed confused. Brother Xiao would rather be torn apart by the red-beard Lin Long than let anything happen to me. With each word she spoke, the color drained from her lips, and her pale fingers abruptly pointed at Li Yan. How could you be such a cold-hearted monster? After such tumultuous highs and lows, Lian Hongling's mental state had become rather unstable. Li Yan remained silent, his attention fixated solely on the soul-refining whip in Lian Hongling's grasp. Oh dear, do not crowd. Do not crowd. Young lady, my ankle is in great pain. In the distance, the sweet voice of Lu Muping floated in, each word tinged with a nasal tone, revealing her exhaustion. Do not dawdle, keep up with me. Another voice followed closely behind. Upon hearing it, Li Yin immediately recognized it was Lian Baiyan, who had almost put him in a predicament. The crowd turned their gazes as Lu Muping's graceful silhouette appeared first at the corner of the alley, followed closely by Lian Baiyan, clad in loose garments, stumbling and running to catch up. But upon turning the corner, a shock awaited them. Had the third sister gotten herself into trouble again? Just moments ago, during a crucial discussion, Lian Baiyan had been interrupted by a girl he had sent to keep watch, who burst in to inform him that Lian Hongling had gone missing, causing him to retreat in fright. In a flurry, Lian Baiyan hastily donned his clothes and, accompanied by the ladies of Xylan Pavilion, searched for her, ultimately locating Lu Muping, who sat despondently in a corner, and dragged the unfortunate proprietress to the Duke of Zhenbei's residence. Now, Lian Hongling had caused him yet another significant issue. What should he do? After all, as her elder brother, he had released her, and someone had to clean up this mess. As the second prince of the great Xiao Divine dynasty, Lian Baiyan almost apologetically addressed Ning Lisan. Sister Lisan, I deeply apologize for the disturbance. We shall bear the cost of the repairs. He then cast a sidelong glance at Li Yin, this time without any pretense of politeness. You, upon your return, did not even think to visit me. I had painstakingly gifted you my heartfelt creation. Upon hearing this, Li Yin looked at Ning Li Sin with a hint of amusement, while she, feeling guilty, averted her gaze. Finally, Lien Baiyan turned to support his sister, who was on the verge of collapsing, and whispered fiercely in her ear, "Aren't you embarrassed enough? Come back with me." As he pulled Lien Hongling, he noticed something unusual. His typically impulsive and irritable sister now felt incredibly heavy. Lien Baiyan could not quite articulate this feeling, but he sensed that his sister was different from before. As the siblings found themselves at an impasse, Lu Muping contemplated slipping away, only to turn and meet Li Yin's icy stare, which caused her to falter and kneel. "It's all my fault. Your Highness wanted this, and I had no choice but to part with the young master's exquisite jade. It was never my intention. Please do not hold it against me." Caught between the imperial family of Great Xia and the secretive dealings Lu Muping had with the sale of medicine, she could not afford to offend either side and could only concede. Little did she know, her desperate plea for self-preservation resonated like thunder in someone's ears. As Lu Muping wept, Li Yin suddenly felt a rush of wind beside him. With a swift motion, he caught the incoming soul-refining whip with his bare hands. "You said it was to you." Following the whip's end, his gaze collided with Lien Hongling's bloodshot eyes. The truth was glaringly evident. "You clearly recognize this. Why?" Lien Hongling bit her crimson lips until blood welled up. "You were the one who saved me that night. Why won't you acknowledge it?" Li Yin seized the opportunity to withdraw with force, the soul whip instantly extricating itself from the grip of Lien Hongling's fingers. Reflecting on the past, he lamented his naivety in rescuing a fool. With a casual flick of the whip handle, he inadvertently splattered tears and snot all over me. "I have yet to seek restitution for the cleaning costs." Amidst the sound of the air being sliced, Li Yin's voice was as smooth and frigid as tempered ice. Lien Hongling's heart was ensnared by a sentiment known as guilt, as she recalled the time during the sect's grand competition when she publicly mocked Li Yin, asserting that he was unworthy even to mention Xiaoqin's name, while Xiaoqin merely smirked from the shadows. "You are fully aware that Xiaoqin is impersonating you. Why do you not contest it?" Lien Hongling's voice trembled into incoherence, rife with misunderstandings. Li Yin sneered coldly. Had he not already proven himself enough? People are often governed by preconceived notions, and biases are akin to an insurmountable mountain. His heart had long since turned to stone. "Let us start anew." Lien Hongling quivered violently, the image of Li Yin lying in a pool of blood flashing before her eyes. A torrent of heat surged within her chest, painfully compelling her to clutch her garment and collapse to the ground. "Do you remember the sunlight flower?" Li Yin abruptly interrupted. "Of course," Lien Hongling exclaimed, raising her head suddenly, akin to a drowning soul grasping for driftwood, a glimmer of hope igniting in her eyes. "If you find me a sunlight flower, this flower, having endured the tempests and the scorching sun, the harshest winters, or even trampling, will eternally bloom toward the sun without faltering. But where am I to procure a flower that, regardless of the storm, eternally faces the sun?" The inquiry halted abruptly, as Lien Hongling seemed to grasp something profound and froze in realization. Indeed, such a flower did not exist. With each word Li Yin uttered, the spark of hope in Lien Hongling's eyes dimmed further. So too did humanity. Chapter 46. The Reversal of the Celestial Pattern. Cough, cough. Lien Hongling choked out half a mouthful of blood, gasping for breath with a wheezy sound emanating from her throat. The final glimmer of hope vanished without a trace, and the memories of her past with Li Yin surged forth, breaking through layers of seals like a multitude of poisoned needles, piercing deeply with every sob into her very marrow. "This palace permits you to be a playmate." 8-year-old Lien Hongling perched on a branch, her golden embroidered shoes resting on Li Yin's shoulder. "Here, a half-eaten candy figurine for you." She carelessly tossed it into the youth's arms, marking their first encounter. "How dare you mention Xiaoqin?" At the birthday banquet, in front of the entire sect, she had cast Li Yan's offered light-emitting flower into the fire pit. "You were merely fortunate to have occasional interactions with me. Do not entangle yourself with me further, lest Xiaoqin misunderstand." The flames devoured the petals, consuming the color from the boy's face as well. "If it weren't for you, Xiaoqin and I would have long. Your existence is truly irksome." The sound of a blade slicing through flesh echoed ominously, and as the sword pierced his back, she seemed to witness the last vestige of relief in Li Yan's eyes. The scene crystallized into a white blade aimed at Li Yan's chest, the pain of being pierced transcending 2 lifetimes, weighing heavily on Lien Hongling's heart. Crying pitifully, Lien Hongling knelt on the ground, curling into a fetal position, her throat emitting mournful whimpers. In a frenzy, she pressed the jade pendant against her heart, as if hoping to seal the bleeding black hole of memory. "I want to send you off." Li Yin gazed down at the twisted figure on the ground, a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor, suddenly breaking into a low laugh. With a flick of his sleeve, he turned and walked away, allowing the bloody scene to fade from sight. In stark contrast to Lian Hongling's desperate cries was Li Yan's resolute departure. Ning Lisan observed everything, waves of emotion stirring within her. What had he experienced? She turned her gaze toward Li Yan, concern etched on her face, yet she ultimately restrained the urge to inquire. She understood that even if she spoke, Li Yan might not divulge the truth. His heart was already firmly shut. What she needed to do now was simply remain by his side, offering silent support. Perhaps one day, just as Li Yan's figure disappeared through the door's crack, Ning Lisan turned and silently followed. Sister, please do not frighten your brother. Having reached this point, Lian Baiyan was utterly bewildered. Why did it feel as if everyone was staging a tragic play for him? Clearly, it was the third sister who had caused a ruckus at someone else's doorstep. How had it become her portraying herself as the victim? This was utterly outrageous. The gates of the northern town marquee residence were tightly shut, and Lu Muping was now reduced to a mere stick figure, with only him remaining somewhat sane amidst the chaos. Ultimately, he would have to clean up this mess. What a calamity! Lian Baiyan hurriedly approached, attempting to help Lian Hongling to her feet. Come, let us first return. Suddenly, Lian Hongling erupted with a wailing scream akin to a vengeful spirit, her crimson spiritual energy dissipating into nothingness at its peak. And she finally fainted away. Within the northern town marquee residence, Li Yan strode lightly through the front hall, heading straight for the back courtyard. It is truly commendable that Lian Hongling specifically sent the soul-refining whip, enabling her to officially meddle in the affairs of the malevolent practitioners. As for her weeping profusely, let her be. How dare she throw a tantrum early in the morning at someone else's doorstep? Is she justified? Do not disturb me. I still have my cultivation to attend to. Hey, Li. Suddenly, Lin Yu appeared, darting in front of Li Yan, who was lost in thought, and collided with her. Lin Yu, petite in stature, stumbled from the impact. Quick as a flash, Li Yan seized Lin Yu's wrist and pulled her back. Upon physical contact, Lin Yu immediately shook off his grip, brushing off her clothes with irritation. I've been calling you for ages. What's the matter? Did stepping outside turn you into a wooden puppet? Li Yan's mind was consumed with his upcoming plans, and he shifted back deliberately. Does the Guanghan Palace teach you to play tricks? Lin Yu was about to erupt, but thankfully took a deep breath in time. Stay calm, remain calm. Getting worked up will only lead to illness with no one to tend to it. Observing Li Yan donning a mischievous expression once more, for some reason, Lin Yu felt a slight sense of reassurance. I noticed you looking distracted, so I came over to check on you. Came the gentle voice of Ning Lisan from behind. Sister, I didn't tea. Lin Yu was indeed unaccustomed to Li Yan's taciturn demeanor, which prompted her to inquire about his situation. Yet, hearing it from Ning Lisan felt rather peculiar. You've been crying? Lin Yu abruptly turned around. Finding Li Yan's face alarmingly close, his serious gaze fixed upon her. Wah! Lin Yu was genuinely startled. He was the one causing me trouble. And I didn't shed a tear. Why did he start dropping little pearls first? You're the one crying. Lin Yu fiercely wiped her face. I am, it's just anxiety. Ning Lisan approached Lin Yu, gently lifting the girl's wrist to reveal her swollen skin. Having been stuck in the third realm for so long, seeing your rapid progress naturally causes some concern. Sister. Lin Yu felt her thoughts laid bare, especially in front of Li Yan, and was so embarrassed that she wished to disappear into the ground. Better to spend this time honing her swordsmanship than to engage in a war of words with Li. Sharpening the sword does not delay the chopping of wood. Ning Lisan conjured a frost flower at her fingertips, causing Lin Yu to shiver as she sat. Practicing swordsmanship should not be rushed. I have said before, you were too eager for success. But the Danqing's secret realm. Lin Yu abruptly fell silent, recalling her solemn vow before her master, a wave of helplessness washing over her. Looking at Li Yan's detached expression only intensified her frustration. Why is he so formidable? Let Li Yan teach you. Ning Lisan gently urged Lin Yu back towards him. Lin Yu turned, disbelief etched across her face as she regarded Ning Lisan. Sister, are you serious? Just 3 days ago, you wanted me to be his master, and now I am to become his disciple? What a reversal. Sister, you have become so unfamiliar. Who would want to learn from this rascal? Lin Yu turned to flee, only to be once again halted by an icy chill. Ning Li extinguished the cold fire at her fingertips, her tone adopting a hint of seriousness. Once you enter the secret realm, there will be no sister to protect you. Li Yan, equally perplexed, exchanged bewildered glances with Lin Yu. Teach you? That would depend on whether I have the time. Naturally, Li Yin was not inclined to instruct a young girl. However, this freshly acquired soul whip would seem a waste if not put to use. Li Yin tightened his grip on the soul whip. The sensation, the material. Whoosh! Li Yin cracked the soul whip through the air. Flashing a grin at Lin Yu. Let us have a little demonstration. Chapter 47 Sister, you wouldn't be with him. Who's afraid of whom? Upon catching sight of Li Yan's smug demeanor, Lin Yu could not help but retort impulsively. However, her astute intellect soon regained control. Reflecting on her past encounters with Li Yin, it seemed undeniably disheartening. When Li Yin was at the second realm, Lin Yu had already struggled to keep pace with his movements. Now, having ascended to the third realm, even if she were to feign bravado, she had to concede the terror of Li Yan's prowess. The apprehension towards Li Yin made Lin Yu hesitate. Ning Lisan discerned Lin Yu's trepidation and gently patted her shoulder. We are both disciples of the same master. While your shortcomings in cultivation may not be apparent to me, Li Yan's exceptional talent presents a rare opportunity. Then you must keep an eye on him. If that Li fellow resorts to his underhanded tactics again, freeze him into a popsicle. After Ning Lisan assured her with a smile, Lin Yu brandished her enormous demon-slaying sword. Dragging its weight to establish a distance of approximately 30 steps from Li Yin, fixing her gaze upon him unwaveringly. This time, she could not afford to be distracted. Careful, lass, blades have no eyes. Whoosh! Li Yin, however, was far from formal. Upon seeing Lin Yu assume her stance, he unfurled his arm, and the soul-refining whip transformed into a black serpent, slicing through the air. I told you, I'm not a lass. Lin Yu executed a roll and swung her massive sword in response. Clang, clang, clang. The resonant clashes of metal echoed throughout the courtyard, and the gust of wind startled the birds into flight. Perhaps eager to prove herself before Li Yin, Lin Yu's assault was markedly fiercer this time. Her moves grand and sweeping. In no time, the ground was etched with sword marks and craters, a testament to her prowess in area clearance. As for Li Yin, he primarily focused on evasion, intending merely to practice with the soul-refining whip for novelty's sake. Smack! A pure sword energy was unleashed, missing Li Yin but devastating a nearby rockery, flattening it completely. The downside of fighting at home. Li Yin glanced back, wincing at the damage, then turned to Lin Yu with an exasperated expression, raising his hands in surrender. I'll pay for it. Lin Yu gritted her teeth, her movements unceasing. Seizing the moment Li Yin turned away, she closed the gap, raising her giant sword for a powerful once again. A fierce exchange ensued, as the two engaged in a relentless pursuit, with Lin Yu executing a total of 30 moves. More precisely, 30 techniques were unleashed, all deftly countered by Li Yin. After this flurry of 30 maneuvers, Lin Yu's breath began to falter, and the sword energy of the Guanghan Palace started to dissipate. It was nearly over. Observing Lin Yu's exhaustion, Li Yin abruptly halted before her. Be careful, Lin Yu exclaimed, her massive demon-slaying sword already in motion, unable to halt its momentum. The blade aimed squarely at Li Yan's brow, unerringly so. With a resounding clang, Li Yin pinched the sword's body between his fingers, forcibly dampening its tremors, before gradually lowering the enormous weapon. He jested, is this a competition? One might mistake you for a demolition expert. I did mention, miss, that I would compensate, Lin Yu retorted, leaping forward to ensure Li Yin was unharmed before reclaiming her gigantic sword. Turning her head slightly, she muttered in a barely audible voice, I'm sorry. Li Yin turned his body slightly. The courtyard behind him was a testament to chaos. For Lin Yu's massive sword had thoroughly ravaged the ground, leaving not a single intact tile in its wake. One could hardly argue it was suitable for cultivation. Oh, therein lies the issue. Li Yin pointed to the disarray behind him. Lin Yu tilted her body, squinting her eyes as she scrutinized the damage for a considerable time. What do you see? Li Yin coaxingly inquired. Lin Yu's eyes narrowed further until a sudden revelation struck her. I owe money, a great deal of money. Oh dear. Just as she spoke, a chill shot through her, as Ningli Xian approached her side, softly admonishing, focus on learning, don't digress. To Li Yan's surprise, this girl possessed a rather naive side. A wry smile crossed his face as he considered the need for clearer guidance. He gestured towards the uneven ground and then pointed at the massive sword in Lin Yu's grasp, saying, the swordplay of the Guanghan Palace emphasizes a silent, cold moon. Yet here you are, wielding a heavy sword like a hammer, swinging it with abandon. But it is a gigantic sword, Lin Yu protested, visibly troubled. If I don't create a pit, what use is it as a giant sword? Then perhaps you should select a more suitable weapon, Li Yin suggested, perplexed. The disciples of Guanghan Palace were all women, typically delicate and composed even during a tea ceremony. Yet here was Lin Yu, a petite girl, burdened with a sword towering over her by two heads, running about recklessly. On the path of cultivation, one must not become ensnared in stubbornness. Lin Yu remained silent, her head bowed, her feet shifting nervously on the ground. Are you harboring an unspeakable concern? Li Yin noticed her unease and glanced at Li Xin, instantly comprehending the situation. Since we are committed to assisting, let us aid you to the fullest. If you are reluctant to change weapons, then let us delve into refining your swordsmanship. Observe closely, Li Yin said, picking up a withered branch, clearing away a few bricks to reveal a series of varying sword marks etched into the blue bricks. The swordplay of Guanghan Palace should embody the gentle warmth of brewing tea, yet in your hands, it has transformed into scalding oil. Regardless of how heavy the sword may be, it remains a sword, not a mallet. Do you understand? Lin Yu meticulously observed every detail of the sword marks indicated by Li Yin, and when she recognized the sixth move of her Guanghan sword technique, she suddenly became aware of a profound realization. It turned out that, under Li Yan's guidance, she had inadvertently altered the trajectory of her sword strikes in 4 distinct ways. The reason you remain stagnant at the third realm is solely due to the ethereal and agile nature of the Guanghan Palace's techniques, which are inherently incompatible with the heavy sword. Now, why not attempt it again following my lead? Li Yin, wielding a withered branch as a sword, demonstrated the refined Guanghan Palace sword technique before Lin Yu. Captivated, Lin Yu began to mimic his movements even before Li Yan's demonstration concluded. The colossal sword danced in her hands, generating powerful gusts of wind. With a decisive thud, the giant sword was firmly planted into the ground, signaling the end of Li Yan's instruction. Lin Yu stood in a daze, her heart brimming with joy. She realized that by adhering to Li Yan's sword technique, her energy expenditure had significantly decreased, and her wrists no longer felt the previous strain and discomfort. No wonder Master always advised her not to practice in isolation, but to diversify her approaches. There is no standardized technique. What suits oneself is the best, and it is wise to adapt rather than remain stagnant. Ning Lisan approached, her heart filled with gratitude as she gazed at Li Yin, and the two exchanged amused smiles. Lin Yu pondered, why does Li Yin, an outsider, possess such profound knowledge of our Guanghan Palace's sword techniques? She observed the two before her, still locked in a joyful gaze, and suddenly felt somewhat superfluous. Could it be? A bold thought surged in Lin Yu's mind. Sister, you wouldn't be. Lin Yu blushed, her words unspoken as she clenched her fists, inching her thumb closer. Oh, you silly girl, what are you imagining? Ning Lisan playfully flicked Lin Yu's forehead, her tone laced with gentle reproach. Li Yan's guidance for you can be considered a fortuitous opportunity. You should express your gratitude. Ning Lisan turned Lin Yu toward Li Yan, whose face resembled a ripe apple, crimson with embarrassment as she lowered her head, nervously twisting the hem of her garment. Yes, I'm listening, Li Yan teased, leaning closer with an ear inclined as if straining to hear. What should I say? Li Yan remained unhurried. Wow. Suddenly, Lin Yu reached her embarrassment threshold, stamped her foot, and leapt away, vanishing into the courtyard. The next moment, a storage ring was tossed over from the adjacent area. Li Yan caught it effortlessly, rolling his eyes at the antics of the young girl. How can she still be so shy in such a state? How pretentious. Chapter 48. As long as he is willing to forgive me. While Li Yan diligently practiced, preparing for the mysterious realm of Danqing. Within the imperial palace of the Daxia divine dynasty, Lian Hongling found herself enveloped in a profound darkness. In this void, time ceased to exist, and the endless emptiness instilled a sense of dread within her, prompting her to run for her life. As she fled, a cacophony of voices arose around her, countless echoes mocking her with bone-chilling taunts. Fool, ungrateful wretch, you deserve to lose your beloved forever. Lian Hongling jolted awake, her forehead damp with sweat, strands of hair clinging to her skin. Struggling to sit up, her hollow gaze scanned the surroundings, only to find several palace maids cowering on the ground in fear, which further ignited her fury. She seized a jade pillow and hurled it, sending a nearby water jug crashing to the floor, causing the trembling maids to hold their breath in terror. Get out. All of you get out. The palace maids assisted one another to rise, and hastily fled the chamber in hurried steps. At that moment, Lian Baiyan entered, holding a bowl of medicine, and nearly dropped it upon witnessing Lian Hongling's frenzied state. Oh dear, my little ancestor, what tempest have you conjured this time? Lian Hongling appeared utterly lost. cradling her head in her hands, muttering incessantly, "I have lost him. I truly have lost him. How could I have caused him such harm for so long?" It had merely been an outing, just a moment of inattention, and now she was spiraling into madness. Lien Baiyan felt helpless. "Stop, stop, stop. Enough of this, master." Lien Baiyan could no longer bear to watch and stepped forward to pry her icy fingers apart. "This morning, you were lamenting your eternal enmity with Lien. How is it that upon seeing him, you behave as though under a love curse?" Her words struck like a splash of cold water, finally rousing Lien Hongling to some clarity. She slumped back onto the bed, her disheveled hair obscuring half her face. Recalling the scene before her fainting spell, she had stormed to the Northern Duke's residence, brimming with wrath, confronting Li Yin with an accusatory demeanor and, in a fit of desperation, even attacking him. Yet, Li Yin stood firm, neither dodging nor retreating, grasping her incoming soul-refining whip with his bare hands. In that fleeting moment, Lien Hongling beheld the indifference that lingered in his eyes, devoid of warmth. "Brother." Lien Hongling suddenly clutched Lien Baiyan's sleeve with surprising strength. "Do you think Li Yin would feel pain when he caught the whip barehanded?" Before Lien Baiyan could respond, Lien Hongling began shaking her head frantically. "No, that's not right. He has long ceased to fear pain. He once shielded me from the searing flames of the crimson-bearded Lin Long, and I repaid him with a piercing sword. Now, he likely cannot even be bothered to feel pain for me." Lien Baiyan was perplexed by her contradictory musings. Is it now fashionable to engage in self-interrogation? Focus on your own troubles instead of fretting over others. Li Yan's cultivation level is beyond your comprehension. Catching the soul-refining whip with his bare hands? That's a privilege few can even dream of. It's no wonder that during our expedition to the Danqing secret realm, Mother appointed Li Yin as the leader instead of the third sister. One must admit, Mother possesses a remarkable vision. Choosing Li Yin, one can have a sturdy leg to lean on. How delightful. Opting for San Mei, however, means being burdened by an encumbrance. How unfortunate. Daxia, Yumiao, the root of demonic spirits. Lien Hongling incessantly murmured these phrases, her gaze fixated on a single point for an extended duration, until suddenly she jerked her head up. Outside, thunder cracked violently, illuminating Lien Hongling's ghostly pale complexion. In a frenzied state, she lunged at the dressing table, sweeping a collection of invaluable jewelry to the floor, and grasped a sharp golden hairpin, poised to plunge it into her heart. "I will return this life to him. Right now. Are you out of your mind?" Lien Baiyan, horrified, swiftly moved past the bed, gesturing to knock the hairpin from Lien Hongling's grasp. He noticed the dark fire raging in his sister's eyes, a clear sign of her being possessed by madness. Lien Hongling remained motionless, as if frozen in place. After a moment, she tilted her head, resembling a docile child, and innocently inquired, "Brother, do you think if I were to offer my spirit root to him, he would?" Slap. Before she could finish, Lien Baiyan's furious hand struck her cheek, turning her head aside. "This slap is for our mother, and for myself." The sting of his palm was searing, and as he gazed at his once proud sister, disappointment flooded him. If Lien Hongling truly chose to end her own life, Lien Baiyan would be the one to suffer the consequences. He had brought her into this world, and if she returned in such a deranged state, he would be the first to bear the brunt of it. The crown prince, Lien Beiying, would certainly seize the opportunity to eliminate both siblings in one fell swoop. At that moment, even if their mother wished to protect him, it would be a Herculean task to reverse the tide. Lien Baiyan felt a profound weariness. Born into a royal family, sometimes merely existing could be deemed a transgression. Where is the light-chasing flower? Where is it? Lien Hongling suddenly lunged forward, clutching Lien Baiyan's collar tightly. "Did you see my light-chasing flower? The delicate one, soft and gentle, tucked away in the corner." "Yes, yes, but first let go." Lien Baiyan wriggled away, watching helplessly as his sister dove towards the mountainous heap of treasures in the corner. Priceless glass beads were carelessly discarded, and the intricately carved mirror stand was smashed, yet she merely excavated the most inconspicuous light-chasing flower, cradling it in her arms while giggling with delight. "Wonderful. It's still here. Hee, as long as it's here." Lien Hongling tenderly caressed the flower in her embrace, as if soothing an infant. Yet no matter how much spiritual energy she infused, the flower remained withered and lifeless. "Woo, this flower will never bloom again." A sudden, heart-wrenching sob escaped Lien Hongling, as she slowly laid the long-dead light-chasing flower on the ground, as though burying a beloved family member. "Haraha." He was right. Lien Hongling then broke into a manic laugh, tears rolling down onto the petals. She turned her gaze to the window. "The light-chasing flower can change. And so can the human heart, right? I will gift him a new one. In an instant, Lian Hongling sprang up, as if fueled by a surge of adrenaline. Her eyes sparkling with an unwavering resolve. In this lifetime, I shall seek out 99,999 of the most resplendent luminescent flowers, to sow them across the vast mountains for Li Yin, ensuring that he can behold them from every corner of the world. I am prepared to give him all that I possess, as long as he is willing to forgive me. Chapter 49. Another disappearance of Lian Hongling. A few days later, at the Yunmiao Xinzong's trial tower, the main peak's bell resonated through the sea of clouds. The elders of the 72 peaks, accompanied by core disciples, soared towards the observation platform on their swords, trails of radiant light cascading around them. The sect leader, Su Hanwei, sought to seize this opportunity to assess Xiaoqin's accomplishments in the reverse refining demon technique, while also aiming to bolster the reputation of this candidate for the Holy Sun. Thus, on the eve of the opening of the Danqing secret realm, she orchestrated a trial involving demonic beasts for Xiaoqin. Intending to ensure a prosperous beginning for his journey, radiance from all directions fell from the heavens, and the crowd on the observation platform gradually thickened. Such a grand event stirred excitement among the people. It had been some time since the Danqing secret realm was to be unveiled, yet where was the fifth junior sister? Qin Yiqing clutched the communication jade talisman, beads of sweat forming on her palm as she incessantly refreshed the silent talisman. Lian Hongling had been missing for 7 days. Ever since she was confined by the Empress of Daxia, it was as if she had vanished from the mortal realm, leaving no trace behind, and inexplicably severing all contact with her senior sisters. Could something have befallen her? Qin Yiqing glanced back at her sisters, a sense of unease creeping in. For heaven's sake. She's probably just dizzy from all the spinning. Hisayan approached, fanning herself lightly with a round fan, her voice sweet yet tinged with mischief. Perhaps in Daxia. She has charmed 100 admirers and is now lounging on a phoenix couch, waiting for handsome suitors to feed her grapes. Third sister, Qin Yiqing exclaimed, exasperation evident in her stomping feet. At a time like this, how can you still jest? It was not unusual for the fifth junior sister to extend her stay at home, but her absence during such a crucial moment, when their master was busy paving the way for Xiaoqin, was particularly concerning. Hisayan initially wished to disregard the matter, yet the reality was that not only she, but all the other sisters were unable to reach the fifth junior sister. If their master were to become enraged, it would undoubtedly be they, the disciples closest to Su Hanwei, who would bear the brunt of her wrath. With a soft sigh, Hisayan turned her gaze to Gu Xianjuan, who stood expressionless nearby, her eyes fixed ahead, concealing her thoughts. Then she glanced at Luo Shuyan, the second sister, who subtly shook her head, conveying a deeper understanding. Suddenly, it dawned on Hisayan. The fifth junior sister had silently severed all ties with the Yunmiao Xinzong. Particularly during this sensitive period following Xiaoqin's entry into the sect and before the opening of the Danqing secret realm. Such a drastic move would undoubtedly incite their master's fury. Those who stand out attract the arrows. As long as we remain silent, we shall avoid becoming the focus of her attention. Realizing this, Hisayan discreetly withdrew, silently observing the anxious Qin Yiqing from a distance. Contemplating, someone must bear the brunt of the blame. Let the fourth junior sister endure the scorn, while the fifth junior sister escapes unscathed. As these thoughts crossed her mind, 9 beams of purple light descended upon the observation platform, instantly silencing the previously raucous crowd. This heralded the arrival of the sect leader. Su Hanyue emerged from the celestial canopy, descending gracefully amidst the swirling purple radiance to take her seat, her gaze sweeping over the assembly like a cold tide. Where's the fifth one? Su Hanwei accepted the porcelain teacup from the elder attendant, her 4 chilling words freezing the entire venue. The elders of the 72 peaks bowed their heads, and the 3,000 disciples remained silent, enveloped in a profound stillness upon the observation platform. With a sharp crack, Su Hanwei flung her teacup with fervor, the pressure of the sect leader crashing upon them. In days past, when Xiaoqin merely sneezed, that girl would go to great lengths to cast 300 protective talismans day and night. Now she feigns aloofness, crushing the last word. Hisayan's hand fan unexpectedly shattered in 2. The audience remained as mute as the grave, and Su Hanyue's fury became increasingly palpable as she noticed Qin Yiqing kneeling at the forefront. Fourth, you may speak. Qin Yiqing trembled at being called upon, hesitantly lifting her head, only to realize that her fellow sisters, who had stood beside her moments ago, had silently retreated into the crowd. Internally lamenting, she steeled herself and cautiously replied, Respected master, after many years away, fifth junior sister may have lingered in the palace of the great Xia Empress for too long. After all, a mother and daughter share a deep bond. Upon hearing Qin Yicheng's response, He Xishan's heart leapt into her throat. Why invoke the name of the great Xia Empress, especially after Master had recently clashed with her? Did she wish for their collective demise? Just as He Xian contemplated this, the pressure above them intensified once more upon Qin Yicheng's utterance. What a profound bond between mother and daughter. Su Hanwei leaned forward slightly, her fingertips pressing against the armrest with a creak, the fury in her eyes burning ominously. Since that wretched girl joined our sect, her time in Yunmiao has been no less than that in the great Xia divine dynasty. Our sect has treated her with utmost sincerity, never once neglecting her. And now, she has chosen to cling to the great Xia divine dynasty. Rising slowly, Su Hanyue bore down upon Qin Yicheng, whose lips now bled uncontrollably. They had just lost a Li Yin and now another Lian Hongling. In a sudden motion, Su Hanwei swept her sleeve, sending exquisite wines and spirit fruits crashing to the ground, furiously declaring, "Open your eyes wide and behold, I have raised a pack of ingrates." Realizing her misstep, Qin Yicheng fell to the ground in terror, unable to articulate even a single coherent thought. "Master, please quell your anger," a voice emerged from the back of the crowd. Despite Su Hanyue's wrath, Gu Xiangjuan remained unperturbed. Fifth junior sister has always devoted herself entirely to the Yunmiao immortal sect, now imprisoned by the great Xia Empress. She has fallen silent, perhaps under some constraint imposed by the Empress. With that, Gu Xiangjuan turned her gaze toward the trial tower below, continuing, "Now that junior brother has joined the sect, based on my understanding of fifth junior sister, she cannot escape. The trial is imminent, and with junior brother's innate talent, subduing that beast will take no more than 3 moves. Our sect has invested its utmost efforts in nurturing junior brother when he stands alone in the future. The accounts with Li Yin and the great Xiao Empress shall be settled." With Gu Xiangjuan's heartfelt words, Su Hanwei finally relaxed her tightly furrowed brows, the oppressive weight transforming into a gentle rain, allowing the gathered crowd to breathe a sigh of relief. Chen Er is a prodigious talent. Once he successfully refines this demonic beast, I shall personally escort him to the imperial palace of the great Xia to select a fitting treasure. Su Hanwei turned around, casting a cold glance at Qin Yicheng, who lay on the ground in a state of confusion, and remarked icily, "Wooden-headed fool. Did you witness your senior sister's performance just now? Take some notes." With that, Su Hanwei resumed her seat, signaling the elder attendant beside her that the trial was officially commencing. Her gaze swept over a cage beneath the trial tower, where she had meticulously arranged for a void beast to be imprisoned for Xiaochen. Unlike ordinary demonic beasts, the void beast's body is composed of spiritual energy, visible yet intangible. Any physical attack has no effect on the void beast. To an average cultivator, it resembles an indestructible phantom. However, the specialized technique of the reverse refinement demon art is the bane of the void beast. This is precisely why Su Hanwei ventured into the Nether Ghost domain to capture a void beast as a target for Xiaochen. In her vision, Xiaochen would demonstrate the reverse refinement demon art before the entire sect, effortlessly refining the void beast into his own spiritual energy, thereby leaping to the 4th realm and significantly enhancing his prestige. Who knows, it might even become a celebrated tale in the martial world. Su Hanwei gazed at Xiaochen, who was ready below, her eyes brimming with earnest anticipation. "Chen Er, do not let your master's heartfelt efforts go to waste." Chapter 50. Xiaochen underestimates the enemy and exposes himself publicly. At the entrance of the trial tower, Xiaochen, clad in a flowing red robe, prepared to enter. The commotion around him was palpable, with a cold glance sweeping across the throng at the viewing platform. A mocking smile curled at the corners of his lips as he scoffed, as a candidate for the holy son of the Yunmiao immortal sect. "Must I perform like a mere jester for those old relics? Does the chosen one require any trials? Truly, this is akin to pulling down one's trousers to fart." With a grand gesture, Xiaochen caused his cloak to billow dramatically, forcing a smile that belied his earlier arrogance, and he strode confidently towards the trial tower. However, after merely 10 steps, he halted, the bravado that once filled him evaporating in an instant. Clutching his chest, he felt an unsettling void within, as if he had lost something of great significance. "Young man," the pendant around Xiaochun's neck glimmered with a faint azure light. As the ethereal figure of the sword elder began to materialize, "We have traversed countless lands together, facing death and seizing treasures without a flicker of hesitation. Yet, at this critical juncture, you falter?" Xiaochen remained silent, rooted in place, a frown marring his features. "What is happening?" The sword elder, noticing Xiaochen's demeanor, adopted a serious tone. "My beloved confidant, Xiaochen suddenly exclaimed, his eyes wide with alarm. For a fleeting moment, I sensed a diminishment of my beloved's fortune. Ah? You reckless fool. The sword elder nearly wished to manifest a pair of feet to kick him, exasperated at Xiaochen's preoccupation with frivolities just before the competition began. Especially when he had yet to master the reverse refinement demonic art. Old man, what do you know? Xiaochen retorted, dismissively waving his sleeve. I am destined by fate. And my beloved's fortune is intertwined with my own. As he spoke, he casually brushed aside the tousled hair from his forehead, tilting his head with an air he deemed charming. Once I ascend to the position of immortal sovereign, I shall have 3,000 beauties at my beck and call. 3,000 beauties. Ha! A fine notion indeed. The sword elder chuckled, both amused and vexed. The path of cultivation is long and arduous. You've barely made any progress yet, and you wish to devote all your talents to dual cultivation? Xiaochen shot a sidelong glance at the sword elder, his mood darkening. The old fellow, lacking personal pursuits, had taken to preaching about detachment like those bald mendicants of the Buddhist order. Have you not noticed that since joining the Yunmiao sect, despite receiving the finest resources, your cultivation has barely budged? The sword elder continued, his presence flickering. This trial is pivotal for securing your standing. Should you fail to subdue that beast, do you think I regard myself as one of those inept spectators? Xiao Chun interjected, his fingers coming together, gathering a surging sword aura. With a few swift strokes, he inscribed the character for Chun in wild, calligraphic strokes upon the stone wall. Let those old codgers witness. A mere beast, without the reverse refinement demonic art, is but a triviality to be shattered. With 3 fingers raised and a smirk of contempt gracing his lips, he declared, I shall make a wager, within 3 moves. I will dismantle that creature to its very bones. Xiaochen grinned, confident that all was within his grasp. Your Excellency, the time has come to enter the arena. As the appointed time arrived, the elder deacon respectfully released the restrictions that barred Xiaochen from entering the trial tower. Xiaochen nodded in acknowledgement, then turned and produced a recording stone. What do you intend to do? Sword elder struggled to comprehend Xiaochen's train of thought. Naturally, I must capture the grandeur of my 3 strikes against the demons, Xiaochen replied, casually brushing his hair. The specially applied hair oil glimmering so brightly that it was blinding, leaving a lingering impression on those fairies who had missed their chance. With a graceful turn, he stepped forward, leaving behind a suave silhouette as he ventured into the depths of the trial tower. As he passed by the elder deacon, Xiao Chun donned a facade of harmlessness and politely addressed him. Senior, I have a request. Seeing that Xiao Shengzi was indeed as approachable as rumored, the elder deacon's demeanor relaxed somewhat. Feel free to speak. After all, the favor of a saint is worth its weight in gold. Xiaochen nodded in satisfaction, handing the recording stone to the elder deacon. I would be grateful if you could document the entire process of my slaying the demon beasts. He then retrieved a flask of warm wine from his storage ring, pouring himself a cup, and imitating the grandiloquent style of legendary warriors, proclaimed, Pour the wine, for I shall return shortly. The elder deacon, flattered, responded, Upon first meeting Xiaoxingzi, I sensed the presence of a martial sage, and I shall remain here, eagerly awaiting your triumphant return. In the very center of the trial tower, Xiaochen casually rested his sword on his shoulder, waving to the surrounding audience, who erupted in thunderous applause. If the atmosphere grows even more fervent, I can certainly handle it. Glancing at the beast cage not far away, he yawned nonchalantly, showing complete disregard for the impending appearance of the demon beast. Here it comes, Sword Elder warned as the sword emitted a green glow. Before the creature was seen, its voice echoed ominously, accompanied by billowing white smoke, as a childlike laughter emanated from the depths of the cage, sending chills down one's spine. Xiaochen narrowed his eyes, glaring coldly at the dark cage as it creaked open, tightening his grip on the black sword. At the moment the cage door swung wide open, Xiaochen shot forth like an arrow, but upon realizing the interior was empty, he abruptly halted. Strange, it can produce eerie sounds and emit white smoke, yet there is not a shadow in sight? This is just trickery. With a swift stroke of his sword, he shattered the cage into fragments, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the audience, who began to chant praise for the saint. Xiao Chun frowned slightly. That previous strike had been both swift and fierce, leaving a deep gouge on the ground. Yet, why was there no tangible sensation of tearing flesh? Meanwhile, the white smoke had silently crept to Xiao Chen's feet, and the childlike laughter seemed to grow ever closer. Something feels amiss, Sword Elder cautioned, his voice laced with urgency. This is. He stared intently at the intangible white smoke, and his expression changed abruptly as he warned sternly, This is a void beast. Quickly, cover your mouth and nose. A void beast? I have never heard of such a thing, Xiaochen replied, his face a mask of confusion. After the event, I shall explain it to you. However, if no action is taken, it will soon be too late. Xiaochen was taken aback to witness Sword Elder in such a state of disarray for the first time, hurriedly tearing off a corner of his cloak. Yet, the Void Beast had already completed its encirclement of Xiaochen, leaving no opportunity for the complacent young master. In the blink of an eye, two tentacles materialized behind Xiaochen, ensnaring his legs in a sticky grip, hoisting him into the air. Abomination! Xiaochen's ears flushed crimson as he swung his sword with great effort, only to strike nothing but air. The Void Beast emitted a delighted hum, white smoke coalescing into a hand that ensnared Xiaochen's arms, rendering him unable to wield his weapon. Before he could regain his composure, the Void Beast spread his limbs apart in a star-like formation, spinning wildly in the air. After this tumultuous ordeal, Xiaochen felt utterly nauseated. Curse it, perish! Enraged and humiliated, Xiaochen summoned all his spiritual energy, unleashing a sudden burst that shattered the corporeal form of the Void Beast. Gasping for breath, Xiaochen collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. He had nearly expelled his breakfast from the previous day. Young man, be cautious. Do not inhale. Sword Elder's voice rang out urgently, prompting Xiaochen to remember the warning, albeit too late. Suddenly, the white smoke infiltrated his nostrils, causing him to tremble violently as spiritual energy erupted uncontrollably from his 7 orifices, rendering him akin to a boiling pot of water. Sword Elder, save me. In this life and death moment, Xiaochen disregarded the risk of exposing Sword Elder's trump card and pleaded desperately. A true hero can endure, Sword Elder lamented, recognizing that only the spiritual energy reserved for the reconstitution of the physical body could assist Xiaochen in overcoming this crisis. There was no other option. They were all in this together, bound by fate. With a resounding crack, Xiaochen's footwear exploded, and his trousers tore from the leg all the way to the seam, as the sinister aura of the Void Beast threatened to breach the confines of his gaudy red undergarments. At that moment, the audience in the back, struggling to see through the billowing smoke, suddenly noticed the Tion probe mirror at the front of the viewing platform illuminating brilliantly. Break. With a strike that depleted his own spiritual essence, Sword Elder Chapter 51, my junior disciple, is bald. Before the observation platform, the golden light emitted by the celestial mirror illuminated Xiaochen's alabaster skin in exquisite detail. Turn it off. Quickly, turn it off. Gu Xiangjuan was the first to regain her composure, nearly roaring as she dashed down the observation platform. Yet, despite her urgent communication, the image upon the celestial mirror remained crystal clear. Are you deaf? I told you to. Gu Xiangjuan's commanding tone faltered as she confronted the elder steward of the trial tower. The latter's frail hands clutched a recording stone, replaying the scene of Xiaochen being toyed with by a void beast. The elder steward gazed at the furious Gu Xiangjuan, bewildered, while beside him, his wine still emitted wisps of steam. Unbridled audacity. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Gu Xiangjuan's face turned a shade of green with fury. The holy sun is in peril, and you not only fail to lend assistance but seem to relish the moment with your drink? Gu Xiangjuan, exuding an overwhelming presence, struck the ground with her sword, sparks flying. If you possess such prowess, perhaps I should escort you on your way? The elder steward had no chance to defend himself. Gu Xiangjuan's sword energy erupted instantaneously, cleaving the towering celestial mirror in two, taking the elder steward along to his demise. Boom! The celestial mirror crashed to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust that enveloped the observation platform, leaving the onlookers frozen in place. Su Hanyue stood with her back turned to the crowd, her expression inscrutable, but it was evident that she was far from pleased. The disciple closest to her had even begun contemplating whether to choose a coffin with a flip cover or a sliding cover. My esteemed ones, may I inquire what you have witnessed? Su Hanyue's voice resonated as if steeped in the chilling depths of a frozen abyss. What did you see? What did we see? The celestial mirror is large and white. Though life is often unsatisfactory, the gathered crowd still wished to remain among the living. Such a response might invoke the wrath of the esteemed sect leader. However, the sect leader, fully aware of the implications, posed the question nonetheless, leaving everyone in a quandary. Cough, cough. Elder Chun from Lingmu Peak suddenly bent over, coughing violently. This coughing ailment has struck at the most inopportune moment. I can barely see straight. Elder Chun prodded a fellow elder with his staff, trembling as he inquired, Old Zhang, what transpired down below just now? Don't involve me. Elder Zhang, equally flustered, hastily retrieved a vial of elixir from his sleeve, pouring its contents into his palm. My eyes have been mere decorations for a century, just this morning I mistakenly refined a clear heart pill into a harmony powder. As the two elders defended themselves, the others began to devise their own excuses. Oh, why are my shoelaces untied? The elder from the law enforcement hall bent down, feigning ignorance of the earlier events. Cursed inner demons, disturbing my resolve and causing me to lose a segment of my memory. Elder from the Divine Armament Pavilion pounded his chest in despair, determined to eradicate the inner demons plaguing him. The most ferocious among them was undoubtedly the elder of the Sutra Pavilion, who, without uttering a word, took a brick from his bosom and struck it upon his own head, causing him to collapse into unconsciousness. In principle, one should not betray their true nature. Alas, Su Hanwei embodied the principle. Recognizing the reasoned nature of those around her, she chose not to delve deeper, lightly waving her hand as several strands of purple silk descended, enveloping the naked Xiaochen in layers. As he became completely cocooned, Su Hanwei's consciousness swiftly surveyed him. The spiritual energy was in turmoil, and the meridians were blocked. Had he not even mastered the slightest bit of the reverse refinement demon technique? A flicker of disappointment crossed Su Hanwei's eyes. In her previous life, at this moment, her little disciple had already wielded the reverse refinement demon technique with ease, and the void beast was a tangible opportunity for him. Yet in this life, it had turned into a calamity. Where had things gone awry? Unable to comprehend the situation, she tossed the cocooned Xiaochen to Qini Cheng. Fourth, take Chun'er to the medicine spring. You practice the path of alchemy. Ensure his meridians are protected. Soon, the alchemical secret realm will arrive. And as Chun'er represents our Yunmiao immortal sect, his injuries cannot be delayed. I shall fetch a double-petal lotus from Tianshan. Yes, Qini Cheng, having just been reprimanded, dared not delay this time. Before departing, Su Hanwei, still uneasy about her clever fourth disciple, added, Third, keep a watchful eye on her. If, upon my return, Chun'er has lost even a single hair. Her words carried a chilling intent. Rest assured, Master, I will attend to him diligently. With He Sixian also agreeing, Su Hanwei transformed into a wisp of purple mist and vanished into the horizon. At the Dan-Ding peak of Yunmiao immortal sect, Xiaochen lay with tightly shut eyes, his pale visage flickering amidst the mist. Master is too biased. The precious Tianshan double-petal lotus is simply given to the little junior brother? Qini Cheng felt stifled by Su Hanwei's public reprimand of her and huffed in indignation. Calm down. Master has always been protective. After all, the little junior brother is the only one she has. He Sixian stood behind her, gently massaging Qini Cheng's shoulders. The vapor rising from the medicine spring blurred her vision as she gazed at Xiaochen's frail figure, suddenly reminded of someone. In her previous life, when the alchemy furnace had exploded, Li Yin had shielded her with his own body from the shards that flew towards her, and the deep wounds he sustained remained vividly etched in her memory. Following the incident, Li Yin had been bedridden, and she hadn't even bothered to send him a hemostatic powder. Third sister, do you think, if Li Yin were injured, Master would care as much? Just as she finished speaking, Qini Cheng felt the pressure on her shoulder increase. No, the little junior brother requires peace to recover. Do not mention such grim matters. He Sixian, somewhat displeased, grasped Qini Cheng's nape as if handling a disobedient spirit rabbit. Hey, take it easy. I merely feel that our attitudes towards Li Yin and Xiao Chun are indeed quite disparate. He deserves it. He Sixian rolled her eyes. The junior brother possessed a gentle temperament and an aura of righteousness, yet he was being groomed as the successor of the sect. Li Yin, that scoundrel, was destined to be a villain. The Yunmiao Stin sect had afforded him numerous opportunities to prove himself, yet he betrayed us at the slightest grievance. Our master declared him a treacherous wolf, and he was not wrong. But in our past life, did we not? Qini Cheng recalled the incident from their previous existence when Su Hanyu led her fellow sisters to eliminate Li Yin. Ah, you speak of the past life. Such trivial matters should have been laid to rest long ago. If he clings to them still, it only reveals his pettiness, she remarked. Look at him now, so spirited. He can counter 3 of our master's words with one of his own, and even dares to lay hands on our master. What audacity! Noticing that Qini Cheng remained lost in thought, He Sixian pushed her lightly, reproaching, Now you remember the bonds of our sect? In our past life, when Li Yin shattered the golden elixir you refined with your heartfelt blood, did he show any regard for our camaraderie? As she spoke, shaking her head, He Sixian produced a vial of spiritual medicine and thrust it toward Qin Yi Cheng's face. What are you dawdling for? The junior brother needs a change of medicine, and you shall attend to it. Qin Yi Cheng collected her thoughts, the guilt that had just surfaced now feeling weightless. The third senior sister was correct. This was a debt Li Yin must repay. Even if it was I who suggested using his flesh to concoct elixirs, What of it? Had Li Yin not derailed my path, I would not have resorted to such measures. I will go, Qin Yicheng declared, seizing the vial and hastening toward Xiao Chun. After a considerable time had passed, crack, Xian, waiting outside the spiritual spring with her eyes closed, heard the sound of a porcelain bottle shattering. What now? Alarmed, she rushed into the mist, only to find Qin Yicheng frozen in place, one hand raised as if to lift Xiao Chen's garment. Such an infatuation with fresh meat. Sister, go back and refine a few more, and be done with it. Sister, Qin Yicheng turned, her face paler than the bloomed Xiao Chen. The junior brother, he has gone bald. Chapter 52. Did I plead for his rescue? Within the medicinal spring, Xiao Chen's hair was shedding at a visibly alarming rate. At this rate, he would indeed resemble a pickled egg. Qin Yicheng hastily began to regulate her breath, futilely attempting to channel spiritual energy into the unconscious Xiao Chun. However, as her fingertips grazed his back, they recoiled at the icy touch. How could it be so cold? After being assaulted by the void beast, the extent of damage to Xiao Chen's internal organs far exceeded expectations. This is not good. Master will return to the sect in just a short while. Third senior sister, save me. Su Hanwei had previously warned them that not a single strand of Xiao Chen's hair could be lost. Now, it seemed, not a hair remained. This sudden turn of events even caused the cold-hearted Xian to gasp in shock and urgently inquire, "Where are your pills?" Those vials locked away in the box. They cannot be used carelessly. Qin Yicheng averted her gaze. It was known that the elixirs she had secretly hoarded were concocted from Kirin blood, capable of reviving the dead and restoring flesh to bone, essential for daily life, travel, and longevity. However, there was a slight flaw. The Kirin might not be particularly pleased. Should the Kirin demon emperor of the northern region discover that someone dared to use Kirin blood to refine pills, a war would surely ensue. Get the medicine, now. Xian's long nails lightly pressed against Qin Yicheng's collarbone, her eyes glinting with malice, causing Qin Yicheng to swallow hard. It was over. She found herself in a predicament with no way out. Within a fleeting moment, she swiftly weighed the consequences of obtaining or refraining from taking action, ultimately gritting her teeth. Fine, better a short pain than a prolonged one. Pushing aside the advancing Xian, Qin Yicheng retrieved a blood elixir exuding an eerie mist from her spatial ring. Xian leaned in for a closer look, astonished to see that the patterns on the blood elixir resembled a living Kirin. Third senior sister. What transpired today is known only to you and me. Please do not let it be known to others. Qin Yicheng's expression turned grave as she deftly tossed the Kirin blood elixir into Xiao Chen's mouth. In that instant, his hair began to grow wildly, and his nails extended by 3 inches in the blink of an eye. Xiao Chen resembled a steam engine, emitting puffs of white smoke from his 7 orifices. And his complexion, Qin Yicheng deliberately raised her voice, fearing that Xian might not have heard her clearly. How foolish you are. Xian was so enraged that she nearly resorted to violence, astonished that Qin dared to covet the offspring of the Qilin. Had she forgotten the enormity of the trouble she had caused in her past life? The Qilin, a superior beast among demons, did not reproduce like rodents or porcine creatures, which could bear entire litters at once. A Qilin would take 500 years to produce even a single offspring. And the current Qilin demon emperor of the northern realm was an 8th-tier Qilin beast. Naturally, Qin Yicheng had no chance of challenging him. But that did not preclude the possibility of a youngling being under the Qilin emperor's care. You dared to lay hands on the offspring of the demon emperor? Upon witnessing Qin Yicheng's silence, Xian's heart sank. Was it not preferable to simply live a good life? Why did her 4th junior sister always find herself entangled in such reckless pursuits? Xian's hands began to gather threads of energy, slowly closing in on Qin Yicheng. Forming a siege, she resolved to at least feign an opposition to the now deranged Qin Yicheng, leaving some traces of confrontation, so that if the truth were to come to light one day, she could swiftly distance herself from her actions. Are you really going to make a move? Be my guest. I, Qin Yicheng, will never regret this. Qin Yicheng declared resolutely. You do not regret. Xian was at a loss for words. How could one be so selfish? Had she even considered the rest of us? One misstep, and the entire Yumiao Xianzong could be dragged down by you. The 4th junior sister had indeed orchestrated something monumental behind their backs, and at that moment, Xian no longer cared about maintaining her demure image. In her past life, Qin Yicheng had, in a moment of reckless ambition, attempted to capture the Qilin demon emperor's youngling to concoct elixirs. Once the truth surfaced, the Qilin demon emperor personally led his demon army, vowing to annihilate the Yumiao Xianzong, even threatening to cast Qin Yicheng into the alchemical furnace to experience the agony of being turned to ash. As the binding ropes of the demons dragged Qin Yiqing toward the furnace's mouth, amidst a crowd of horrified gazes, Li Yin, clad in white, stained with blood, single-handedly shattered the 88-layered demon formation with a single sword strike, rescuing Qin Yiqing at the last possible moment. It was Li Yin who, before the Qilin demon emperor, swore a blood oath to take her punishment, thus quelling the emperor's wrath. Why are you so self-righteous? Had it not been for Li Yin bearing the brunt of it all in your past life, you would have long since been reduced to mere ashes in that furnace. He Xixin's voice was sharp, a rare display of her loss of composure. She now resented that Li Yin had withdrawn from the sect too early in this lifetime. It would be exceedingly difficult to find someone to shield them from disaster. Did I ever beg him to save me? Qin Yiqing retorted, trembling with exertion. In her previous life, Li Yin had known from the very beginning of her scheme to use Qilin blood for alchemy. Had he not repeatedly intervened, she would have achieved mastery long before the Qilin demon emperor discovered her, leaving no need for his rescue. Suddenly, Qin Yiqing became frenzied, her gaze fixed on Xixin. Her obsession with gaining power surfacing vividly. Senior sister, with a single sword, you break all laws, your might unmatched. Second sister, your ink can stir the clouds and shake the mountains. Third sister, you have reached the pinnacle of puppet techniques. Even fifth sister possesses resources from the great Xia divine dynasty. But what about me? Qin Yiqing shattered the vial in her hand, feeling a wave of grievance wash over her. The path of the Danding, though revered by many as one of the great ways, ultimately serves merely as a means of assistance. For countless years, it has always been my senior sisters who bask in glory before others, while I remain in the shadows, offering you nourishing elixirs and returning essence powders. Qin Yiqing spoke with increasing fervor, inching closer to Xixin, nearly touching her face. In the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. If I wish to keep pace with you, I must forge my own path. At this juncture, Qin Yiqing's emotions began to spiral out of control, and she slowly sank to the ground, her eyes gradually glistening with tears. All I desire is to grow stronger. What fault is there in that? Chapter 53. The True Face of Qin Yiqing, the Devouring Beast. Xixin always felt that her practice of puppet techniques, tirelessly tinkering with those half-human, half-demon abominations, was already quite audacious. However, in comparison to Qin Yiqing, good heavens, it seemed that the conservative one was none other than herself. No matter how heart-wrenching and sincere your words may be, you absolutely must not provoke the beloved son of the Qilin demon emperor, although having been reborn twice. For Xixin, referring to her fourth junior sister as a dear friend or a sister was not an exaggeration. Yet when it came to life and death matters, what value did sisterly bonds hold? You dare to threaten the lifeblood of the demon emperor? If you seek an early demise, do not drag me down with you. Worried that your junior sister might implicate you? Qin Yiqing saw through Xixin's concerns and scoffed. There must be limits to madness. The Qilin demon emperor has but one heir. Do you think the demon emperor's protective heart is merely for show? You must have already been marked by the demon emperor. Xixin deftly flicked her wrist, sending puppet threads to swiftly entwine around Qin Yiqing's wrist. Do not blame your senior sister for being ruthless. I act for the safety of the entire Yunmiao immortal sect. Qin Yiqing allowed the puppet threads to tighten around his flesh, casting a sidelong glance at the righteous demeanor of his opponent, and suddenly let out a cold laugh. There is no need for you to be so hasty in clearing your ranks, for if the demon emperor truly had his sights set on me, at the very moment I attempted to extract Qilin blood, I would have long since been scattered under the demon emperor's divine will. What do you mean by that? Just moments ago, he was weeping profusely, but upon mentioning the Qilin blood pill, Qin Yiqing donned an air of calm omnipotence once more, leaving Xixin feeling somewhat disoriented. The little one is doing just fine, showing no signs of distress whatsoever. Ah? Xixin pondered. Perhaps her own hearing was at fault. Did she truly believe that the Qilin demon emperor was blind? You have drawn blood from the child, yet they remain oblivious? Seeing that Xixin remained unconvinced, Qin Yiqing's expression turned icy as he closed his eyes to recite an incantation. Before long, to everyone's astonishment, blood beads began to emerge from his pulse without any visible wounds. The droplets gathered until they formed a blood sphere the size of a bowl, slowly floating before Xixin's astonished eyes. Senior sister, your puppet threads are connected to your junior sister. Why not check for any abnormalities within her? Qin Yiqing spoke with unwavering confidence. Xixin raised her hand to straighten the puppet threads, meticulously sensing her junior sister's pulse. How peculiar. Despite having lost so much blood, why does her pulse remain as steady as if nothing were amiss? Unyielding, Xixin leaned in, using her spiritual sense to probe Qin Cheng, yet she could not discern any explanation. You, how on earth did you achieve this? Seeing that Xian finally hit upon the crux of the matter, a smile crept upon Qin Cheng's lips. Senior sister, do take a good look. Suddenly, Qin Cheng's aura surged, and an unsettling howling filled the air. The puppet threads trembled ominously and snapped one by one. As Xian looked up to see Qin Cheng's silhouette growing larger amidst the flickering flames. It was the distorted, writhing forms of countless demon beasts, ultimately coalescing into a fearsome creature with its gaping maw wide open, with the visage of a sheep and the face of a human, coupled with the fangs and claws of a tiger. Is this the legendary Taodai? Xian gasped in astonishment, nearly losing her balance. Senior sister, I implore you to cease your divine machinations. Drawing blood from the young of the Qilin to concoct elixirs is already playing with fire. And now you dare to entangle yourself with the ancient beast Taodai? Suddenly, Xian pondered whether she had delved too deeply into matters best left unexplored. But was not Taodai eternally suppressed by the frigid denizens of the Guanghan Palace? How could it possibly manifest here? Beneath the mountain of Guanghan Palace lies merely a remnant of Taotia's corporeal form. While the true malevolent spirit of Taotai is bound to the Taotai scripture that I am laboriously cultivating, obediently serving my will. The Taotai scripture? Xian vaguely recalled, as Li Yin had incessantly mentioned it in her past life, often lamenting that engaging in a transaction with Taotai was akin to bargaining with a tiger for its skin. He even sought to persuade Xian to dissuade Qin Cheng from pursuing the Taotai scripture. The essence of Taotai has the miraculous ability to transform all things. Whether it be the rare blood of a Qilin or human blood, there exists nothing beyond Taotia's reach. Qin Cheng explained with a smile, deftly demonstrating with a gentle clasp of his fingers. Before them, the phantom of Taotai revealed its fierce eyes beneath its armpits. And alongside the blood sphere retrieved by Qin Cheng, an identical sphere materialized, albeit in a dark golden hue. The power of Taotai lies in transformation. Upon uttering this, the two blood spheres vanished into Qin Cheng's brow, becoming indistinguishable beneath the skin, their differing colors no longer discernible. Once the essence of Taotai enters the body, it allows for the unobserved exchange of the blood of the young Qilin. With such a method at his disposal, not only could he draw blood, but he could also hollow out the very flesh of the Qilin offspring. Qin Cheng suddenly whispered with a chuckle near Xian's ear. Even the demon emperor would remain oblivious. Xian's heart trembled with shock, as memories of a rain-soaked night from her previous life flooded back, when Li Yan, bloodied and frantic, burst into her cave dwelling, repeatedly exclaiming that the fourth senior sister was on the verge of succumbing to darkness. In retrospect, Qin Cheng, unfazed, willingly opened his garment to reveal his back. Xian's pupils constricted sharply upon witnessing that nearly half of Qin Cheng's skin was adorned with black scales. This formidable beast certainly warranted caution, for once the aura of the gluttonous beast infiltrated one's being, it would insidiously warp the will of the affected. Then why still? Xian queried, perplexed. This is the price, a testament to strength. Qin Cheng tightened his clothing, his imposing aura considerably subdued. As he approached the now less guarded Xian, gently taking her hand, he reassured her, elder sister, rest assured, I shall not be harmed by the gluttonous beast. We are well aware of our limits. As long as we control the dosage, there shall be no mishaps. The two sisters exchanged glances for a prolonged moment. And it was only then that Xian regained her usual composure. With a gentle withdrawal of her hand, she smiled, since you are confident, I shall not impede you. However, for the sake of absolute certainty, I must insist on regular checkups of your condition. At that moment, Xian thought to herself, this secret of yours, I shall cherish for a lifetime. Thank you for your understanding. Elder sister's concern for her junior is only natural, Qin Cheng reflected inwardly. Just wait until my powers reach their zenith. I shall not hesitate to tear apart your face, filled with technology and ruthlessness. Chapter 54. You owe an apology. Meanwhile, at the residence of the Northern Duke, the opening of the Danqing secret realm was imminent. Li Yin could be found immersing himself in the Nether Ghost realm at every available moment. The ox-headed ghost served as a practice dummy. While the human-skin ghost was a source of experience, he aimed to defeat every living entity. This continued until the day before the Danqing secret realm opened. With a thunderous roar, the clouds in the sky were rent asunder by crimson flames, as two armored dragon turtles drew a gilded carriage through the air. Gracefully landing before the residence of the Northern Duke, Lien Baiyin pulled back the curtain, half of his body protruding from the carriage window, bellowing, "Old Li, I've come personally to fetch you. There's no time for explanations. Hop in. Lien Baiyan, eyeing the battle roster of the great Xia divine dynasty in his hands, grinned. It was filled with names like Resilient Black Iron and Valiant Bronze. While he was merely a beneficiary of connections, Li Yin was the only capable one among them, and Lien Baiyan resolved to cling tightly to this advantageous ally. Henceforth, until the conclusion of the secret realm, the distance between him and Li Yin would be no greater than 10 steps. Of course, it would never be negative. Li Yin was punctual. Shortly after Lien Baiyan arrived, he emerged from the door. However, having just exited the Nether Ghost realm, Li Yin was drenched in warm, fresh blood, dragging half a cow's head behind him, resembling a ghastly specter that had just crawled from the depths of a blood-soaked hell. The servants of the Duke's residence were too terrified to bid him farewell. My goodness, how many innocent souls have you devoured? Lien Baiyan exclaimed, startled by the gruesome sight. Even the dragon turtle in front of the carriage recoiled from the overpowering stench of blood. Li Yin, unfazed, leaped to Lien Baiyan's side. Huh? You've reached the third realm, fourth tier? Lien Baiyan was taken aback. Just days ago, during an incident with Lien Hongling, Li Yin had only just attained the third realm. In their brief separation, he had advanced to the mid-third realm? Are you some kind of celestial monkey? Is there truly a man capable of such rapid advancement? Lien Baiyan gasped, Brother, my lord, you can't possibly be consuming the souls of the innocent. Can you? Enough of this nonsense. Li Yin scoffed, weary of Lien Baiyan's banter. Do you think this is an outing? I must prepare myself. Do you seriously expect to rely on your antics to defeat them within the secret realm? Upon hearing this, Lien Baiyan lowered his head in contemplation for a long moment. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze, his eyes sparkling with unprecedented determination. You may mock my strength or dismiss my ambitions, but you shall not look upon your brother with such disdain. Lien Baiyan leaned closer to Li Yin, lowering his voice with a mischievous tone. I relish the way you underestimate me. From this moment onward, you are my sole pillar of support. Without a hint of hesitation, Lien Baiyan threw his arms around Li Yin's thigh. Leg, you magnificent being. Ignoring any semblance of decorum, he pressed his face against Li Yin's knee, rubbing it affectionately. Li Yin, observing Lien Baiyan's sticky demeanor, felt his veins throb with irritation. Enough. My fist is clenching. The carriage was jolted violently, causing the maid driving it to flush with embarrassment from the commotion behind. Oh no, this is a mistake. Lien Baiyan was pushed into a corner by Li Yan's foot, allowing him to settle down. On a serious note, Lien Baiyan rested one hand on the window ledge, gazing out at a 45-degree angle, lowering his voice to sigh. The scholarly scion of the Fong family had thrown in the towel. This time, the responsibility for the Danqing secret realm truly rested upon your esteemed self. Fong Yunshi cannot come? Li Yin was somewhat surprised, knowing that Fong Yunshi had experienced training at the Divine Machine Pavilion, was adept at formations, and was a diligent scholar. Li Yin had even contemplated entrusting the team to him during his solo endeavors. Yet now he wasn't coming at all. What is the situation? What could possibly be more pressing than this expedition to the Danqing secret realm? Seeing Li Yin's inquiry, Lien Baiyan's interest piqued, and he shifted his position. To be frank, this matter is both significant and trivial. It is said that ever since Fong Yunshi's father visited your home, he returned to host more than 30 matchmaking banquets for Fong Yunshi overnight, declaring that no matter how vast the world, finding a wife is paramount. He is currently quite distressed. With that said, Lien Baiyan raised his eyebrows and nudged Li Yan's shoulder, leaning closer to ask, So, what on earth stimulated Fong Yunshi's father during his visit to your home? Upon hearing this, the furrowed brows of Li Yin gradually relaxed, and he endeavored to feign ignorance. I have no idea. The convoy led by Lien Baiyan continued its journey and came to a halt before the Imperial Palace. The participants of the Danqing secret realm must gather at the Imperial Palace before boarding the warship for their expedition. Before departure, Crown Prince Lien Beiying was to express a few earnest expectations on behalf of the great Xia divine dynasty. Essentially, it was the usual rhetoric of leadership. Li Yin was disinterested, and Lien Baiyan was also at odds with his royal brother. The two circled in the sky for a while, listening to the young people below who were admonished not to focus solely on what they could gain, but rather to consider what they could contribute. For growth is of utmost importance. Once the platitudes were delivered, they leisurely descended. The armored dragon tortoise exhaled sparks from its nostrils as it landed amidst the crowd. Well, is that Li Yin behind the second prince? Our team leader looks like this? That's rather unsettling. In my opinion, it's merely a fade. A living specter meant to intimidate. Who knows how hollow it truly is? Shoo, keep your voice down. He is looking over here. Be careful, he might bite you. The crowd erupted into a cacophony, their eyes glued to the two as they disembarked. Halt. Just as Lien Baiyan prepared to assist Li Yin in lifting the curtain after stepping out, a booming voice erupted from the corner of the palace wall. Over 20 armed guards surged forward, surrounding Lien Baiyan's convoy, their gun points aimed squarely at the two. Who are these wildlings to dare land above the crown prince's head? According to the laws of Great Xia, such an act could be deemed a grave crime of attempting to assassinate the prince. The head of the guards was a burly man with a round face, swaggering as he approached with his sword drawn, his flesh quivering with each step. Clearly looking for trouble. Captain Wang, are you blind? This is Li Yin, the son of the Duke of Jinbei, and the leader of our expedition into the Danqing secret realm. Show me the respect I am due. Although Lien Baiyan holds little influence in the palace, the name of the second prince carries considerable weight. Should I disturb his highness, I shall personally face the consequences at the Ministry of Punishment. Captain Wang spat disdainfully, slowly drawing the long blade from his waist, pressing closer to Li Yin with increasing audacity. However, as a royal guard, I must not be careless regarding the safety of the crown prince. The blade in Captain Wang's hand was fully unsheathed, and the grotesque figure before the crown prince was difficult to regard without suspicion. Observing the gleaming blade twirling beneath his gaze, Lien Baiyan silently condemned Captain Wang to the most ill-fated grave. Captain Wang, sheathe your sword. Young Master Li has eradicated the banditry at our borders. He is a hero of the Great Xia Divine Dynasty and deserves our respect. A clear reprimand resonated from the elevated platform as the crown prince, a youthful scholar with a fair complexion, rushed forward. As if rehearsed, the soldiers surrounding Li Yin retreated a few steps, sheathing their weapons with forced smiles at Lien Baiyan's command. At that moment, Lien Baiyan pushed through the crowd, personally offering a handkerchief to Li Yin. Speaking gently, young Master Li, you are indeed a prodigious talent. Even within the depths of the palace, we have long heard of your esteemed name. Following this, Lien Baiyan squinted at his brother Lien Baiyan, saying, I trust my unworthy brother has caused you no undue trouble? Allow me to apologize on his behalf. You ought to apologize. Li Yan's response was icy, causing Lien Baiyan's outstretched hand to falter in the air. What? Lien Baiyan gazed at Li Yin in astonishment. What was intended as a polite exchange, a subtle jab at Lien Baiyan, unexpectedly led Li Yin to echo his sentiment. However, the apology was not meant for me, as Li Yin turned to face the assembly, declaring, the ones who should apologize are all present here.